Chapter 237. The end of the alchemist's grand meeting had caused Xiao Yan's reputation to soar in the ancient wildlands. Countless people had come to seek an audience with him. Regardless of whether it was in the streets or outside the city, everyone was discussing the champion of the alchemist's grand meeting, the frightening alchemist who had refined and D-tier complete pill, Yin Xiao. The ancient wildlands once again became lively because of this. The entrance of the Alchemist Association was crowded by a group of half-emperors until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The elders of the association were also greatly shocked by this for the first time in many years. However, Xiaoyan was no longer in the association. Regardless of how long these people waited, they would definitely not be able to see him. Faced with this kind of situation, Gu Li and Qi Lin felt quite helpless in their hearts. Xiaoyan had already left the association for a couple of days. However, these people had been waiting at the entrance of the association for so many days. Although Gu Li had once stepped forward to inform them that Xiaoyan had already left, these fellows still refused to change their minds. Although there was also a portion of them who chose to leave, there were even more who still thought that Gu Li was deceiving them. While Gu Li and the rest were feeling helpless in the outside world, Xiaoyan was currently peacefully training in the ginseng spiritual world. In order to refine the D-tier complete pill during the alchemist's grand meeting, Xiaoyan had put in all his effort. Although he appeared to be in a good condition after the competition, it was only because Xiaoyan had borrowed the strength of the pill. There was no lack of D-tier medicinal pills in the storage ring that He Mu had left behind. However, medicinal pills were ultimately external objects. Although they could support one for a while, they could not be completely relied on. When Xiaoyan entered the ginseng spiritual world, the D-tier medicinal pill in his body had yet to be refined. During these few days, Xiaoyan did not dare to slack off. He had seen the might of the D-tier medicinal pill before. Although he had already consumed the D-tier medicinal pill, he could not allow its power to wantonly spread within his body. Otherwise, the end result would be that the gains would not make up for the losses. After meeting with Old Luo and Qi Lin, Xiaoyan wholeheartedly immersed himself in the D-tier medicinal pill in his body. This time, with Xiaoyan taking the initiative to refine it, Xiaoyan's aura once again recovered to its peak in a short few days. At this moment, Xiaoyan had once again touched the bottleneck that was about to break through. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still forcibly suppressed the throbbing power within the vortex within his body. A breakthrough was naturally something that would happen sooner or later. In fact, if the current Xiaoyan was willing, he would naturally be able to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, he would definitely be able to step foot into the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor. However, this was not the only result that Xiaoyan wanted. Although the natural energy within the ginseng spiritual world was very dense, the effect of a breakthrough was not able to allow Xiaoyan's power to rapidly condense. This was something that the lightning pool in the void was capable of accomplishing. The berserk lightning energy contained within the lightning pool in the void was capable of rapidly condensing the Douqi within Xiaoyan's body in the shortest amount of time. In this way, after Xiaoyan made a breakthrough, his strength would completely stabilize at the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor. This would also bring about countless benefits to Xiaoyan's future cultivation. Rather than rushing to make a breakthrough right now and causing his strength to be unstable, it would be better to wait for a period of time. Strength and foundation were the most important things. A powerful appearance would not allow one to surpass others. After all, even among experts of the same level, there were still differences in strength. For example, Xiaoyan and MOD. Weren't they the clearest examples of this? Ho! Xiaoyan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was tightly held in his chest. He slowly withdrew from his cultivation state. As he sensed the churning Douqi within his body, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. This was a sign of a breakthrough that would cause anyone to be pleasantly surprised. However, at this moment, it was something that Xiaoyan was most unwilling to see. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and he slowly suppressed the unusual condition within his body. After calming his heart for a moment, he finally slowly extended his hand. His white palm reflected a warm jade-like glow under the sunlight. The dark black storage ring on his finger appeared exceptionally eye-catching at this moment. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. A thought once again passed through his mind. He gently clenched his hand and a light flashed. Immediately, a thin jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The thing within this bottle was the spiritual origin energy that Guyu had extracted from Qing Mu. Although Xiao Yan was temporarily unable to raise his dou qi, he would first focus his mind on his spiritual strength. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, if he were to wait until he had refined and swallowed these spiritual essences, his spiritual strength might really be comparable to that of a rank 3 alchemist. Xiao Yan still clearly remembered that when he had just entered the Alchemist Association to take the alchemist test, Guli had told him that the spiritual strength of an alchemist was divided into the man and god stages. Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength was between the man stage and the god stage, the emperor stage. After the emperor stage was the unity stage. In order to reach this stage, one needed to completely agglomerate one's spiritual strength. Only by agglomerating it into a soul bead could one be considered to have reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Xiao Yan opened the jade bottle, and the cream-white spiritual origin within it slowly drifted out. He exerted some force with his palm, and an invisible force controlled the spiritual origin in his palm. The faint cream-white spiritual origin was just like a cluster of fog as it continued to churn in Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned as he sensed the familiar aura within it. A feeling of reluctance rose in his heart. This spiritual origin should not have been refined by Xiao Yan. If Guyu had not secretly attacked Xiao Yan without his knowledge, Xiao Yan would not have allowed Qing Mu to be injured. Yet, the spiritual origin that should have belonged to Qing Mu had landed in his hands. Speaking of which, given the relationship between Xiao Yan and Elder Luo, he could be considered acquainted with the ginseng spirit tribe. His current actions were a little heartless. Ehe, stinking brat, why are you feeling a little unbearable now? Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise you could have returned it to Qing Mu back then. Haha. Guyu did not forget to tease Xiao Yan while he was feeling disappointed. Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart. Qing Mu was currently in a retreat. Even if he wanted to return it, what could he do? Did he have to wait for Qing Mu to exit his retreat before returning it to him? Moreover, even if Qing Mu could exit his retreat now, it was impossible for him to return it to him. Knowing that there was a terrifying existence like Guyu within Xiao Yan's body, Qing Mu would definitely not take back his spiritual origin. Hence, from the looks of it, Xiao Yan could only take the spiritual origin and treat it as a favor. If there was an opportunity in the future, Xiao Yan would definitely return it 100-fold. Don't think too much about it. Well, don't think too much. If you really want to help them, you can help them when you have the strength. Although they look good now, they're just on the border of the continent. What you've seen is too little. If you really want to remember this favor, you should practice hard. When you become successful in the future, you can let the ginseng tribe settle in the central region openly. In this way, you won't disappoint Greenwood's expectation of you. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Guyu's words. Guyu's words clearly had a hidden meaning. It seemed as though Qing Mu had a motive for giving his spiritual origin to him. Guyu seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's doubts. He laughed softly and said, "You are so experienced. Do you really think that Qing Mu gave his spiritual origin to you because of me? Although it is true that my body is a heavenly flame, and it is a natural counter to him, I have no reason to attack him. The reason he gave his spiritual origin to you is because he has taken a fancy to your talent. You have the spirit of mystical fire and such a terrifying force by your side. For the sake of the entire spiritual ginseng tribe, it's worth it for him to spend some of his soul origin. Greenwood has entrusted the future of the spiritual ginseng tribe to you." Chapter 238. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on a green rock within the ginseng spiritual world. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as his mind observed the interior of his body. On the surface, Xiao Yan appeared as though he was training. However, at this moment, there was a frightening spiritual strength churning within his body like a monstrous wave. Xiao Yan did not expect the spiritual strength contained within this cluster of spiritual essence of Qing Mu to be so frightening. It was much stronger than the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan had used to refine and swallow He Mu. Although He Mu was once an expert from the origin sect at his peak, his spiritual strength had long been worn down by the passage of time, until there was little left. There was indeed a gap when compared to Qing Mu. However, this was considered an unexpected joy for Xiaoyan. After refining Heimu's soul fragment, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had soared. Currently, there were very few alchemists of the same level who could compare with him in terms of spiritual strength. If he swallowed these spiritual essences, would Xiaoyan's spiritual strength be able to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough? Xiaoyan calmed his mind and carefully sensed the cluster of spiritual essence within the vortex within his body. A thought passed through his mind, and a cluster of brilliant heavenly flames rose from within his body, slowly wrapping around the spiritual essence. The spiritual essence seemed to have sensed something when it was being wrapped around. The cloud-like milky white spiritual essence swiftly churned under the wrapping of the heavenly flames, as though it wanted to find a breakthrough point within the heavenly flames. However, the heavenly flame had completely enveloped it. After a long while, it was to no avail. This ball of soul origin could only curl up like a little squirrel. In an instant, the originally fist-sized milky white spiritual essence swiftly shrunk. Although it had become a little smaller, Xiaoyan could sense that the strength within the spiritual essence had also become increasingly agglomerated. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily raise his eyebrows. Indeed, the agglomeration of spiritual strength could allow one to become even stronger. Although its appearance was not as good as before, the strength contained within far surpassed what it was before. No wonder alchemists can agglomerate something like a soul bead. Looks like they have refined spiritual strength like Do Qi. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw this scene. He smiled in his heart and ignored it. No matter how agglomerated the spiritual essence was, it was destined to be refined by Xiaoyan today. Trainings times spiritual essence. One needed to be careful. In the blink of an eye, 3 days. Fist-sized spiritual essence within Xiaoyan's body was gradually refined. At the same time, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had also become increasingly powerful. The majestic spiritual strength was just like an ocean. The turbulent spiritual waves churned unceasingly within Xiaoyan's body. In addition to his similarly full Do Qi, Xiaoyan had difficulty suppressing the increasingly powerful strength within his body in an instant. At this moment, Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knit together. He did not expect that the increase in his spiritual strength this time around would actually trigger the Do Qi within his body. If this continued, it was likely that he would have no choice but to break through today. At this moment, Xiaoyan was just like a balloon that was filled to the brim. The most frightening thing was that this balloon was still expanding. The result of the expansion of the balloon would naturally be an explosion. Although this result would not cause Xiaoyan to die, it was also not something that Xiaoyan wished to see. The method to stop the balloon from continuing to expand was to release a portion of the air within it. Buzz! Suddenly, the originally tightly shut eyes of Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged on the green rock, suddenly opened. The instant he opened his eyes, the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body seemed to have found an outlet. 2 eye-piercing Do Qi light pillars suddenly shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes and entered the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. After the light pillars disappeared, Xiaoyan appeared to feel that it was not enough. He raised his head toward the sky. A thought passed through his mind, and the Do Qi within the vortex within his body suddenly whizzed out like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It swiftly surged toward Xiaoyan's throat. Immediately, Xiaoyan widened his mouth. Light shot out in all directions from his mouth. 1,000-foot-wide terrifying Do Qi light pillar shot toward the empty space that was hundreds of thousands of feet high. Such a frightening momentum naturally alarmed quite a number of people within the spiritual ginseng world. When those spiritual ginseng tribe members raised their heads to look at the empty space, they only saw a frightening Do Qi light pillar charging toward the sky with an unstoppable force. It shattered the empty space and finally entered the endless empty space. Seeing this scene, a portion of the spiritual ginseng tribe members, who were at the Ban Emperor level, involuntarily felt a sense of surprise. Just as they were about to step forward to take a look out of curiosity, a cry descended from the sky. It was like thunder that reverberated through the world. A group of little brats. It is merely training a Do skill. What is there to see? All of you withdraw. Although these spiritual ginseng tribe members were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to obey old Luo's voice when they heard it. As for those stronger spiritual ginseng tribe members, their eyes narrowed as they looked at the rainbow-like pillar that reached the sky. They began to ponder in their hearts. In the sky, old Luo also narrowed his eyes as he looked at the frightening Do-Chi light pillar in front of him. A pair of turbid old eyes revealed a deep surprise. An attack of this degree was naturally nothing to him. However, if it was placed among the Ban emperors, it could be considered an extremely frightening existence. TSK, this little fellow. No wonder he is able to cross 2 stars in strength and fight head-on with a 6-star Ban emperor. The degree of agility of his Do-Chi is likely something that even the me from back then could not compare with. At this moment, even old Luo involuntarily exclaimed at Xiao Yan's strength. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had already once again immersed himself in the nervous refinement process. Seeing the Do-Chi light pillar in front of him gradually disappear, old Luo finally turned his gaze to Xiao Yan below. After sensing the majestic Do-Chi within the latter's body, old Luo involuntarily frowned. Based on Xiao Yan's current situation, it was obvious that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he was still suppressing the turbulent Do-Chi within his body. It was clear that he was unwilling to break through. Hey, this little fellow is really an anomaly in the training world. Other people are always looking forward to a breakthrough. Once they touch the barrier that is about to break through, who would not do their best to break through? Yet, you are actually forcefully suppressing yourself and not allowing yourself to break through. If news of this were to spread, I wonder just how many people would want to have a good chat with you. Sensing the current situation within Xiao Yan's body, old Luo involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He felt a little surprised in his heart. However, he understood in an instant. With old Luo's shrewdness, he was naturally able to tell that the reason why Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to break through was because he wished to find an excellent training ground. This would allow him to completely consolidate his strength while breaking through. Needless to say, old Luo was immediately able to guess that the training ground was naturally the lightning pool in the empty space. That was right. However, from the looks of it, this little fellow should be refining the spiritual essence. Hey, what a lucky little fellow. While old Luo probed the turbulent Do-Chi within Xiao Yan's body, the spiritual essence strength that was being refined by Xiao Yan was naturally also detected by old Luo. However, the almost non-existent aura on it caused him to be unable to detect that it was Qing Mu's spiritual essence strength. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 5 days since Xiao Yan began to refine the spiritual essence. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was also soaring at a speed that was extremely frightening in the eyes of an ordinary person. With the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he could be said to be invincible among Tier 2 alchemists. Who? After the final wisp of spiritual essence was completely refined and absorbed by Xiao Yan's dark black eyes, which had been tightly shut for 5 days, were also slowly opened. The instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes, an invisible arrow was suddenly shot out from his deep eyes. An invisible strength whizzed out, and the empty space in front of Xiao Yan instantly became distorted. Immediately, an invisible force shot out in front of Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out explosively following a muffled bang sound. Wherever it passed, a gully that was dozens of feet deep was formed on the lush green ground by its terrifying force. Soon after, a mountain rock 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and an extremely dangerous crack line was forcefully formed on the entire mountain by this attack. Xiao Yan was not surprised when he saw this scene. The strength of one's spiritual strength was similar to that of Do-Chi. It was just that it was a little troublesome to train. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, it was likely that he could easily face an ordinary 3-star half-emperor, if he were to use it in a fight. Hence, this little activity in front of him was indeed nothing much. Not bad. Your current spiritual strength has already reached the peak of the advanced D-state spiritual strength. You are merely 1 step away from the perfect D-state. This level of spiritual strength is sufficient for you to defeat other alchemists of the same level. The increase in Xiao Yan's strength caused Guyu, who was within his body, to sigh in admiration. Unexpectedly, not only was Xiao Yan not killed by He Mu during their trip to the spirit world, but he had also benefited from the disaster. Not only had his strength reached the peak of the advanced 3-star half-emperor level, But his spiritual strength had also reached the advanced D state level. He was only one step away from the perfect D state. This frightening growth speed caused even Guyu to involuntarily sigh in amazement. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes in the face of this. The expression on his face quietly changed. The hand under his sleeves also slowly tightened. After which, he once again slowly opened it. A determined expression flashed across the deep region of his eyes. He paused for a moment before muttering softly in his mouth. Advanced D state, huh? I wonder if I can successfully form a soul bead. Chapter 239. After resting for a moment, Xiaoyan, who had finished refining the spiritual essence, should have stood up. However, he rolled his bright eyes and calmed his mind. After which, he once again entered his training mode. A thought passed through his mind, and the majestic ocean-like spiritual strength between his brows suddenly moved at this moment. Guyu involuntarily exclaimed in surprise when he sensed the change in Xiaoyan's body. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan would be so bold. His spiritual strength had just reached the advanced DD stage, yet he wanted to attempt to form a soul bead. Guyu did not know whether he was reckless or courageous. Although Xiaoyan's strength would soar after forming a soul bead, the danger involved was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Even with Guyu's experience, this was the first time he had seen someone forcefully forming a soul bead with an advanced DD stage spiritual strength. Condensing a soul bead was easier said than done. It was just condensing one's spiritual energy into a bead. However, the pressure one had to endure during the process was definitely not as simple as it sounded. The formation of a soul bead not only tested an alchemist's spiritual strength, but it also tested the alchemist's intelligence. During the process of forming a soul bead, a powerful spiritual strength was no longer something an alchemist could rely on. Only an unwavering and tenacious mind could support the formation of a soul bead until the end. It was also because of this that many rank 2 high-grade alchemists were unable to form a soul bead and break through the barrier to become a rank 3 alchemist. One's spiritual strength could be trained and raised, but one's intelligence could only rely on one's own heart. Only with a strong heart would one be able to guarantee the agglomeration of a soul bead. This could also be considered as a kind of test for the strong. After all, those who were able to endure the pain of agglomeration of a soul bead and successfully advance to the next level, which one of them was not a person with a strong heart and powerful strength? Xiaoyan calmed his heart and slowly maneuvered the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness. The method of forming a soul bead was not difficult. Although this was the first time, Xiaoyan could be considered familiar with it. As an alchemist, controlling spiritual strength was an extremely easy task for him. What Xiaoyan needed to do now was to guide the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness, and use a special method to form it. Once all the spiritual strength in Xiaoyan's sea of consciousness was completely formed and turned into a physical state, the formation of a soul bead would be complete. As Xiaoyan's thoughts revolved, the majestic spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness also began to churn. After which, under Xiaoyan's control, the surging spiritual strength began to slowly rotate in his sea of consciousness. Threads of spiritual strength were gradually extracted under Xiaoyan's control. Soon after, they were like 2 small snakes that intertwined with each other. The first step of forming the soul bead could be considered the easiest step. It did not take Xiaoyan too much time, and he easily condensed the 2 clusters of spiritual strength together. The following steps were basically the same. However, as the spiritual strength continued to condense and compress, the spiritual strength within the soul bead in front of Xiaoyan also rapidly increased. Before the soul bead was completely formed, all the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan possessed would become his greatest burden. The terrifying spiritual strength would crush his consciousness. If he was unable to endure, the worst outcome would be that his spiritual strength would be injured. As the spiritual strength gradually condensed, a grayish-white soul bead slowly formed within Xiaoyan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiaoyan could also clearly feel the terrifying spiritual strength that was being emitted from the soul bead. This kind of spiritual strength was definitely not a terrifying level that Xiaoyan could reach in the past. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt as though he was carrying a majestic Mount Tai on his back. Every part of his body was enduring the terrifying spiritual strength. The muscles all over his body were as taut as steel, and every cell in his body was resisting the spiritual strength with all their might. As time passed, a soreness akin to being bitten by ants attacked his entire body. Xiaoyan felt as though all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The spiritual strength within his sea of consciousness continued to flow out, and was completely poured into the grayish-white soul bead. Xiaoyan's consciousness also gradually became a little blurry. Before the soul bead was formed, his spiritual strength could no longer be used by him. Usually, Xiaoyan could rely on his powerful spiritual strength to maintain his consciousness. However, at this moment, he could only rely on his own willpower. Within his sea of consciousness, the body that Xiaoyan had created using his spiritual strength gradually dissipated and transformed into wisps of spiritual strength that flowed into the soul bead. The terrifying spiritual strength around Xiaoyan's body also became increasingly terrifying as it relied on the soul bead. Buzz! Suddenly the grayish-white soul bead, which was the size of a basketball, trembled violently. Immediately, a formless and terrifying spiritual strength instantly crushed towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had no way of dodging. He knew that if he wanted to successfully form the soul bead, he had to endure this attack. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The terrifying spiritual strength caused Xiaoyan's previously groggy mind to instantly regain its clarity. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was extremely helpless. He never imagined that there would be a day where he would actually be crushed by the spiritual strength that he had always been so proud of. Perhaps, the essence of forming the soul bead was for the alchemist to understand that if he wanted to defeat others, he had to defeat himself first. For a true strong practitioner, the strength of his opponent would only excite him. Only when he was unable to surpass himself would he feel fear in his heart. When Xiaoyan thought of this in his heart, the spiritual strength that originally belonged to Xiaoyan was already surging towards him with a terrifying spiritual strength that could crush everything. Even if Xiaoyan was at his peak condition and attacked with all his spiritual strength, it would still be difficult for him to match up against that kind of power. When that spiritual strength arrived in front of him, even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. However, before he could do anything, that terrifying spiritual strength that was filled with an aura of destruction ruthlessly pressed down on him like a storm. In an instant, Xiaoyan's expression abruptly changed. His illusory body exploded with a bang. Under that terrifying spiritual strength, his willpower that he thought was firm was actually unable to withstand a single blow. His mind was on the verge of collapse. Xiaoyan unwillingly let out a hoarse roar from the bottom of his heart. Painful fresh blood seemed to be about to spurt out from his throat. The feeling of his entire body being crushed made Xiaoyan truly experience the aura of death. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already suffocating. He felt that his body was no longer listening to his commands. His spiritual strength had disappeared, and he was only left with a body that was like a walking corpse. Death had already forced its way into his heart. Sigh, this kid is really reckless. Buzz, after an elderly sigh, a regretful voice sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual strength crazily surged into his body. The spiritual strength emitted by the soul bead was blocked for an instant. During this instant, Xiaoyan's collapsed mind was once again filled with life. Although I can save you for now, I cannot protect you forever. Whether you succeed or not will depend on yourself. Xiaoyan's mind suddenly braced the moment the spiritual pressure was blocked. Xiaoyan felt his body suddenly become lighter. The pressure all over his body had been removed. Guyu's voice was vaguely transmitted over while Xiaoyan was feeling surprised in his heart. Xiaoyan immediately reacted in his heart upon hearing this. From the looks of it, Guyu had helped him again. If it was not for Guyu, Xiaoyan was unable to imagine just what kind of ending would have happened. Xiaoyan quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. He was also aware that this was not the time to express his gratitude. Immediately, he placed all his attention on the soul bead in front of him. Next, as long as he could stabilize his mind and endure until the end, the soul bead would be formed. Chapter 240. Buzz. As the soul bead trembled violently once again, a spiritual pressure that was even more frightening than the previous few times ruthlessly attacked Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiao Yan's originally illusory body had become much fainter. In the face of the soul bead's repeated attacks, Xiao Yan could only painfully endure. This was a form of mental destruction. The fact that Xiao Yan was able to endure until now was enough to show that his willpower was extraordinary. As time passed, Xiao Yan, who was repeatedly crushed, seemed to have gradually become numb under the frightening pressure. When the spiritual pressure attacked, Xiao Yan revealed an expressionless face and allowed the pressure to crush him. Since he was unable to resist, he might as well endure it. He would treat the repeated beatings as a form of training and train in pain. Xiao Yan firmly believed that there would be a moment when he would be able to completely ignore the pressure emitted by the soul bead. Buzz, buzz. The soul bead also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Yan. In the face of repeated attacks, Xiao Yan no longer stubbornly resisted. Instead, he displayed an indifferent attitude. His originally illusory and transparent body actually became increasingly solid with each attack. As the spiritual pressure became increasingly violent, even Xiao Yan's physical body involuntarily trembled. Buzz buzz. The soul bead's trembling became increasingly intense. Wave after wave of majestic spiritual strength swept out in a mighty manner, and once again crushed Xiao Yan's body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Before Xiao Yan's shattered body could be completely pieced together, another wave of frightening spiritual pressure swept over. Bang! Finally, the vast and mighty spiritual pressure suddenly shook. It seemed to have collided with a wall. At a closer look, a solid white hand was thrown forward and forcefully blocked the spiritual pressure that was heading toward him. When the two came into contact, an even more frightening spiritual storm instantly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. It passed through Xiao Yan's body and caused the green rock that Xiao Yan was sitting on to instantly turn into a pile of powder. The ground within 1,000 feet around him suddenly cracked and formed numerous large spiderweb-like crack lines. In that case, it ends here. After a calm voice drifted out, Xiao Yan's shattered body finally solidified once again. At the same time, his right hand, which had not been lifted, was suddenly clenched into a fist. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan threw a punch forward without the help of Do Qi or spiritual strength, and violently smashed into the invisible spiritual pressure in front of him. 8. Ultimate. Blast. A stern cry that originated from his soul was emitted. Xiao Yan finally erupted completely. He did not have the support of Do Qi, but the might of this punch was even more frightening than when he used Do Qi at his peak condition. The spiritual pressure around Xiao Yan's body suddenly shattered when this punch was thrown forward. His steel-like fist carried a frightening storm that tore through the empty space as it violently smashed into the spiritual pressure in front of him. Bang! When this punch was thrown, an unstoppable force poured out. The entire sea of consciousness had become completely silent at this moment. In the outside world, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled. The ground within a couple of feet from where Xiao Yan was sitting suddenly collapsed. An enormous pit also appeared. At this moment, the space in front of Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly solidified. The spiritual bead also stopped reacting. Xiao Yan suddenly moved and grabbed the spiritual bead. The soul bead also seemed to have recovered. After the soul bead, which had already turned into a deep gray color, trembled intensely, waves after waves of frightening spiritual pressure suddenly swept out. At this moment, the soul bead seemed to have sensed a dangerous aura. It had only heard of a spiritual bead suppressing an alchemist. Why was it being suppressed by Xiao Yan, an alchemist? All the normal trajectories seemed to have suddenly changed in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like a train turning onto a main road, or an airplane flying across a subway line. Even Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, involuntarily revealed a stunned expression at this moment. This scene was something that he had never imagined. Bang! Octane blast. Although the spiritual pressure emitted by the spiritual bead was extremely frightening, Xiao Yan remained expressionless. He allowed the spiritual pressure to descend on him, after which, both of his fists were tightly clenched. Punch after punch was thrown explosively. Bang! 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 Octane blast. Explode. One punch. One step. Xiao Yan took 10 steps forward and threw 10 punches. His footsteps did not pause. By the time Xiao Yan arrived in front of the spiritual bead, He had already thrown an unknown number of punches. Finally, Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry, and an earth-shaking explosion was suddenly emitted from behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes were extremely calm as he looked at the spiritual bead in front of him. Next, all he needed to do was to compress the spiritual strength within the spiritual bead once again, until the spiritual bead completely solidified. Only then would it be considered a success. Currently, the most difficult part had already been passed. Xiaoyan was completely confident that he would be able to successfully form the spiritual bead. As long as nothing unexpected happened during the process, he would definitely be able to successfully form the spiritual bead. Excitement involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of the feeling of advancing to a rank 3 alchemist. He ceased hesitating and immediately sat down to prepare for the subsequent condensation process. However, Guyu's elderly voice was suddenly transmitted over at this moment. "Brat, are you certain that you want to form the spiritual bead now? You should understand that the embryonic form of the spiritual bead has already been formed. It will not be too late for you to refine it in the future. However, if you are in a hurry to refine the spiritual bead now, it is likely that there will be a high chance of failure." Xiaoyan was startled when Guyu's words left his mouth. Now that the embryonic form of the spiritual bead had been formed, the next step was to completely refine it. Everything seemed to be going extremely smoothly. It was obvious that the spiritual bead was about to be formed. Could it be that there was still a loophole? "Old Gu, may I know what you mean by this? Your current spiritual strength has only just advanced to the advanced D state. Although I have never seen anyone who can refine a spiritual bead at the advanced D state, given the old me's experience, I think that the chances of success will not exceed 30%. Xiaoyan immediately understood after hearing these words. Guyu was right. Using an advanced D-state spiritual strength to form a spiritual bead was like using an initial 9-star dosheng to forcefully break through to the Bandi realm. Regardless of how frightening one's training talent was, the gap between one's strength could not be made up for. Otherwise, those training geniuses who were born with great talent would not need to put in any effort. They could simply dominate the continent. Guyu's words had undoubtedly pierced Xiaoyan's heart, which was filled with confidence. In other words, the spiritual bead could only remain as it was. After all, the consequences of failing to refine a spiritual bead was something that even Xiaoyan would not be able to endure. On the other hand, Xiaoyan felt some anticipation in his heart. He could not wait any longer. Spiritual bead. This was the first spiritual strength connection that Xiaoyan had come into contact with after coming to the Yuanwu continent. He did not wish to give up so easily. If there was a chance of successfully refining a spiritual bead, even if there was only a 30% chance, Xiaoyan would definitely not give up so easily. Xiaoyan was quiet for a moment before he finally nodded with a grave expression. Both of his eyes revealed a determined expression. Soon after, a determined smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He laughed at Guyu in his heart. Since old Gu has never seen anyone who can refine a spiritual bead with an advanced D-state spiritual strength, allow me to give it a try today. In any case, I have already eaten quite a number of crabs. One more will not make a difference. At the very most, my soul will be injured. Chapter 241. Bang. A wild, ferocious, overbearing spiritual strength began to wreak havoc within Xiaoyan's body. The originally stable situation had actually suddenly reversed within a short moment. The spiritual bead within Xiaoyan's sea of consciousness began to violently rebel at this moment. The spiritual strength, which had originally gathered together, began to wantonly spread. The majestic spiritual strength uncontrollably spread. It passed through Xiaoyan's body and swiftly spread throughout the ginseng soul world. Xiaoyan was involuntarily caught off guard by this scene. It was unexpected that this spiritual bead would immediately become violent just because there was a slight deviation. If he were to allow this spiritual strength to continue spreading, it was likely that his spiritual essence would suffer an unprecedented injury. Even Guyu was helpless in the face of this. Although he was quite strong, he was still helpless in the face of the situation that was happening to Xiaoyan. When the turbulent spiritual strength turned into wave after wave of frightening storm that swept through the ginseng soul world, the members of the ginseng tribe swiftly sensed it. They sensed the situation on this side and immediately gathered their attention. However, after they sensed the frightening pressure within the spiritual storm, other than a small portion of them, the remaining people, who did not possess the strength of a Dodi, had grave expressions as they watched the invisible storm sweep over the countless number of ginseng trees. This seems to be the aura of that human brat called Yen Xiao. What a powerful spiritual strength. With a spiritual strength of this level, it is likely that his strength has already reached the Dodi class. Go away, what human brat. Is that kind of title something that we can use? He killed Heimu by himself. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. Don't always look at the strength of others on the surface. Currently, our entire ginseng tribe owes him a great favor. Quite a number of people feel great respect for Elder Yen Xiao in their hearts. If someone were to hear you speak of him in this manner, won't they join forces to beat you up? The member of the ginseng tribe, who had spoken earlier, hurriedly shut his mouth after these words were spoken. He secretly glanced around with a lingering fear in his heart. He only sighed in relief after discovering that no one had noticed him. At this moment, the terrifying spiritual storm descended upon their heads with an unparalleled pressure. All the members of the spirit participating tribe, whose strength had yet to reach the Dodi class, were pressed to the ground with flushed faces the moment the pressure descended. Other than a small number of people with stronger spiritual strengths who were barely able to support their bodies, only those experts from the spirit participating tribe whose strength had reached the Dodi class remained. However, at this moment, even with their strength, their faces involuntarily revealed a deep grave expression in the face of the frightening spiritual pressure. They weren't alchemists, and soul power wasn't their forte. Facing such a terrifying soul pressure, although it couldn't be said to be overwhelming, the throbbing that came from the depths of their souls still made them feel grave. Old Luo and Luo Jin on the other side instantly looked at the spot where Xiaoyan was located when the spiritual storm swept over. When Luo Jin felt the terrifying pressure contained within the spiritual soul storm, even with his calm temperament, he could not help but feel a wave of shock. The pressure within the spiritual soul storm was actually so powerful. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had already grown to the advance of the D class within a couple of months after he had advanced to a rank 2 alchemist. If this speed continued, his spiritual strength would be comparable to those old demons from the Pill Tower in a couple of years. Luo Jin exchanged glances with old Luo by the side after feeling the shock in his heart. Old Luo frowned slightly because of this. He was not concerned about the strength of this spiritual storm. Instead, he clearly knew that Xiaoyan was refining that cluster of spiritual essence. However, since he was refining it, why would such a situation occur? As long as it did not possess a spirit that possessed its own consciousness, there would not be any danger when refining it. This was something that every practitioner knew. Moreover, old Luo had already thoroughly investigated that cluster of spiritual essence. It did not possess any other aura. However, the situation in front of them was clearly a rebellion that had occurred when one's spiritual strength was out of control. Since this was the case, what exactly was Xiaoyan doing? After pondering for a while, Elder Luo finally shook his head helplessly. Before he saw Xiaoyan, he wouldn't be able to understand the actual situation, just by relying on the wild and violent spiritual strength. Elder Luo frowned and exchanged glances with Luo Jin, who was also frowning. "Sai, let's go and take a look. I really don't know what this little brat is up to." Luo Jin nodded when he heard Elder Luo's words. The two of them moved, and in a flash, they had already reached the top of the ginseng spiritual tree. They casually dispersed the spiritual storm that was coming towards them. In a flash, Elder Luo and Luo Jin had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. When Elder Luo saw Xiaoyan, he immediately sensed the wild and violent spiritual strength in Xiaoyan's body. Elder Luo and Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as an extremely strange expression appeared on their faces. Is this brat crazy? His spiritual strength has just reached the advanced martial emperor realm, and he dares to condense a spiritual pearl. I really don't know what to say about him. Elder Luo frowned and looked at Xiaoyan, whose aura was in a mess. A worried expression appeared on his face as he scolded softly. Luo Jin could only sigh helplessly when he heard this. He was also a little shocked by Xiao Yan's actions. He had actually used his spiritual strength at the advanced martial emperor realm to forcefully condense a spiritual pearl. Even if there was a chance of success, how high could it be? The failure at this moment not only confirmed Gu Yu's judgment, but also caused Xiao Yan's spiritual strength to be seriously injured. This result was a lesson that Xiao Yan had bought himself. One could only progress step by step on the path of cultivation. There was no shortcut. Even if there was, it would only result in gains and losses. In the end, one would not gain any benefits. If one wanted to become stronger, the fastest and most stable method was to be down to earth and take one step at a time. This was true for cultivation and life. After the spiritual strength within Xiao Yan's body had spread in all directions, Xiao Yan's face had become pale and bloodless. It was as though he had truly lost his soul. His body had become much thinner. This failure had caused Xiao Yan's spiritual strength to suffer unprecedented damage. Although Gu Yu had tried his best to stabilize the situation within his body during this period of time, Xiao Yan could not do anything other than struggle to move. The lack of spiritual strength within Xiao Yan's spiritual sea caused him to nearly faint. At this moment, he could only rely on his willpower to forcefully stand up. It was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty recovering for a long period of time in the future. He might even have to choose to give up on the trip to the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 months later. After standing up with great difficulty, Xiao Yan's eyes, which were about to close, swept around in a blur. His spiritual strength was so weak that Xiao Yan almost failed to detect the two people standing beside him. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the gap between the two of them. He noticed that the spiritual storm that had yet to scatter above the endless sea of trees in the distance was like an invisible ruler's glow that repeatedly swept in all directions above the endless ginseng spirit tree's canopy. Chapter 242. On the hillside, Luo Jin supported Xiao Yan with both his hands as he slowly stood up. The expression in his eyes constantly changed. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. However, when he saw that Xiao Yan was already extremely weak, he ultimately remained silent. He glanced at old Luo beside him. The latter also sighed softly and helplessly shook his head, indicating that he was also at his wit's end. Xiao Yan's turbid old eyes were slowly lifted. They made contact with Luo Jin's eyes. The two of them felt a pity in their hearts. According to Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that they would miss the opportunity to enter the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 months later. Sighed this brat. Usually he is rather meticulous in his work. I did not expect him to be so impulsive today. I hope that this incident will be of some help to you in the future. Old Luo softly sighed once again. He nodded his head at Luo Jin, and immediately turned around to walk towards the small wooden house. Behind him, Luo Jin also carefully supported Xiao Yan. His footsteps shifted slightly as he tried to catch up with the former. Oh. However, just as Luo Jin took half a step forward, his body, which was leaning slightly forward, suddenly stopped. It was as if he was forcefully pulled back by something from behind. In the next instant, Luo Jin's eyes revealed an astonished expression as he quickly turned his head around. His eyes instantly looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing motionlessly beside him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. However, Luo Jin's expression could not help but be slightly stunned. At a glance, Xiao Yan, who was still extremely weak a moment ago, was now staring intently at the sea of trees in the distance with his eyes wide open. More accurately speaking, he was staring intently at the huge wave that was like a majestic ruler's aura. At this moment, in Xiao Yan's eyes, other than the constantly sweeping dark green wave, everything in the world seemed to have disappeared from his eyes. Even the sound of the wind blowing past his ears had disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yan's body seemed to have solidified as it stood in the same spot. At this moment, Luo Jin sensed a steel-like hardness being emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Even the clothes on the surface of Xiao Yan's body did not move. This, as if he had thought of something, Luo Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes suddenly widened to the size of 2 copper bells, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. However, just as Luo Jin's words left his mouth, Elder Luo, who was behind him, pressed down on his shoulder and forcefully stopped him from saying anything. Luo Jin's body trembled as he turned to look. At the same time, Elder Luo shook his head slightly at Luo Jin, and gestured for him to keep quiet. Only then did Luo Jin quickly nod his head. The two of them carefully retreated 100 zhang away from Xiaoyan. Only then did Elder Luo let out a sigh of relief. His cloudy old eyes met with Xiaoyan's, and both of them let out a sneer at the same time as they looked at Xiaoyan. Ah, this brat is really lucky. I originally thought that he would be delayed by this failure for a while. I didn't expect that he would benefit from this disaster and actually enter the state. Heh, this state is something that can only be encountered and not sought. Thinking back, when I was young, I was lucky enough to enter the state once. The benefits that I obtained from it were indescribable. Luo Jin by the side also smiled and nodded when he heard this. Clearly, as a member of the younger generation, he was naturally clear about these deeds of old Luo. It was also because old Luo had once entered the will of mind state that he had used it to show off everywhere. When Luo Jin's gaze landed on Xiaoyan, his face did not have much of a change. However, there was still some envy that could not be described in words within his heart. Looking back at Xiaoyan, although his aura was still incomparably weak, at this moment, his eyes were overflowing with radiance. The waves above the endless forest gradually spread out under Xiaoyan's gaze, engulfing the forest further away. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. After the first wave of trees swept through the entire mountain forest, another wave of trees swept over. Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the scene in front of him. The weary qi in his body was gradually rising at this moment. 8,000 feet away, Elder Luo and Luo Jin could sense the changes in Xiaoyan's body. Their faces involuntarily revealed an astonished smile. The tree wave carried a cluster of leaves as it extended into the distance from the top of the sea of trees. The tangible leaves continued to churn within the invisible spiritual wave. Although it appeared chaotic, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that the leaves maintained a special rhythm as they churned. This allowed the tree wave, which followed closely behind, to perfectly merge with it. This repeated for a short moment before 100,000 feet tree wave, which was like a city wall, appeared in the sky above the sea of trees. The tree wave churned and churned. During the process, it continuously absorbed the leaves that fell from the treetops, causing it to become even more imposing. As the tree wave engulfed the area, Xiaoyan repeatedly recalled every change and trajectory of the tree wave in his mind. The churning rhythm of the leaves, the different yet similar trajectories of the two tree waves, and every detail of the merging of the two tree waves continuously replayed in Xiaoyan's mind. At the same time, Xiaoyan's aura also rapidly rose. After 6 hours, Xiaoyan was still quietly standing at the same spot. Although he did not move, one could see at a glance that Xiaoyan's originally deathly pale face had once again regained its rosy luster. The aura on his body was even stronger than when he had just entered the ginseng spiritual world. The spiritual strength that had completely dissipated had also completely recovered to its peak within these short 6 hours. Even so, Xiaoyan still maintained the same posture as when he had just stood up. All of his attention was focused on his body. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled the scene of the tree wave engulfing the endless forest. At this moment, in Xiaoyan's mind, the spiritual strength of Xiaoyan was carefully observing every detail of the tree wave engulfing the area. With a wave of his hand, a heavy Xian ruler that was formed from spiritual strength appeared. The body of the enormous ruler was slightly slanted as it slowly swept past the spot where the tree wave passed. Xiaoyan also did his best to cooperate with the trajectory of the tree wave. His hand gently twisted, and the strength that was contained within his finger also changed accordingly. Only when the speed, inclination, and strength of the heavy ruler when it drew across the trajectory completely merged did Xiaoyan slowly withdraw the enormous ruler in his hand. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was quietly standing in the outside world, suddenly raised his head. With a wave of his right hand, the huge black ruler suddenly flew out. He grabbed it in his palm, and his left foot suddenly took half a step forward. After the huge ruler circled in his palm, a force emerged from his palm, and the huge ruler instantly froze in the air. The angle of its tilt was actually exactly the same as when he had imitated it previously. Ha! Without any hesitation, he let out a stern cry in his heart. The dou qi within the vortex in Xiaoyan's body suddenly surged out wildly. His right hand held the huge ruler tightly as he exerted force with his right leg and transmitted it to his arm. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground and Xiaoyan's body rose into the air. The huge ruler in his hand was also swung out. As the ruler was swung out, a majestic ruler glow that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall suddenly shot out from the tip of the ruler and shot explosively toward the opposite side of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the expressions of old Luo and his grandson on the other side instantly changed. This was because the ruler glow was actually flying toward them without any deviation. Chapter 243. Qi. The sharp ruler glow carried a majestic aura that could cut through the heavens as it shot out. Wherever it passed, the flat empty space would be instantly torn apart by the strong wind that it carried. The powerful aura caused even old Luo, who were facing it, to be extremely shocked. This kind of frightening might had already exceeded the category of an ordinary Do technique. Moreover, to be able to be used by a bandit with all his strength while carrying such a frightening might, this ruler of Xiaoyan's was likely comparable to a human-class Do technique. Old Luo's heart could not help but be extremely shocked when he thought of this. He had only entered the realm for a couple of hours, and had already created such a frightening Do technique. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the scene would be if Xiaoyan had entered the realm for a little longer. At this moment, Luo Jin's eyes were staring intently at the majestic ruler glow that was flying toward him. A fiery hot fighting intent that soared to the sky was emitted from deep within his eyes. The Do Qi in his body was also swiftly rising at this moment. Honestly speaking, although Luo Jin had quite an understanding of Xiaoyan's strength, the two of them had never had the chance to fight due to their own matters. Hence, this rainbow-like ruler glow in front of him had aroused the fiery hot fighting intent that Luo Jin had been anticipating in his heart. With Luo Jin's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the strength contained in this ruler glow was definitely not inferior to a human-class Do technique. This also caused him to be extremely excited. Luo Jin flipped his hand and a glow suddenly appeared in his palm. A sleek white-colored jade whisk fan appeared. Luo Jin waved his hand and the jade whisk fan emitted a schwa sound as it opened. Immediately, his gaze looked at the majestic ruler glow that was heading toward him. Luo Jin was just about to attack. However, just as the Do Qi in his body was about to move, the expression on Luo Jin's face involuntarily stiffened because of the scene in front of him. He clearly saw that there was actually a partially visible crimson blurry human figure within the ruler glow. The human figure held an enormous ruler and raised it high, preparing to unleash an even more frightening destructive force the instant it collided with Luo Jin. This is... When he saw this scene, Luo Jin's heart shook violently. The shock in his heart was self-evident. No matter what, he never imagined that this majestic ruler light was actually even more terrifying than what he had seen and imagined. Originally, he thought that this ruler glow was not inferior to a human tier Do technique in terms of strength. However, looking at the blurry human figure, it was clearly a manifestation of a Do technique that had transformed into a spirit. A Do technique transforming into a spirit. A true human-class Do technique. Just based on this point alone, the strength that this ruler glow would erupt with would definitely double. When he thought of this, Luo Jin couldn't help but recall the terrifying fire lotus that Xiaoyan had used back then. In addition to the fire lotus before him, it was hard to imagine that Xiaoyan, whose strength was only at the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor, had actually created 2 such powerful human-rank Do skills. This kid will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Old Luo by the side finally discovered the uniqueness of the ruler glow. While his heart was greatly shaken, he could not help but praise Xiaoyan once again. Haha, good. A Do technique transforming into a spirit, huh? Since this is the case, I will also go all out. Although his heart was extremely shocked by Xiaoyan's ruler glow, Luo Jin ultimately still laughed out loud. The jade whisking fan in his hand was suddenly waved. The Do Qi in his body also swiftly surged out and poured into the jade whisking fan in his hand. Following the pouring in of the Do Qi, numerous mysterious green-colored symbols gradually surfaced on the originally flat and unadorned fan, causing this jade whisking fan to emit an extremely mysterious feeling at this moment. Cool wind painting transforming into a form. Using the wind as a blade, cool wind slash. Luo Jin's tiger body shook as he slowly raised his right arm. Faint green-colored do qi drifted out as the jade fan was waved. In the next instant, a sharp glint suddenly shot out from Luo Jin's eyes when the majestic ruler glow attacked. A sharp cry that shook the sky was emitted from his mouth. His right arm was suddenly waved and his wrist tilted slightly. A sharp whistling sound of wind was emitted. The jade fan drew across the empty air, and a green-colored long rainbow that similarly spanned across the sky swept out and attacked the incoming ruler glow with a bang. Ha 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 ha, this clear wind chop of mine is also at the peak of the D-class do techniques. It can be said to be one of my few trump cards. Today let me see whether Brother Yan Zhao's ruler glow is stronger or my clear wind chop is better. Since Xiao Yan had already made his move, Luo Jin also knew that Xiao Yan had definitely recovered his consciousness. Next, it would be the true fight between him and Xiao Yan. Bang! These two do skills were indeed worthy of being the peak of the human rank do skills. They had just made contact when the frightening do qi that was contained within them immediately swept out. The collision of the two kinds of destructive forces caused the empty space within a 50-kilometer radius to suddenly shatter. If it was not forcefully stopped, it was likely that the entire ginseng spirit world would be affected. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He had focused all his attention on the fight, and had forgotten that he was in the ginseng spirit world. Once those storms swept out, it was likely that the ginseng spirit world would suffer quite a great loss. Cuckoo, relax and go. Leave these matters to the old me. There is no need to alarm the other ginseng spirit tribe members about the small fights between you younger generation. At this moment, Luo Ao's faint laughter was transmitted over in a faint manner. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and an invisible pressure swiftly swept out. It forcefully stopped the do qi storm when it swept out. At Luo Ao's level, he was already so powerful just by relying on his pressure. He was actually able to use his pressure to forcefully stop do qi. This move caused Xiao Yan to be extremely shocked in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to solidify a place with a flick of his finger when he reached that level. With Luo Ao's attack, the storm was naturally unable to continue spreading. The empty space where Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were located had completely become their dual stage. In an instant, it attracted quite a number of ginseng spirit tribe members who flew over to observe the fight. When the first ruler glow scattered, Luo Jin's clear wind chop had also been completely digested. The two of them could be considered to be evenly matched in this first exchange. Haha, it is indeed worthy of being a do skill that has been comprehended after advancing. Such strength is indeed extraordinary. It is fortunate that I have already practiced this clear wind chop to the point of perfection. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for me to match it. At this moment, the difference between a self-created do skill and an obtained do skill was displayed. Although Xiao Yan was also relying on his state in order to unleash the strength of this ruler to the greatest extent, he was able to match Luo Jin's clear wind chop, which had been practiced to the point of perfection. This was indeed a clear advantage. If Xiao Yan were to further practice this ruler in the future, it was likely that Luo Jin's clear wind chop would no longer be a match for him. In the face of the strength displayed by this ruler, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. However, as he knit his brows, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. This was because he could clearly sense that there were still continuous moves after that one ruler attack. However, because the ruler attack just now was merely an experiment, Xiao Yan did not use all of them. It was just that he did not know just how strong the continuous moves would be after that one ruler attack. Chapter 244. Haha, Brother Yin Xiao, what are you thinking about? During a fight, you must not be distracted. Sensing the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes, Luo Jin laughed loudly, pulling Xiao Yan, who was considering whether to try a combo attack, back to reality. Xiao Yan also laughed heartily when he heard this. He knew that Luo Jin would definitely not hold back against him today. Since this was the case, he could let go of his courage and give it a try. It was also a good opportunity to see what great benefits Xiao Yan had gained from entering the state of mind this time around. Haha, good. Since this is the case, Brother Luo Jin, just give it your all. I also want to see just how powerful this do technique that I have just comprehended is. Faced with Luo Jin's reminder, Xiao Yan also laughed heartily. With a twist of his wrist, The enormous black ruler with an imposing aura spun agilely in Xiao Yan's palm like a long spear. Finally, Xiao Yan's palm exerted a little force, and the enormous ruler was easily inserted into a crack on the ground at an angle. From the looks of it, this was a demonstration of strength. However, Luo Jin became increasingly excited because of this. At the same time, he did not dare to be careless in his heart. From the looks of Xiao Yan's ruler just now, it was impossible for him to defeat Xiao Yan in terms of do techniques if he did not take out a truly powerful technique. Since this was the case, haha, brother Yin Xiao, I'm coming. With a loud laugh, a graceful do chi light pillar immediately shot out from Luo Jin's eyes toward Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan once again laughed heartily. He took half a step back and withdrew his right hand to his waist. His palm was flat and a flame-like do chi surged out and covered the surface of his palm. Yellow spring palm. Both of Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the do chi light pillar that was shooting toward him. The strength in his palm also became increasingly agglomerated. The moment the do chi light pillar attacked, his muscular body suddenly moved violently and his palm violently met the light pillar. Bang! However, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened the next moment. That do chi light pillar, which was filled with an imposing aura, was easily shattered by his yellow spring palm. This seemingly aggressive fighting aura beam was actually just a cover. Haha, brother Yin Xiao, over here. The instant Xiao Yan paused, Luo Jin's laughter sounded from the side of Xiao Yan's body. From the sound of his voice, it seemed like Luo Jin was quite satisfied with his move. Without any hesitation, Luo Jin threw a palm at Xiao Yan as he spat out the words from his mouth. Even though he was surprised, Xiao Yan was after all someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He was not the slightest bit afraid. His body suddenly shook, and all the strength in his body gathered on his left shoulder that was close to Luo Jin's side. Do chi violently surged. With a low shout in his heart, he used his left shoulder to meet Luo Jin's palm that was smashing towards him. Octane Blast. The Octane Blast was Xiao Yan's first Xian class do technique. Although its tier was not high, its advantage was that it was extremely overbearing. After so many years of practice, Xiao Yan's control of the Octane Blast was extremely smooth. Now that Xiao Yan used it once again, as long as he was willing, he could casually use the Octane Blast from every part of his body. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's current strength, the strength of the Octane Blast when he used it again was definitely not inferior to a Tian class do technique. Back then, Yao Lao had told Xiao Yan that the Octane Blast could be comparable to a D-class do technique when practiced to its limit. However, now, Xiao Yan had used his own absolute strength to suppress this limit, allowing the Octane Blast to successfully enter a new level. Under Xiao Yan's repeated immersion, perhaps there would be a time when the Octane Blast in his hand could once again be upgraded and become a true D-class, or even Tian class do technique. Bang! When the two came into contact, the clothes on Xiao Yan's body were as hard as steel. Luo Jin's face was also filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. Since when could the shoulders be used to display do techniques? The group of Spirit Ginseng tribe members who were watching the fight from outside were similarly shocked in their hearts. These Spirit Ginseng tribe members whose strength had reached the Ban D class or higher were also extremely shocked by Xiao Yan's actions at this moment. They were all practitioners, but they did not know that one could actually use these parts of the body to display do techniques. This is too unbelievable. The shoulders can actually release do techniques. How is this possible? That's right. How is this possible? In history, I don't think I have ever heard of such a method of releasing do techniques. Shocked and incredulous words spread around the periphery of this space. When these words entered Luo Jin's ears, the latter involuntarily let out a soft laugh. He laughed at the ignorance of the people who were speaking. Their weak strength and the seclusion of their tribe had caused them to know less and less about the control of their strength. If this continued, the Spirit Ginseng tribe would be annihilated before outsiders came to exterminate them. A do technique is just a way for a practitioner to release their own strength. The reason why most practitioners inject their own do chi or genesis chi into their limbs and weapons is because they are already used to that kind of fighting style. But a do technique is ultimately a do technique. As long as one is willing, it doesn't matter where one can release the do technique. What is important is the degree of mastery of the Do technique. After a sneer, Luo Jin's explanation instantly silenced the disbelieving spirit ginseng tribe members. In this place, besides Patriarch Qingmu, Luo Jin was the most authoritative person. His words were indisputable. This was also Qingmu's order. The two similarly strong Do techniques were in a stalemate for a couple of minutes before Xiao Yan's steel-like black-colored clothes actually split apart and formed a crack line that appeared like an explosion. In comparison, Luo Jin's Do technique was indeed a little stronger. It was no wonder that it was like this. When Luo Jin saw this, a smile involuntarily rose from the corners of his mouth. But when he looked at Xiao Yan, he found that Xiao Yan was also looking at him with a smile. With a blank expression, Luo Jin also felt that something was not quite right. However, when he focused his attention and looked over, Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly emitted a heaven-shaking explosive cry. His tiger body suddenly shook and a wild and ferocious huge force shook Luo Jin's body a few steps back. At the same time, Xiao Yan's mouth let out an explosive cry. Octane blast. Explode. Luo Jin's expression instantly changed. Under Xiao Yan's ingenious control, Luo Jin hadn't discovered the 8 layers of hidden force of the octane blast in time. At this moment, the hidden force had already entered his body. If he tried to break it now, he would be in a mess again. While Luo Jin was busy breaking the 8 layers of hidden force in his body, Xiao Yan laughed loudly. He unceremoniously swung the black heavy Xian ruler by his side. At the same time that Luo Jin broke the hidden force in his body, he used the huge ruler's wide body to viciously slap Luo Jin. The faces of the spirit participating tribe members outside the battleground also revealed a sour expression. They stared intently at the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand as he violently swung it. If Xiao Yan had used a Do technique on top of this ruler, the explosive force would naturally be enough to cause Luo Jin to be seriously injured. However, Xiao Yan only did this for the sake of satisfying himself. He only used brute force to send Luo Jin flying. With the latter's physical body, he naturally wouldn't suffer any fatal injuries. At the very most, he would only suffer some physical pain. Brother Luo Jin? Yes. Luo Jin had just broken the terrifying hidden force in his body, and had yet to recover when Xiao Yan's faint laughter was transmitted over. This also caused Luo Jin to reflexively raise his head and let out a soft yes. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan carried an evil smile on his face. That terrifying huge black ruler also faced Luo Jin's delicate and handsome face. Luo Jin felt a chill on his back. At this moment he suddenly recovered. However, it was already too late. Ugh, it's over. The moment he saw the huge black ruler, Luo Jin helplessly said in his heart, knowing that he couldn't dodge. Chapter 245. Bang. A bang sounded. Under everyone's gazes, Luo Jin's body was like a soccer ball as it drew a parabola in the air. After which, it violently smashed into the peak of a mountain, and was deeply embedded within it. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's right leg abruptly took half a step back. The empty space under his feet instantly collapsed. With a twist of his wrist, the heavy Xian ruler was placed diagonally behind his back. At this moment, his bright eyes were slowly shut as he focused his mind. Xiao Yan did his best to think about the set of Do techniques that he had comprehended in the state of mind earlier. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the state of mind had yet to completely disperse to use it once again with all his strength. This time around, he wanted to use all of the subsequent moves after the one ruler. At the same time, he wanted to see just what kind of strength this Do technique, which relied on the state of mind to comprehend, had when used with all his strength. Ha! This is a duel we agreed on. Why are you slapping my face? With an explosive cry, Luo Jin flew out from the pile of rock fragments. Other than appearing to be in a slightly miserable state, Luo Jin did not suffer any substantial injuries. Therefore, the moment he came out, he could not help but point at Xiao Yan's nose and angrily shout loudly. At this moment, Xiao Yan was completely immersed in his mind. Only his spiritual strength was spreading throughout the entire space. The aura on the heavy Xian ruler also gradually rose. The mysterious symbols on the body of the huge black ruler were also filled with a crimson-red flame-like Do Qi. A wild and violent destructive force was slowly agglomerating within the huge ruler. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin immediately let go of the joking thoughts in his heart. Xiao Yan's current appearance clearly indicated that he was going to use the Do technique from before. The first time he used it, Xiao Yan was only limited to a short span of a few breaths. Logically speaking, it was a little rushed. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was immersed in it. If he were to use all of his strength again, the strength would likely be even more terrifying than before. In this way, Luo Jin did not have any extra time to imagine how strong the Do technique would be. A certain amount of time was needed to use a human-ranked Do technique. This was the case for Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. Since his clear wind chop was able to cancel out the previous strike, it should be able to do the same this time. Facing the Do technique that Xiao Yan was about to use, Luo Jin's heart was much calmer with his first experience. After all, only unfamiliar things would cause uncertainty to arise in one's heart. With a wave of his hand, the whisking jade fan appeared, and a familiar scene appeared once more. The group of spirit participating clan members outside the arena also used various gazes to observe the two people in the arena. To the elite Do Di, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin in the arena could be considered dragons among men. Not only did they possess extraordinary strength, but the Do skills in their hands also caused these elite Do Di to covet them. Amidst the silence, Xiao Yan, who had been silent with his eyes closed, suddenly raised his head. The instant he opened his eyes, a bright light shot out, causing others to be unable to look directly at him. At the same time, Xiao Yan held the giant ruler in one hand and bent his right leg slightly as he stepped backward. He recalled the scene when the waves of trees swept over the sea of trees. Ha! With a thunder-like cry, Xiao Yan's body instantly shot out. At the same time, the giant ruler in his hand swept across the empty space in front of him. 100,000 feet majestic ruler glow instantly shot out from the tip of the ruler, forcefully tearing the surrounding empty space into pieces. It carried an unparalleled, terrifying force as it blasted toward Luo Jin. Feeling that the strength of the ruler glow was even more frightening than before, Luo Jin's heart involuntarily became solemn. As expected, under Xiao Yan's full strength, the strength of this Do technique had once again risen to another level. If he was unable to unleash the full strength of the clear wind chop, it was likely that Luo Jin would suffer quite a great loss when facing this ruler glow. Under his full strength, Luo Jin had also completely let go. He wildly poured the Do Qi in his body into the whisking jade fan in his hand. The green-colored Do Qi light illuminated the dark empty space. The surface of Luo Jin's body was also covered by a green light. Ha 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 ha, come brother Yin Xiao. Let me see just how terrifying this Do technique that you have comprehended with the help of the concept is under your full strength. As his voice sounded, Luo Jin's mouth suddenly emitted an explosive cry. He waved his hand and the closed whisking jade fan opened with a schwa sound. Green light shot out in all directions, painting with the clear wind taking form. Using the wind as a blade, clear wind chop. As the stern cry sounded, the whisking jade fan, which was already completely covered by the green light, instantly cut through the empty space. It carried a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. 100,000 feet green light was instantly formed. It expanded explosively against the wind and violently smashed toward the majestic ruler glow that was heading toward him. When the two came into contact, the scene that had appeared earlier was once again played out. Luo Jin observed the two energies that were mutually consuming each other in the arena. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of joy. However, before Luo Jin could rejoice, Xiao Yan on the other side once again let out a shocking furious cry from his mouth. He once again waved the giant ruler in his hand. Qi! At this moment, not only Luo Jin, but many of the Ban Di and Do Di experts outside of the arena, even old Luo, had eyes that were filled with shock as they watched the scene in the arena. Within a short few minutes, Xiao Yan had actually once again displayed that ruler technique Do technique. That's right. As Xiao Yan's giant ruler swept across the empty space, another majestic ruler glow that did not lose to the former shot out. It instantly caught up with the former, and merged with the first ruler glow. Buzz buzz buzz. The fire-like bright red Do Qi dyed the empty space. The 100,000 feet long ruler glow suddenly brightened greatly. The aura on it also followed the trend and soared. Within a couple of breaths, it had suppressed the might of the clear wind chop. This Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone outside of the arena changed once again. It was one thing to consecutively display two human-class Do techniques, but why was this Do technique merged? Old Luo's eyesight was naturally not something that an ordinary person could compare with. The moment he saw the ruler glow, he had already made his own judgment in his heart. At this moment, when he saw that the ruler glow that came after had actually merged perfectly with the former, he immediately understood in his heart that Xiao Yan's set of Do technique was not just a simple ruler. Instead, it had subsequent consecutive moves, one ruler after another, wave after wave. The final superimposed result would likely be even more terrifying than he had imagined. This time around, Luo Jin was indeed a little too careless. This set of Do technique of Xiao Yan was really not easy to deal with. At this moment, the only thing that he could hope for in his heart was that this Do technique could only be used for one ruler. If that was the case, it was not impossible for Luo Jin to receive it. However, if not, it was likely that not only would he have to exhaust all of his tricks, he would also exhaust quite a lot of his own Do Qi. Bang! There was not much time left for Luo Jin. In merely a moment, the clear wind chop was finally forcefully shattered by the ruler glow that still had an incomparably powerful aura under its tenacious resistance. Seeing this, Luo Jin's heart was immediately slightly startled. He kept the jade fan into his storage ring with one hand, and the seals in his hand swiftly changed. The Do Qi in his body also crazily surged into his palm. When the ruler glow attacked, a bright green light also shone from Luo Jin's palm. The strength of this attack from Luo Jin was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the clear wind chop. Moreover, if one were to carefully observe it, it was likely that this attack was even stronger than the clear wind chop. This was one of the many trump cards that Luo Jin possessed. Whenever he used it, he had always been successful. He believed that if he were to use it today, it would definitely not disappoint him. Ha! A palm was thrown out and a crystal-like green palm fell from Luo Jin's hand and blasted explosively toward the majestic ruler glow. The crystal palm flew in the empty air. The originally quiet surroundings suddenly became a blowing hurricane. The crystal palm faced the hurricane and grew rapidly. By the time it arrived in front of the ruler glow, the crystal palm was already 100,000 feet in size. Bang! This time around, when the two collided, an intense collision sound suddenly reverberated throughout the area. An ear-piercing sonic boom repeatedly sounded like firecrackers. If it were not for old Luo's barrier, it was likely that the spirit participant tribe members outside of the arena would have been affected. This crystal palm was indeed worthy of being one of Luo Jin's trump cards. In an instant, it was actually able to fight the ruler glow to a draw. It was difficult to determine the victor. Ha! Another explosive cry sounded. Luo Jin was suppressed by this sound until the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched intensely. It was really the case that whatever he was afraid of would happen. Earlier, he was still rejoicing in his heart that the chain attack was only 1 foot long. This time around he was shocked. This monster. At the same time that his heart was greatly shaken, Luo Jin's heart was also bitterly laughing as he cursed. However, he did not dare to be careless in his heart. A human-class Do technique was not ordinary. Even he could not use it multiple times. Luo Jin only hoped that Xiao Yan would stop while he was ahead. After all, even if it was a chain attack, the exhaustion of Do Qi would be extremely frightening. There was no reason for Xiao Yan to exhaust so much Do Qi just for a momentary victory. Ha! Qi! 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 After 5 feet, Xiao Yan finally stopped with a pale face. It was not that he wanted to stop. Xiao Yan wanted to know where the end of this ruler technique was. However, after the 7th foot, Xiao Yan was unable to swing it even if he wanted to. This was because at this time, the Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body had been completely exhausted. It was obviously impossible for him to swing the 8th foot. Moreover, Xiao Yan also faintly sensed that even if he had sufficient Do Qi, he would not be able to swing the 8th foot. After the 7th foot, Xiao Yan actually forgot how to swing the huge ruler in an instant. That strange feeling also abruptly disappeared from Xiao Yan's body. The concept had completely disappeared. Xiao Yan also felt a trace of something else at the end. After the 7th foot, there seemed to be a barrier. It was because of this that Xiao Yan was unable to continue comprehending the 8th foot. In other words, this ruler technique can at the very most be swung 7 feet? Xiaoyan quietly thought in his heart. Guyu did not reply. The result could only wait for Xiaoyan to confirm it himself. On the other side, Luo Jin's heart had already completely given up on any resistance as he faced the 5 ruler lights that had merged once again. 7 ruler lights had been merged. This set of Do techniques was already the peak existence among the human class Do techniques. If it was mastered, it would likely be comparable to a Ling class Do technique. In the face of such a frightening Do technique, Luo Jin would have difficulty resisting it even if he used all of his trump cards. Hence, rather than making a pointless resistance, it would be more appropriate to hand this mess over to the powerful old Luo to deal with. Elder Luo helplessly smiled after noticing Luo Jin's gaze. His heart was aware of the strength of the ruler technique. He did not joke around. His body flashed and appeared in front of Luo Jin. An admiration flashed across Elder Luo's eyes as he faced the frightening ruler light that had shattered the crystal hand. The strength of this ruler technique was likely far from being as simple as a human class Do technique. If Xiaoyan were to properly practice it, it would definitely become a great trump card of Xiaoyan's in the future. Elder Luo raised his hand. His palm aimed at the majestic ruler light. A domineering aura that belonged to an expert quietly spread, causing the spirit participating tribe members to involuntarily reveal respectful eyes. Elder Luo only calmly raised his eyes when the ruler light approached him. Elder Luo displayed an indifferent attitude in the face of this frightening Do technique that could defeat any elite bandit below the 9-star level. Do Qi. This was something that he had practiced in his early years. If one were to talk about it, there was indeed a great distance between him and the current him. Stop. An extremely calm stop word appeared to have dominated this entire place. At this moment, it appeared as though time had stilled. Even the Do Qi that was circulating within the bodies of everyone present had stopped. The ruler light was naturally no exception. Elder Luo gently waved his hand. The Do Qi ruler light, which had already become unusually wild and violent, instantly hid its wild and violent aura. It turned into numerous bright red flowing lights that agglomerated into a cluster. Elder Luo gently waved his hand, and the pure Do Qi light cluster appeared to have found its owner. It rushed into the vortex within Xiaoyan's body in a flash. Xiaoyan's expression also swiftly turned around at this moment. This seemingly simple scene caused everyone present to feel shocked. Xiaoyan was also so shocked by this move of Elder Luo that he was unable to recover for a long while. Luo Jin looked at the ruler light that had disappeared. The anxiety in his heart also disappeared. Cuckoo, you little fellow, your luck is really good. You have profited from a disaster, and have actually comprehended such an extraordinary Do technique. Use it well. In the future, it will definitely become a great trump card for you. Elder Luo carelessly restored the dark empty space to its original state. His body moved and arrived in front of Xiaoyan as he smiled and spoke to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded. He was certain that this ruler technique that he had comprehended today would likely add firewood to Xiaoyan's overall strength in the future. Haha, that's right. This Do technique of Brother Yan Xiao is likely an invincible existence among the entire man-class Do techniques. If it were not for the fact that my weapon was not a huge ruler, I would definitely be curious about this level of Do technique. Luo Jin also walked forward. His tone similarly carried praise. He was the first to experience the strength of this ruler technique Do technique. No one could replace his judgment. Cuckoo, little fellow Yan Xiao, the old me can see that this ruler technique of yours has already been completed. Its strength is also quite extraordinary. Since this is the case and it is also a man-class Do technique, you should give it a name. Xiaoyan nodded. He understood in his heart that this Do technique was created by him when he had advanced to the Do realm. He had once used a ruler to shatter the empty space and break the horizon. Its strength could be said to be breaking the sky. It was also divided into 7 feet. Xiaoyan immediately had a name in his heart. Cuckoo, I have thought it through. Since this ruler technique is divided into 7 feet, then I will call it the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Chapter 246. Unknowingly, Xiaoyan had already been in the ginseng spiritual world for 10 days. In the outside world, Xiaoyan, the champion of this year's alchemist conference and the rank 2 alchemist who had refined an emperor-grade complete pill, had completely disappeared for 10 days after the alchemist conference. Many forces in the ancient wilderness city were incomparably shocked by this. A living person, a dignified half-emperor expert, had actually quietly disappeared after the alchemist conference. This was enough to attract the attention of these people. During these 10 days, those various clans and factions who had originally come to visit Xiao Yan were finally unable to endure any longer. They either took the initiative to give up or felt that Xiao Yan was purposely being arrogant. Hence, they left one after another. The Alchemist Guild also didn't give any explanation. This was because they didn't know where Xiao Yan had gone after leaving. Furthermore, no one in the ancient wilderness had seen Xiao Yan leave the city. Those who knew that Xiao Yan had the Lightning Void Pool invitation in his hands also had some guesses in their hearts. The Lightning Void Pool wasn't an ordinary cultivation material. It was a creation of heaven and earth that could rapidly increase the strength of a half-emperor expert. Given Xiao Yan's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up on it. Even if he left the city, Xiao Yan would definitely return within 2 months. Of course, there were also many people who cast doubtful gazes at the Union Pavilion. They still remembered that during the Alchemist Conference, Elder Xian had represented the Union Pavilion to speak up for Xiao Yan. Given Xiao Yan's cultivation talent, perhaps he really would be valued by the Union Pavilion. Perhaps Xiao Yan was currently in the Union Pavilion. Unfortunately, even though everyone had their own thoughts, what kind of power was the Union Pavilion? Not only in the ancient wilderness city, but even in the entire southern region, there were many people who were afraid of it. If they wanted to find someone, they absolutely couldn't go to the Union Pavilion. Even if Xiao Yan was indeed inside, they absolutely couldn't go there. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Union Pavilion's deterrence was in the southern region. At this moment, there were a couple of human figures wearing embroidered robes seated around a table in a certain remote and quiet house within the savage ancient city that was covered in dust. These few people were none other than MOD and the others who had fled in a panic during the Alchemist Grand Meeting. However, at this moment, other than MOD, Yanbing and Old Weirdo Who, there was another completely unfamiliar person present. Humph! That little bastard is actually so cowardly. In order to hide from us, he actually went missing again. MOD's eyes were dark. A fury immediately rose in his heart when he thought of Xiao Yan. The reputation that he had accumulated over many years had been snatched away by a member of the younger generation. The things that Xiao Yan had obtained should belong to him. Hiding from us? By him. It. Yanbing's eyes narrowed. Her ice-cold gaze caused the few people in the room to feel a chill rise from their backs. Old Freak, whose eyes flickered slightly. He took a glance at the 3 people sitting before him. However, he was well-behaved and did not say anything. Although that guy who came later was not as strong as him, he was still a peak late-stage half-martial emperor expert. At this moment, MOD appeared to be following Yanbing's lead. Old Freak, who was the weakest person in this group. Thus, he naturally had to be extremely careful. Hearing Yanbing's words, MOD frowned. In his heart, he thought that Yanbing was trying to boost the morale of others and diminish her own prestige. With Yanbing's peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor strength, how could she be afraid of a lifeless puppet? As for Elder Xian, she could just hand him over to Old Monster Who. There was no need to fight to the death. As long as she could delay him and give Yanbing enough time, it would be enough. Elder Yanbing, this, humph. Do you think that Gu Li and Qi Lin are just decorations? The 2 of them have been brothers for many years. Their cooperation is very good. If the 2 of them were to join hands, even I would have to expend a lot of effort. How could you possibly kill Yan Xiao with just these people? Those words were like a basin of cold water that was directly poured over MOD's head. The anger that had just risen in his heart was instantly extinguished. Seeing this, that 7-star half-martial emperor knew that Yanbing was extremely dissatisfied with this MOD. If it wasn't for him, Yanbing wouldn't have gotten into a relationship with Xiao Yan and wouldn't have gotten into trouble with that Zhou Tai. Seeing that Yanbing was angry, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "In that case, where exactly did this Yan Xiao go?" To be able to disappear from the ancient savage city without a trace is something that is impossible. There are many half-martial emperors in the city. Even the slightest fluctuation of Doqi would be discovered by them. Furthermore, that Yan Xiao is an alchemist. The Doqi within his body is even more explosive. Once he makes any movement, he will definitely be discovered. Only after hearing those words did Yanbing suppress the anger in her heart. Her eyes narrowed and she fiercely poured a mouthful of tea into her cup. Immediately after, she clenched her hand and the jade teacup instantly turned into powder. The powder drifted down from between her fingers. No matter where he is right now, we only need to wait for him in the lightning pool. I don't believe that the group from the Yunin Pavilion will still send people in to protect him. Haha, that's true. As long as we wait until Brother Zhang Hao successfully breaks through to the 8-star half-martial emperor realm, we will immediately go and find them. At that time it will be the time of Yan Xiao and Gu Li's death. Old Freak who added with a smile that was not a smile. However, this caused an extremely cold glint to instantly flash through Yanbing's eyes. She glanced at the 7-star half-martial emperor called Zhang Hao. Then, she looked at Old Freak who and said with an extremely overbearing tone, "No. Wait until I break through to the 9-star half-martial emperor realm. I will personally kill the 3 of them." This cold shout caused MOD and Old Freak whose hearts to immediately freeze. The 2 of them faintly exchanged glances. Immediately after, they looked at Yanbing and fiercely nodded their heads. The instant Old Freak who nodded his head, a trace of cold sweat slowly dripped down from the hair on both sides of his face. On a mountain peak in the ginseng spiritual world, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly withdrew from his training state. The surging Doqi in his body was gradually suppressed. The whistling sound of wind around him also returned to calmness. At this moment, the sky had already turned dark. The sky gradually darkened. At the far end of one's line of sight, there were strands of golden-colored light that were reluctant to part. At this moment, the azure-blue sky was suffused with red light. The burning clouds were like raging flames as they hung in the sky. Xiao Yan's gaze was calm as he watched the golden-colored light. His gaze gradually turned into a focused one. The golden-colored light that was reflected from deep within his eyes transformed into a green-clothed absolute beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. It was Xiao Yan's wife, Sun Er. Xiao Yan gently raised his hand. Doqi emerged from his palm and gradually condensed in front of Xiao Yan. Sun Er and Kai Lin's equally gorgeous and exceptional appearance appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Sun Er, Kai Lin, I have unknowingly left the Doqi continent for a year. Have the both of you been well during these days that I was not around? Xiao Yan gently lifted his hand and gently rubbed the faces of the 2 illusionary beauties in front of him. It was as though they were right in front of him. Although being away from home for a year was not considered long for experts like them, the isolation of the continent had caused them to miss each other even more. Doqi Continent, Central Plains, within the territory of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. At this moment, a couple of human figures were standing in front of a vast lake. The one leading them was an extremely beautiful woman with an extremely cold demeanor. Beside her was a beauty that did not lose to the former. She was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Beside these 2 women, there was a tall and burly man standing upright. Thank you, Tribal Chief Yao Ming, for lending this 9 serene spring to me. The first to open her mouth was the leading beauty. The other woman beside her smiled and nodded in agreement after her words sounded. She threw a grateful look at Yao Ming. Aha, what is there to thank me for? It is merely a small matter. The yellow spring blood crystals in the 9 serene spring have all been collected. It is likely that my tribe will not need it for a long time. Since this is the case, I might as well do you a favor and lend it to Sister Kai Lin. Ha ha ha. This exceptional woman and the one beside her were surprisingly Kai Lin and Sun Er. Sun Er's eyes contained a worried expression as she looked at Kai Lin after the matter of the 9 serene spring was resolved. She frowned and said, Kai Lin, are you really planning to enter? I am worried. Kai Lin smiled warmly when she heard Sun Er's concerned words. She nodded and slowly extended her jade-like hand. She held Sun Er's soft and delicate hand. What is there to be worried about? I am merely going in to take a look. It will not be too late to tell me if anything happens. Moreover, with my current strength, I can go anywhere on the Dochi continent. It is merely a lake. I can just go in. There is nothing to be worried about. Kai Lin quickly opened her mouth after speaking. She seemed to have convinced Sun Er. Before Sun Er could open her mouth, Kai Lin laughed. Moreover, aren't you afraid that that fellow will forget about us after going to a new world? What will happen to us if he is unfaithful and finds another wife? If it is really possible, I will go over and keep an eye on him. Let's see if he dares to fool around. Kai Lin and Sun Er involuntarily laughed after these words were spoken, causing Yao Ming by the side to curl his mouth. The two women chatted and laughed as they gave some instructions. Although Sun Er was unwilling, Kai Lin insisted on doing so. Sun Er could not stop her even if she wanted to. Instead of feeling helpless and worried, it was better to pray for Kai Lin and hope that nothing would happen to her in the 9 serene spring. At the same time, Sun Er began to miss Xiao Yin amidst the laughter from earlier. She had nearly forgotten that Xiao Yin had left the Dochi continent for over a year with the flow of time. Her heart missed him even more when she thought of him now. She wished that she could immediately enter the mysterious tunnel from back then and head to where Xiao Yin was to search for Xiao Yan. Kai Lin's lovely body shook while Sun Er was absent-minded. Her gentle and pretty body instantly appeared on the surface of the lake. She glanced at Sun Er and Yao Ming on the shore. A grave expression was revealed on Kai Lin's pretty face. She did not know just what was at the bottom of the 9 serene spring. The reason why she wanted to go down was because she wanted to understand why the enormous 7-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe from back then ended up in such a state. Chapter 247. As time swiftly flowed by, Xiao Yan had unknowingly disappeared from the savage ancient city for half a month. Although Xiao Yan's concealment had stirred quite a great storm within the wasteland, this storm merely lasted for less than half a month before it was gradually suppressed by the increasing number of Band D experts within the ancient wasteland city. There would be new stories happening in the ancient city every day. Even though Xiao Yan was a genius and his alchemy skills were unprecedented in the ancient city, the stories of the ancient city would not stop for Xiao Yan alone. When some of the experts in the ancient city noticed the group of half-emperors swarming over, they could not help but be curious about who they were. However, they quickly reacted. Apart from the void lightning pool that only appeared once every 100 years, there was probably no other reason that could make so many half-step emperors swarm over here in the ancient savage city. At this moment, some of the old people in the city who knew about this matter suddenly realized that there was only 1.5 months left until the opening of the lightning pool. It was no wonder that these half-step emperors, who usually cultivated in seclusion, would all come to the wildlands. If nothing major happened, they wouldn't be in the mood to come here. It was already difficult for half-emperors, especially high-level half-emperors, to increase their strength at their current level. It was somewhat unrealistic to rely on heavenly treasures that could increase a half-emperor's strength. After all, this was the border of the continent, a barren land. How could there be any exceptional cultivation resources? Even if there were, they would have been taken by the powerful magical beasts long ago. How could it be so easy to snatch them from their hands? Rather than looking for trouble, it was better to cultivate peacefully. In comparison, this was the right way to go. But now, the void lightning pool was an anomaly among the numerous cultivation resources. In a short few days, almost 100 half-emperors had appeared in the ancient city. Such a huge lineup could be considered extremely powerful even in the entire southern region. Almost 100 half-emperors had gathered in the ancient city. For a time, the entire ancient city became extraordinarily lively. Everyone had naturally forgotten about the genius Xiao Yan. However, as more and more half-emperors appeared in the bustling ancient city, trouble arose in the ancient city. The strength of a half-step emperor was naturally undeniable. If 2 half-step emperors were to fight each other, it would be very difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Thus, generally speaking, even if there were conflicts between half-step emperors, they would try their best to avoid fighting each other. However, even though they were all half-emperors and were usually apprehensive of each other, the situation was different now. The opening of the void lightning pool was getting closer and closer. However, there were only a total of 30 lightning pool invitations. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. Currently, there were nearly 100 half-martial emperors in the ancient savage city. However, less than a third of them would be able to enter the lightning pool in the end. This result would cause most of the half-emperors to have wasted their trip. However, half-emperors were half-emperors. Which one of them did not have any pride in their hearts after reaching this level of cultivation? They had painstakingly made this trip for the sake of obtaining a lightning pool invitation. However, in the end, they had come for nothing. This was something that they could not accept. Thus, even if they were unable to enter the void lightning pool, these half-emperors would definitely not be willing to be spectators. As a result, the continuous battle in the savage ancient city officially unfolded in the void. This was not only for the sake of obtaining the qualifications to enter the void lightning pool. It was also to display the results of their cultivation. It could be considered as a form of showing off, a different kind of competition. President Gu Li and Qi Lin stood in the inner courtyard of the Alchemist Guild. The two of them raised their heads and looked at the battle in the sky where Do Qi surged. They could not help but sigh softly. Ugh, where exactly did that brat Yin Xiao go? The void lightning pool is about to open, but he just had to go missing at this time. Gu Li could not help but shake his head when he thought of Xiao Yan. He was also very curious about Xiao Yan's whereabouts. After Xiao Yan left the Alchemist Association that day, he appeared to have completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Not even a trace of his aura was left behind. This appeared incomparably strange. Qi Lin also frowned slightly when he heard this. He was extremely worried for Xiao Yan. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. Gu Li, do you think that Yin Xiao would have been by MOD? Before he finished speaking, Gu Li waved his hand gently and shook his head once again. He said, impossible. Back then, Zhou Tai was still in the ancient city and they had fled miserably. They clearly knew how powerful Zhou Tai was and would definitely not rashly attack Yin Xiao. Yan Bing was very clear about this point. Once he was discovered, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Now all we can do is to wait and see. Perhaps, while we are worried about Yin Xiao, he might be sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger from afar. Gu Li's old eyes narrowed as he pondered in his heart. He once again looked at the increasingly fiery battle circle in the sky, and quietly said in his heart, after all, wasn't he also like this the last time? Ginseng spirit whirled on the mountain peak. Xiao Yan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyelids trembled slightly as he exited his cultivation state. He turned his head and saw old Luo's figure slowly walking over from a short distance behind him. Luo Jin, who was following beside him, had already left the ginseng spirit world. Xiao Yan swiftly stood up and respectfully bowed when he saw the person who had arrived. Although he was already familiar with old Luo, an elder was still an elder and a senior was still a senior. In terms of etiquette, Xiao Yan would rarely be inferior to others. Of course, that was built on the basis of mutual respect between both parties. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If you respect me, I will return you 10 times over. This was Xiao Yan's principle all along. Old Luo smiled and nodded as a return of the greeting. Compared to Xiao Yan, old Luo was extremely casual. Etiquette was just a superficial act to him. However, he was quite satisfied with Xiao Yan's attitude. Haha, if there is nothing else, this old man will not bother to disturb your cultivation. However, I'm afraid that you will have to leave now. Old Luo walked in front of Xiao Yan and said with a smile. Hearing old Luo's words, Xiao Yan was immediately stunned. Did these words mean that he wanted to chase him away? However, old Luo was not that kind of person. Could it be that he was from the ginseng spirit race? Xiao Yan frowned and did not know what to think. He even suspected that the person was from the ginseng spirit tribe. Haha, don't think too much. The ginseng spirit tribe is not an ungrateful tribe. The reason why I want you to leave is that someone has come looking for you. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be looking for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and could not help but be slightly surprised. Looking for him? Outside of the ginseng spirit tribe, Xiao Yan had never mentioned to anyone that he had come to the ginseng spirit world. How could anyone know that he was here? However, judging from the smile on old Luo's face, the person who was looking for him should not be looking for trouble. In that case, he might as well ask him how he knew that he was here. Chapter 248. Hum. As a circular invisible energy ripple spread apart, a delicate and handsome young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from a small courtyard in the southern part of the city, which appeared to be extremely dilapidated. At this moment, a figure was pacing back and forth in front of the entrance of the courtyard. He was hesitating whether he should enter or not. Everyone in the wildlands knew that this small courtyard was the residence of the expert called Elder Luo. Today he had come here to confirm the guess in his heart. Yan Xiao had been missing for half a month. During this half a month, the power structure in the wildlands' ancient city had been constantly changing. Half-martial emperors had gathered in the wildlands, causing the strength of the half-martial emperors in the wildlands' ancient city to continuously increase. Normally, a 3-star half-martial emperor would be able to control a force. However, at this moment, they were insignificant among the half-martial emperors. At this moment, an unknown person had spread the news that besides Yan Xiao, who had already disappeared, there was actually a 3-star half-martial emperor in the wildlands' ancient city, who possessed the Void Lightning Pool invitation. When this news spread, the half-martial emperors in the wildlands' ancient city instantly went crazy. Their bloody eyes, which were filled with greed, scanned every 3-star half-martial emperor. It was as if they wanted to see through their bones. Coincidentally, just as everyone was searching for that 3-star half-martial emperor, the news that came from an unknown place had once again spread wildly. This time, everyone's gazes were focused on Qin Zhong, who was familiar with Xiao Yan. That's right. At this moment, the person standing in front of the small courtyard was Qin Zhong. Currently, the Void Lightning Pool invitation was like a hot potato. Whoever obtained it would become the target of everyone. Other than those high-level half-martial emperors, the only person in the wildlands' ancient city that everyone knew was Qin Zhong, who possessed the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Therefore, in the past few days, the entire wildlands' ancient city had been in an uproar because of Qin Zhong. All those below 7-star half-martial emperors were frantically searching for Qin Zhong. If Qin Zhong did not know his own limits and knew that it was difficult for him to protect the Void Lightning Pool invitation with his current strength, he would have hidden himself long ago before the news spread. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to appear here. Standing outside the entryway, Qin Zhong was full of hesitation. There was both hope and worry in his heart. In fact, Qin Zhong did not know that Xiao Yan was at Elder Luo's place. This time, he was only trying his luck. He hoped to find Xiao Yan, but he did not want Xiao Yan to be his protector. Before this, Qin Zhong had secretly gone to the Alchemist Guild. He was now the target of public criticism. Everyone wanted to get the Void Lightning Pool invitation from him. Naturally, they had to be careful. Even the elders of the Alchemist Guild had to be on guard. After seeing Gu Li and Qi Lin, the two of them naturally knew about the relationship between Qin Zhong and Xiao Yan. Therefore, the two of them gave an honest answer regarding Xiao Yan's whereabouts. Although the answer was not satisfactory, Qin Zhong knew that they would not lie to him. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, the first place that Qin Zhong thought of was naturally what most people thought. Xiao Yan must be at the Yunin Pavilion. After all, everyone in the ancient wilderness city saw that Elder Xian stood up for Xiao Yan on behalf of the Yunin Pavilion that day. However, on second thought, Qin Zhong frowned. The Yunin Pavilion was bustling with business all day long, and there was no lack of half-emperor experts. If he went in, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Although the Yunin Pavilion had strict rules and absolutely prohibited fighting in it, even if his whereabouts were exposed, it would be a devastating blow to Qin Zhong. He was not at the Alchemist Guild, nor could he enter the Yunin Pavilion, nor could he leave the ancient wilderness city. Other than that, the only place that Xiao Yan could go was this quiet, dilapidated courtyard. Currently, this was the only place in the city that had any contact with Xiao Yan that ordinary people would not think of or dare to look for. Outside the entrance, Qin Zhong looked at the small courtyard in front of him nervously. Compared to looking for Xiao Yan, Elder Luo, who was in the courtyard, made him more nervous. Under such circumstances, the more hesitant a person was, the more nervous they would be. Ever since Qin Zhong had arrived, he had been standing in front of the entrance for nearly 2 hours. Needless to say, he was very nervous. At the moment, even his normal breathing had become rapid, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. In the courtyard, Xiaoyan came out of the ginseng spiritual world. His enormous soul power allowed him to immediately detect the person standing outside the entrance. I didn't expect it to be him. It seems like he came here with the intention of giving it a try. Is it because of Elder Luo that he hasn't come in yet? Xiaoyan muttered under his breath and shook his head with a smile. Elder Luo's deterrence in the ancient wilderness city was really terrifying. With Qin Zhong's strength as a 3-star half-martial emperor, he could be considered an expert in the ancient wilderness city. Now that he had revealed such an appearance, it really made people sigh. Xiaoyan lifted his feet and walked towards the outer courtyard. The wooden door between the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard was closed. Therefore, Qin Zhong could not see Xiaoyan. Moreover, this small courtyard was enveloped by Elder Luo's aura. It was even more impossible to investigate. Haha, what a coincidence. Isn't this the Qin clan's ancestor? Why, you have nowhere to hide from those half-martial emperors, so you came here to seek protection from Elder Luo? Oh right, that Yan Xiao is somewhat related to Elder Luo. However, Elder Luo is helping Yan Xiao, not you. Just as Xiaoyan arrived in front of the wooden door, and was about to open it and leave, Qin Zhong, who was outside the entrance, looked behind him with a surprised expression. There, an old man with a gloomy face was slowly walking over. Looking at the old man's aura, it was actually several times stronger than Qin Zhong's. He was obviously a 6-star half-martial emperor expert. When Xiaoyan heard that voice, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The hand that he was about to raise slowly lowered once again. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His soul power spread out and observed the situation outside the entrance. If I'm not wrong, the news that the void lightning pool is attached to my body was spread by you. Li Gan. Qin Zhong narrowed his eyes and ignored Li Gan's words. He stared at the figure that was slowly walking away and berated angrily. The person who had arrived was the ancestor of the Li clan from the ancient city of Wildlands, Li Gan. Kuka brother Qin Zhong, you can't put it this way. The void lightning pool invitation is something that can be obtained by those who are capable. It is ultimately useless for someone like you to hide. When the time is right, the lightning invitation in your hands will inevitably be snatched away. My actions are merely to let you know your own limits. Li Gan did not deny Qin Zhong's furious rebuke. His footsteps did not pause as he spoke and walked directly toward Qin Zhong. You have already expected that I would come here. Qin Zhong's face carried a cautious expression as he spoke angrily. The dou qi within his body had already spread throughout his entire body. He was prepared to deal with Li Gan at any moment. Cuckoo, after all, the only person you can rely on in this ancient city of Wildlands is Yan Xiao. You are willing to risk your life for him. He will naturally remember this favor in his heart. Now that he is nowhere to be found, it is only natural that you would come here. However, it seems that you have come a little earlier than I had expected. The corner of Li Gan's mouth was lifted into a dark and evil smile. Both of his eyes overflowed with a cold glint. Xiaoyan and MOD's group were locked in an intense battle. Since this was the case, he would allow them to fight. It would be best if both parties were injured. He, on the other hand, was only concerned about the void lightning pool. Humph! What a good scheme. Even if this is the case, Brother Yan Xiao will definitely find out if you dare to kill me in front of old Luo's eyes. Qin Zhong's face twitched continuously. Li Gan in front of him was really a vicious person. Li Gan merely smiled when he heard this. He lifted his eyes and said, "Who said that I want to kill you? I know that the outcome would be very troublesome. Therefore, I only want the void lightning pool invitation in your hands. That is enough." Qin Zhong's heart relaxed slightly. At the very least, Li Gan in front of him would not harm his life. However, he could not let his guard down. Humph! Even if you snatch the void lightning pool invitation from my hands, I'm afraid that you will not be able to protect it. Brother Qin Zhong, you don't have to worry about this. Qin Zhong wanted to stall for time, hoping that he would be able to think of a way to escape. The difference between a 3-star half-martial emperor and a 6-star half-martial emperor was too great. He absolutely could not face them head-on. However, Li Gan clearly did not want Qin Zhong to escape. Before his voice had even faded, Li Gan, who was only a few feet away from Qin Zhong, instantly moved and grabbed at Qin Zhong. Chapter 249. In the blink of an eye, Li Gan had arrived before Qin Zhong. A violent gale ruthlessly blew onto Qin Zhong's body, causing him to nearly suffocate. The oppressive might of a 6-star half-martial emperor completely poured onto Qin Zhong's body, causing him to be unable to move. Qin Zhong was unable to dodge this attack. As for Li Gan, he carried an incomparably frightening and vast aura as he ruthlessly grabbed at Qin Zhong's head. Although it was impossible for Li Gan to truly kill Qin Zhong, he was still confident in his ability to injure Qin Zhong. Even if Yan Xiao really came to find him, he would not be able to do anything to Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong knew that he was no match for the incoming attack. However, Li Gan had already arrived in front of him. The surging Do Qi caused Qin Zhong to feel as if there was a thorn in his back. At this moment, it was already too late to retreat. In the end, Qin Zhong was not a coward. He, who had a fiery temper, was afraid of Li Gan because of the difference in strength. However, since the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to go all out and fight. Perhaps there might be a slight chance of turning things around. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Qin Zhong tried, his strength was only that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Compared to Li Gan, there was a difference of 3 stars. To Qin Zhong, such a difference in strength could be said to be the gap between heaven and earth. Sure enough, in merely a single exchange, Qin Zhong was only able to endure for a few breaths of time before being defeated by Li Gan's mocking gaze. In this battle, Qin Zhong did not even have the opportunity to counterattack. It was hard to imagine that when Xiaoyan fought with Li Gan, he was actually able to force the latter to admit defeat. How frightening was Xiaoyan's strength. TSK. You cannot be distracted when fighting. Just as Qin Zhong was feeling astonished by Xiaoyan's strength, Li Gan's cold laughter quietly sounded beside his ear. Bang! Without waiting for Qin Zhong to react, Li Gan's leg, which was filled with explosive and frightening power, had already ruthlessly smashed into Qin Zhong's abdomen. Qin Zhong's body flew out uncontrollably and smashed into the door of the small courtyard. His chest puffed out and blood spurted out from his mouth, dyeing a large area of the void red. TSK. You're merely a 3-star half-martial emperor. Yet you're actually distracted while fighting against me. You're really looking down on me. Li Gan sneered and slowly walked towards Qin Zhong. Although the blow just now was not enough to seriously injure Qin Zhong, it was enough to make it difficult for him to resist. Bah! Haha, Li Gan. Do you know why I was distracted just now? In the face of Li Gan's sneer, Qin Zhong revealed a mocking expression and laughed instead. Li Gan frowned slightly. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Qin Zhong. A glint gathered in his eyes. He was already a little angry. Turbulent Do Qi slowly gathered in his palm under his sleeves. Ha. The reason why I was distracted just now was because I recalled the big battle between you and Yan Xiao. A 6-star half-martial emperor actually admitted defeat in front of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Ha. Li Gan was already unable to restrain his anger when these words left his mouth. His expression suddenly became gloomy. His body instantly moved and arrived in front of Qin Zhong, who had yet to stand up. He grabbed at Qin Zhong's neck. Bang! However, just as Qin Zhong was prepared to be brutally beaten up by Li Gan, who was in front of Qin Zhong, was suddenly sent flying. Like a cannonball, he violently smashed into the house. Yan Xiao, you're really here. Qin Zhong was immediately stunned when he saw the black-robed figure in front of him. Originally, he thought that he had merely fallen into Li Gan's trap. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan was actually here. In response, Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. He also did not expect that the reason why Qin Zhong would come here was actually because he had fallen into Li Gan's trap. However, this could be considered as trying to be clever and making a fool of himself. Qin Zhong had actually encountered such luck. Li Gan, I gave you a chance last time. Unexpectedly, you actually set your sights on me again. Turning his head, Xiaoyan looked at Li Gan, who had walked out from the ruins. His eyes were filled with ice-cold intent. Previously, because old Luo was present and there were many experts from the ancient city of Wildlands watching, he did not kill Li Gan. However, he did not expect that Li Gan would actually dare to attack the people around him. He truly lived up to the word Gan in his name. Taking the full brunt of the octane blast while being completely unprepared had caused Li Gan quite a bit of injury. The 8 layers of hidden force in particular had caused him a great deal of suffering. Even now, the qi and blood in his body were still churning. Just as he came out from the ruins and saw Xiao Yan, Li Gan's expression could not help but change. The gloomy expression on his face a moment ago instantly disappeared and was replaced by a deep seriousness. He naturally understood Xiao Yan's strength. If they were to really fight, given Xiao Yan's methods, if he were to use the heavenly flame wheel again, he would have no hope of surviving. Bastard! Why is this fellow really at old Luo's place? If I were to fight with him here, I would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Li Gan was secretly shocked. Even the simplest part of his muscles twitched intensely. He regretted inviting Qinzhong over for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. From the looks of it now, he was basically digging his own grave. There was naturally no need to say much about Xiao Yan's strength. Putting aside the fact that he had the Alchemist Association and the Yunin Pavilion behind him, just by relying on the Northern King alone, he could at least fight Li Gan to a draw. Additionally, Xiao Yan's frightening Do technique made it so that Li Gan had no chance of winning against Xiao Yan. Hence, since he could not win no matter what, the only thing he could do now was to run away. Thinking until this point, Li Gan could not help but narrow his eyes. A dark light flashed deep within his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was as though he had a plan in mind. Haha, so it is Brother Yin Xiao. Why is Qinzhong your friend? Facing Xiao Yan, Li Gan did not dare to be careless. Although Xiao Yan looked young, his strength had reached such a level. How could he be a fool? Hearing Li Gan feigning ignorance, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. However, his face revealed a trace of suspicion as he asked, "Oh? Why, Brother Qinzhong is my friend. This matter is now known by almost everyone in the entire ancient wild city. Does Sir Li Gan not know?" Hearing this, a strange expression immediately appeared on Li Gan's face. From the looks of it, it was as though he really did not know anything. So it's like this. Haha, Brother Yin Xiao may not know that I have been in seclusion in recent months. I only came out yesterday. I was anxious to find the Void Lightning Pool invitation. I heard rumors in the city that Brother Qinzhong has it, so I tried my best to find him and wanted to exchange it with something. I just didn't expect it to turn out like this. This is really a misunderstanding, haha. Hearing Li Gan's quibbling, Qinzhong suddenly became a little impatient. He was a hot-tempered person. He only restrained his temper when his strength reached the level of a half-emperor. But now this Li Gan was twisting the truth. How could he tolerate this? But just as Qinzhong was about to explode, Xiao Yan quietly sent a voice transmission to calm Qinzhong down. Oh, I want to see what tricks this Li Gan wants to play. After sneering in his heart, Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly and stared at Li Gan. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and he said, "Is it a misunderstanding?" "Is that so?" "It's a misunderstanding. But I heard it clearly when I was in the courtyard. It was you who forced Qinzhong to come here step by step for the Void Lightning Pool invitation in his hands. So, do you still want to explain?" Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the place instantly became dense. A fury also rose in Li Gan's heart. After speaking for so long, Xiao Yan in front of him had actually heard what he had said earlier. "Yin Xiao, you dare to trick me." Since he had already made himself clear, Li Gan did not continue to make up stories. He directly roared furiously at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan merely smiled coldly at this. He twisted his neck and met Li Gan's gaze. He coldly laughed and said, "Why, you don't plan to continue? Since this is the case, let me play with you. Coincidentally, I have recently practiced a kind of Do technique. I will use you to practice it." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan waved his large hand. A black light flashed and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his palm. His feet moved slightly and he instantly used the sky extinction step as he charged toward Li Gan. Chapter 250. Bang! Another violent explosion was heard. A figure was sent flying back uncontrollably. Soon after, he smashed heavily onto the ground. Blood was spurting out from his mouth unceasingly. He had practically entered a state of serious injury. Not far away from this person, Xiaoyan was slowly walking toward him. The enormous black ruler in his hand left a ruler mark several inches deep on the ground. Behind him, Qinzhong was following behind Xiaoyan with a stupefied expression. After witnessing Xiaoyan's violence, Qinzhong had already become completely numb to the scene before him. From the moment Xiaoyan started attacking, the 6-star half-martial emperor before him, the opponent that Qinzhong believed to be undefeatable, was now like a pile of mud before Xiaoyan. That 6-star half-martial emperor's strength was actually so wrong that he did not even have the slightest chance to counterattack before Xiaoyan. Qinzhong still remembered that when Xiaoyan had first arrived at the desolate land and fought against Li Gan, although he had ultimately defeated Li Gan, he had merely relied on his own movement skill and that frightening Do skill. Furthermore, it was old Luo's display of might in the end. At that time, Xiaoyan, if he were to go all out and not use that Do skill, would at the very most be able to fight Li Gan to a draw. Even if that was the case, the one who would suffer in the end would undoubtedly be Xiaoyan. After all, the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor not only represented one's own strength, the amount of Do Qi within one's body was also absolutely not something that a 3-star half-martial emperor like Xiaoyan could compare with. Yet now, in merely a few months' time, Xiaoyan's strength had become so powerful. Previously, he had only been able to fight Li Gan to a draw. Yet now he was able to easily take care of Li Gan. This enormous disparity in strength caused Qinzhong, the person who had witnessed it, to inevitably feel that it was unreal. However, no matter how much he couldn't believe it, it was the truth. Xiaoyan's growth was so fast that it was beyond his imagination. Even Elder Luo couldn't help but praise Xiaoyan. Of course, a 6-star half-martial emperor was a 6-star half-martial emperor. No matter what, his strength was still there for all to see. It would naturally not be easy for Xiaoyan to take care of him. However, no matter how Li Gan tried to counterattack, after being bombarded by Xiaoyan's heavy ruler repeatedly, it was all useless. The power of the 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler also gave Xiaoyan a clearer understanding. After all, he had fought with Luo Jin that day, and had held back no matter what. However, things were different today. Facing Li Gan, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit of burden in his heart. Instead, he was somewhat eager to give it a try. After continuously attacking for 3 feet, this 6-star half-martial emperor had consumed a lot of energy. 3 qi in a row, each qi was equivalent to a high human rank Do technique. Li Gan naturally couldn't withstand 3 qi cough. What Do technique is this? Under the rubble, Li Gan's body was still buried. He had yet to come out. Compared to this, he seemed to be more concerned about the Do technique that Xiaoyan had used earlier. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly. His footsteps paused for a moment, before he continued to walk forward. The hand that was holding the heavy profound ruler slowly increased its strength, and the huge ruler was lifted slightly. This is a Do technique that I have comprehended not long ago. I call it the 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. His gaze was fixed on the rubble, and a dark light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Under the rubble, Li Gan's sinister eyes suddenly shrunk. He was astonished by Xiaoyan's words. 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. Earlier, he seemed to have only used 3 qi. If he had used all of it, Li Gan was alarmed in his heart. He was afraid that Xiaoyan would use a few more qi on him. However, after a couple breaths of time, a ruthless expression flashed through Li Gan's eyes. His face under the rubble became somewhat gloomy and distorted. Yen Xiao. Xiaoyan paused his footsteps. At this moment, nearly a quarter of the Do Qi in his body had been used up. This was because he was currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have used up even more Do Qi. With a loud cry, the rubble in front of Xiaoyan suddenly exploded. The dust and debris were blocked by an invisible force a few feet away from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the dust, and saw that Li Gan had actually escaped. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. What was strange was not that Li Gan had escaped, but that he actually had the ability to escape. Li Gan did not have the time to react when the 3 feet of force smashed onto his body. If he had completely endured the 3 feet of force, it would have been impossible for him to speak in a relaxed and indifferent manner. This was what Xiaoyan suspected. Why, even if it was some kind of body refining technique, it would not have given him the ability to escape. Muttering softly, Xiaoyan did not bother about Qin Zhong at the side. He kept the dark heavy buster sword and instantly executed the sky extinction step. He quickly caught up with Li Gan, who was quickly escaping. He wanted to know why Li Gan was able to use his physical body to withstand the power of his 3 qi. Above the void, Xiaoyan stood not far in front of Li Gan. With Xiaoyan's speed, he could easily catch up with Li Gan, who was not in his peak condition at the moment. Seeing Xiaoyan again, Li Gan acted out of character. The grave expression on his face was completely swept away. Instead, he revealed an extremely evil smile. Xiaoyan frowned. What was this Li Gan trying to do? With his current condition, Xiaoyan could forcefully kill him in a few breaths if he attacked with all his strength. How did you do it? My 3 qi, each qi is equivalent to a high human level Do technique. With your strength, after you have endured all of it, it is impossible for you to stand up. Ignoring the evil smile on the corner of Li Gan's mouth, Xiaoyan went straight to the point and asked Li Gan the question in his heart. He did not believe that it was impossible for Li Gan to withstand it without the help of external objects. Hearing this, the evil smile on the corner of Li Gan's mouth became even more sinister. His dark old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. Do you really want to know? Speak. With a wave of his hand, the dark heavy buster sword appeared once again. Xiaoyan gave the most direct answer. TSK 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 TSK. With the strength of a 3-star half-emperor, you are actually able to comprehend a high human-level Do technique. Your talent is indeed extremely frightening. If you are allowed to successfully mature, there may be a place for you on this continent in the future. Li Gan laughed. It was unknown whether the meaning of his words was praise for Xiaoyan or some other meaning. As for me, the reason why I was able to block those 3 qi of yours. Li Gan's poisonous snake-like eyes stared at Xiaoyan. He slowly raised his hand. Light flickered on his palm, and a circular plate made of an unknown material appeared on his palm. Immediately after, Li Gan continued to speak. What I relied on was this formation plate. Once these words were spoken, Xiaoyan's eyebrows immediately twitched. He could not help but be slightly startled in his heart. Formation plate. This was something that was refined by a formation master. Xiaoyan still remembered that not long ago, he had killed a little fellow who practiced formation techniques. Now that he thought about it, that fellow seemed to be setting up some kind of formation technique at that time. As for the great star plate that Luo Jin had used back then, it was without a doubt a formation plate. However, at that time, Xiaoyan did not personally see Luo Jin use it. Thus he was naturally unaware. Formation plate, huh? Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. Chapter 251. So that's how it is. I never imagined that you would actually possess such a thing. After understanding the reason, Xiaoyan could not be bothered to speak any more nonsense with Li Gan. He tightened his grip on the heavy Xian buster sword, and was about to attack Li Gan. Given Xiaoyan's character, he would naturally not let someone like Li Gan off. After all, Li Gan had already attacked Qin Zhong while he was still in the wildlands. The reason why Li Gan did not kill Qin Zhong was because of Xiaoyan. However, once Xiaoyan left, Li Gan would definitely make things difficult for the clan behind Qin Zhong. Instead of entrusting Qin Zhong to the Alchemist Association at that time, it would be better to let Xiaoyan finish him off first. TSK TSK TSK. Yin Xiao, do you really think that I have spent such a great price to lure you here for? Just as Xiaoyan was about to attack, Li Gan had a cold smile on his face. His face was filled with an expression of victory, as if Xiaoyan had already fallen into a premeditated ambush. Xiaoyan could not help but feel an indescribable sense of danger in his heart when he heard these words. However, when Xiaoyan looked around, there were indeed quite a number of battlefields in the sky. Moreover, the people fighting were all half-emperor level experts. This indeed surprised Xiaoyan. During this half a month, he had indeed overlooked many things. However, This was not enough to cause Xiao Yan to feel threatened. Then, what did Li Gan's words mean? Could it be that this was just a pretense to stall for time? However, based on his many years of battle experience, Xiao Yan did not think that this was a pretense. After all, given Li Gan's current condition, if he could not immediately entrust the medicinal pill to him, even if he delayed for another day, the strength in his body would not improve much. Instead, it would worsen the strength of his organs because he delayed for more time. This kind of delaying tactic was not a wise choice. Given Li Gan's shrewdness, he was naturally aware of this point. TSK. Yan Xiao, do you know who is the most famous person in the Wildlands ancient city during this half a month? Seeing the doubtful expression that was revealed on Xiao Yan's face, Li Gan uttered a sentence in an unknown manner. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little stunned in his heart. From the meaning of his words, could it be that the person was him? That's right, it's you, Yan Xiao. Li Gan shouted loudly. This explosive shout was like a thunderbolt on a clear day, but it caused Xiao Yan's face. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian Buster sword, involuntarily. His hand, the heavy Xian ruler, and Xiao Yan's hand unconsciously. With a stern cry, Li Gan's voice spread over the entire sky of the ancient savage city. In an instant, a countless number of gazes that were filled with various emotions were shot over. The few battlegrounds that were in an intense battle also swiftly stopped. Gazes that were filled with greed paused on Li Gan for a moment, before immediately locking onto Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to be surrounded by countless invisible arrows. His usually calm and unchanging heart stirred up layers of huge waves at this moment. What is going on? Xiao Yan's heart did not know what to do in the face of these people's gazes. He did not even know why these people were staring at him. All he could see was that the feeling that Xiao Yan saw the most among these various gazes was actually greed. What's going on? Xiao Yan frowned deeply as he pondered. However, he was unable to think of a reason in his heart. He had never seen these fellows before, so how could they possibly target him? If it was just greed, then the only thing that could attract a half-emperor expert in the past month was the emperor-grade complete pill, the emperor tribulation pill that he had refined, and the void lightning pool invitation. It's the void lightning pool invitation. Xiao Yan immediately woke up when he thought of this. He immediately understood in his heart that the reason why these people were staring at him was because of the void lightning pool that was about to open. TSK. At this moment, Li Gan's sinister laughter rang out once again. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and frowned as he looked at Li Gan, who was opposite him. This fellow wanted to use this group of half-emperors' greed for the void lightning pool invitation to deal with him. This move could be said to be ruthless. Yan Xiao, do you know how many people have been anticipating your appearance over the past half a month? After all, you also have a void lightning pool invitation. Li Gan's voice was not soft when he spoke. Therefore, everyone in this area could hear him clearly. This also caused the half-emperors to become even more restless. Seeing that the void lightning pool invitation was right in front of their eyes, how could these half-emperors just sit back and do nothing? The weakest amongst them was a 4-star half-emperor. They were not the least bit afraid when facing a 3-star half-emperor like Xiao Yan. Although they had heard of Xiao Yan's battle achievements earlier, that was after all a one-on-one fight. Now there were dozens of half-emperors present. How could Xiao Yan deal with all of them together? Xiao Yan's frown involuntarily deepened when he saw the surrounding half-emperors becoming restless. His expression gradually became somewhat gloomy. A cold glint gathered within his eyes. A frightening spiritual pressure quietly spread at this moment, causing the expressions of the half-emperors to change. Li Gan, you are really scheming. You clearly know that you are no match for me. Therefore you came up with such a method to get them to act on your behalf. TSK. Everyone, you have heard it right. This is something that he has personally said. If there is anyone amongst you who is able to kill him, the void lightning pool invitation will belong to that person. I think that with everyone's strength, there is no need to fear Yan Xiao, right? Xiao Yan's cold words caused Li Gan to once again laugh coldly. Each of his words caused the sharpness in everyone's eyes to be directed at Xiao Yan. He naturally already had a place for the void lightning pool invitation. All he needed to do was to swiftly kill Qin Zhong with a lightning-like momentum while everyone was dealing with Xiao Yan. In this way, not only would he obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation, but Xiao Yan would also die. This kind of result was what Li Gan hoped to see in his heart. After Li Gan's words, the group of half-emperors immediately moved. They formed an encirclement and surrounded Xiao Yan in the middle. Their sharp gazes looked toward Xiao Yan. An invisible pressure covered the sky. Xiao Yan's face also revealed a grave expression at this moment. TSK 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 TSK. Everyone quickly attack together and kill Xiao Yan. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is in his storage ring. Apart from that, the D-grade Complete Emperor Tribulation Pill must also be in his storage ring. As long as we kill Yan Xiao, it will not only be the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Enough. Are you done yet? Before Li Gan's voice sounded, a half-emperor expert not far behind him cried out in an indifferent tone. This caused Li Gan's words to immediately become sluggish. Humph. Whether the Void Lightning Pool invitation is in his body or not has nothing to do with you. As for killing him, we have no enmity with him in the past. Why should we kill him? That's right. The reason why we are fighting is merely for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Why should we kill him? As for you, we heard it clearly earlier. You purposely lured Yan Xiao here, and wanted to use the Void Lightning Pool invitation to kill him. You are really bold. You actually dare to use us half-emperors as your tools. After the words of these two people sounded, the surrounding half-emperors immediately turned their gazes towards Li Gan. Their words were filled with disdain towards Li Gan. This caused Li Gan's face to turn green and white. For a moment he was speechless. It was difficult for him to refute. Xiao Yan could not help but laugh coldly in his heart when he saw this. He wanted to use others. Unexpectedly, he went for wool and came home shorn. Chapter 252. Haha. Everyone, this is merely a slip of the tongue. That's all. Haha. There are at the very least dozens of half-emperors present. There are also many people who are stronger than me. Even if I, Li Gan, am extremely daring, it is impossible for me to use all of you as a tool, haha. After a long while, Li Gan looked at the half-emperors behind him with an embarrassed smile. A seemingly sincere smile appeared on his old face as he tried to cover up what he had done. Of course, these half-emperors weren't stupid. They naturally knew what was right and what was wrong. They also knew how much of Li Gan's words were true. However, most of the half-emperors couldn't be bothered to dwell on this issue. After all, they were here for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. As for Li Gan's intentions towards Xiao Yan, they didn't want to bother too much about it. In fact, Xiao Yan had nothing to do with them. These half-emperors had only looked for Xiao Yan because of the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If they didn't want to be related to Xiao Yan, it was only because of the Void Lightning Pool invitation. However, this wasn't enough to be a reason for them to kill Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association. He was also related to the Union Pavilion, and was the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. He could be said to be a famous person. Many people wanted to befriend him for the sake of an Emperor-grade complete elixir. Naturally, these half-emperors didn't dare to make an enemy out of Xiao Yan. Moreover, even with the current situation, it was likely that there were some amongst this group of Band D experts who wanted to befriend Xiao Yan. In the southwest border, an alchemist who could refine an Emperor-grade complete elixir had not been seen for a long time. Now that there was one in front of them, they naturally didn't want to offend him. Humph. Since that's the case, you can leave. The old man, who was the second to speak, glanced at Xiao Yan before looking at Li Gan. His tone was indifferent as he spoke. Hearing this, Li Gan's emotions naturally relaxed a lot. Although he also knew that his words just now were not enough to win the trust of these people. As long as he could say this at this moment, his goal could be considered to have been achieved. As the old man spoke, the half-martial emperors that surrounded Li Gan moved aside, creating a path that only one person could pass through. Among the half-step emperors present, the two half-step emperors before Li Gan could be considered as the strongest. Since they had spoken, there was naturally no need for the others to continue speaking. Wait! The indifferent voice slowly spread out. This time, everyone turned their heads to look. Immediately, They could not help but frown slightly as a strange expression appeared on their faces. Because the person who spoke was actually Xiao Yan, who had not spoken since the beginning. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze. His indifferent eyes stared at Li Gan, who was about to leave, as a brilliant flame danced in his eyes. Li Gan also looked over in response. When he saw that the person who spoke was Xiao Yan, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would still hold on to him at this moment. Could it be that he really wanted to fight with him in front of so many people? What? Yin Xiao, you still want to fight? If that's the case, this old man doesn't mind playing with you. Although Li Gan was extremely afraid of Xiao Yan in his heart, he was after all in front of so many people. This old face of Li Gan's was still able to hold on. He believed that in front of so many half-step emperors, Xiao Yan would definitely not dare to go overboard. After all, if Xiao Yan continued to use that ruler technique Do skill, even if Li Gan ended up being seriously injured, Xiao Yan himself would definitely become extremely weak. In this current situation, once Xiao Yan became weak, his storage ring would definitely be crazily snatched by the half-step emperors. At that time, it would really be troublesome. Li Gan was confident that Xiao Yan would definitely not put himself in such a situation for him. This was also one of the reasons why Li Gan had coldly laughed and retorted after hearing Xiao Yan's words. The battle between us hasn't ended yet. How can I let you leave? Since you've made up your mind to harm me today, then you'll stay here. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. His tone was extremely indifferent. The iciness within his words caused one to feel a chill run down one's spine. Li Gan's eyes were also staring intently at Xiao Yan. His throat involuntarily rolled a little. This caused quite a number of half-step emperors present to feel a little surprised. Although they had heard of the first battle between Xiao Yan and Li Gan when he had just arrived at the ancient savage city, Xiao Yan had relied on the strength of his Do skill to suppress Li Gan with an absolute advantage. Only with old Luo's help did Li Gan admit defeat. However, Xiao Yan had not used that Do skill and old Luo had not appeared. What was this Li Gan afraid of? Yin Xiao, sometimes you can't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, you will feel even more pain when you slap your face. Meaningless arrogance will only harm you. Li Gan seemed to be giving a kind reminder. The seals in his hands changed and waves of frightening Do Qi pressure spread from his hands, causing the surrounding space to tremble intensely. Only at this moment, with the support of the Do skill in his hands, did Li Gan finally feel that his heart was able to calm down. He had truly witnessed Xiao Yan's strength. When facing him, he definitely could not treat him as an ordinary half-step emperor. I remember that each time you are unable to defeat your opponent, you seem to like to use self-destruction to threaten your opponent. Am I right? Xiao Yan's words were once again transmitted. This time around, it was not only Li Gan. The surrounding half-step emperors also frowned slightly. They exchanged a couple of glances with each other. In their hearts, they felt that Xiao Yan's words were strange. Wasn't it a little arrogant to say such words before the battle had even begun? Swoosh! At a certain moment, a bone-chilling cold wind blew in the sky. Everyone felt that it was incomparably strange in this clear sky. Only Li Gan, who was standing opposite Xiao Yan, immediately revealed a shocked expression the moment the wind sounded. The Do skill in his hand did not hesitate as it violently smashed toward the space on his right. Coiling snake palm. A stern cry sounded. In the next moment, Li Gan's shriveled palm violently smashed into the space on his right. At the same time, a black-robed human figure suddenly appeared in the invisible space. From the looks of it, it was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Bang! Xiao Yan, who had appeared from the right side of Li Gan's body, did not hesitate at all. His white hand was opened and thrown forward. A black-colored light circle swiftly spread out from his palm. The black-colored light circle that was filled with a devouring strength violently collided with the palm that was heading toward him. However, just when everyone thought that an exciting fight would occur, Li Gan's palm, which was filled with a powerful aura, actually forcefully scattered Xiao Yan's great heaven creation palm. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even Li Gan himself could not help but feel stunned at the strength of Xiao Yan's palm. He had never expected that with Xiao Yan's strength, it was possible for him to only unleash a strength of this level. However, in the next moment, Li Gan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan with was as if he had seen a monster. 1-star half-martial emperor. How is this possible? The strength of Xiaoyan before him had merely reached the level of a 1-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, the surrounding half-martial emperors were also stunned by this scene. They were truly unable to understand how Xiaoyan, whose strength had been at the peak of a 3-star half-martial emperor earlier, had suddenly become a 1-star half-martial emperor. Before the astonished words in his heart could finish, the expression on Li Gan's face suddenly changed again. The Xiaoyan in front of him actually revealed an extremely strange smile to him. That smile finally caused his heart to feel a deep uneasiness and fear. Chapter 253. Boom. A frightening Do-Chi storm swept forth. At this moment, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky all had grave expressions on their faces as they rapidly retreated 10,000 feet. They stopped and looked at the center of the explosion. The fear in their eyes was not concealed in the slightest. There was still lingering fear in their hearts. Dead? Is he dead? The half-martial emperor who spoke earlier revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the center of the explosion. Although the afterglow of the explosion caused the majority of the people to be unable to clearly see the situation within, as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he was able to vaguely see some things. With a glance, he saw that the center of the explosion had already turned into an endless void. The frightening energy storm formed a vortex in the void that devoured everything in the world. Other than a blurry human figure, he was unable to see anything else. Looking at his aura, although he was weak, he was still barely alive. That explosion was unable to forcibly kill him. Sigh. It seems that he is really dead. But why would he self-destruct for a single Li Gan? Someone like him shouldn't do such a stupid thing. Another half-martial emperor revealed a doubtful and regretful expression in his eyes. His gaze was also looking at the center of the explosion. The bright and resplendent radiance caused one to be unable to directly look at it in the daytime. He actually self-destructed. Has that Yin Xiao gone mad? For the sake of killing a single Li Gan, he actually self-destructed. Isn't this equivalent to throwing away his life in vain? Sigh. It's a pity that an exceptional genius would end up dying in such an unwillingly manner. It's truly not worth it. Just a moment ago, they had personally witnessed Xiaoyan being defeated by Li Gan after a fierce collision. The gap between a 1-star half-martial emperor and a 6-star half-martial emperor was ultimately too great. As for Xiaoyan, he seemed to have made a final gamble. In his final attack, he directly self-destructed. He wanted to use his own life as the price to kill Li Gan. Unfortunately, in the end, he was only able to seriously injure Li Gan. He was still far from being able to kill him. Cough, cough. After coughing twice with great difficulty, blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His heavy body fell from the sky and violently smashed into the street below. At this moment, Li Gan only felt that even breathing was a form of pain. Although he wanted to exhale, the slightest movement of his body would cause his organs to feel a tearing pain, making Li Gan feel extremely pained. Although the injuries on his body almost took away half of Li Gan's life, when he thought about how Xiaoyan had sacrificed himself to get this, Li Gan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Haha, Yan Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? You self-destructed your cultivation to kill me, but in the end, it's still a fight to the death, ha 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 ha. Li Gan thought to himself excitedly. At this moment, everyone in the sky looked at each other with different expressions. Initially, they had thought that they would have a chance to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. But now, before they could even make a move, Xiaoyan had died first. Wasn't this just a waste of time? Swish. However, just as everyone was shaking their heads and sighing, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in the sky. This gust of cold wind caused everyone to feel a trace of strangeness. The few 7-star half-martial emperors in the crowd could not help but frown. Li Gan, who was already seriously injured on the ground, instantly tensed up when he saw the gust of cold wind. This gust of cold wind was the abnormal sign that appeared when Xiaoyan used the Sky Annihilation steps. How is this possible? He had clearly self-destructed. It's impossible for him to still be alive. But this is... PFFF. Before Li Gan could react, a black cloaked figure suddenly appeared before his chest. When the figure appeared, It did not stop and ruthlessly stomped on Li Gan's chest. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain and stained the black cloak, causing its color to appear even deeper. Li Gan's mouth was blurred. He wanted to say something, but the enormous force that came from his chest interrupted his thoughts. There was no need for him to speak. Heh. Did you really think that I would be stupid enough to self-destruct with you? Someone like you is not qualified to do that. Xiaoyan spoke with an indifferent tone. The gaze with which he looked to Li Gan was filled with disdain. How did I not die? Xiaoyan sneered. The expression of disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. It's very simple. That's because the thing that self-destructed was not my actual body. After Xiaoyan said those words, Li Gan's eyes immediately narrowed. He immediately came to a realization. No wonder Xiaoyan was only a one-star half-martial emperor when he fought against him earlier. He had deliberately held back in order to toy with him. Never would he have imagined that the person who ended up being toyed with would be him. At this moment, the crowd in the sky also discovered Xiaoyan below. Their eyes immediately shined. Never would they have imagined that Xiaoyan was still alive. Since that was the case, it meant that there was still hope for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. No matter what, they would definitely not give up on it so easily. Xiaoyan raised his head. When he saw the half-martial emperors flying toward him, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that they would not give up so easily. However, to him this was not important. After all, these people would not be able to do anything to him. Lowering his gaze, Xiaoyan stared at Li Gan. He lowered his body and slowly placed his palm on Li Gan's chest. With a soft smile he said, "Let me tell you one thing. The number of 7-star half-martial emperors that have died by my hands can be counted with one hand." After Xiaoyan said those words, Li Gan's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle. At the same time, Xiaoyan's palm trembled slightly and he withdrew it. At this moment, all of the internal organs and meridians within Li Gan's body, including his heart, were shattered inch by inch. The weak aura coming from Li Gan's nose had also been completely cut off. In the sky, the two 7-star half-martial emperors stood motionlessly as they looked at each other. All of Xiaoyan's actions had been seen by them. Naturally, they had also seen all of his methods. Let's go. It's better to find someone else. I will not get involved in these muddy waters." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. After that, they left. After all, they were half-martial emperors. Although everyone was different and would always be blinded by greed, there would always be people who were farsighted. Such people would usually be able to walk further on the path of cultivation than ordinary people. Xiaoyan shot a glance at the two who had left. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. After that, he turned his gaze back to the group of half-martial emperors that had gathered once again. "Haha, this is truly unexpected. Mr. Yan Xiao, although I do not know what sort of methods you possess to be able to deceive all of our eyes, since you are still alive, it will save us some trouble. As long as you hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, we will let you go. We will definitely not make things difficult for you." After these words were spoken, the other half-martial emperors nodded in succession. At the same time, they surrounded Xiaoyan in the middle of the crowd, leaving Xiaoyan with no way out. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze swept across the group of half-martial emperors. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile as he said, "Sure. Just hand it over. After all, there are more of you." Even though his words were unpleasant to hear, the crowd did not expect Xiaoyan to actually agree so straightforwardly. From the looks of it, this process would be much easier than they had imagined. However, just as the crowd was rejoicing over Xiaoyan's words, Xiaoyan opened his mouth once again and gathered the crowd's gazes onto him. "There are so many half-martial emperors present, but I only have one Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. May I know who I should hand the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation to?" How could these half-martial emperors not know that Xiaoyan was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them? He wanted them to fight amongst themselves and form their own camps. At that time, no one would have the chance to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation from Xiaoyan's hands. Yan Xiao, there is no need for you to worry about this. As long as you hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation obediently, we will distribute it. As for you, you can leave on your own. But what if I say no? Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His face was filled with a calm expression. Yin Xiao, do you really want us to attack you? We respect you as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, and as the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. This is why we are so polite to you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Bang! A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the Northern King immediately appeared. He stood beside Xiaoyan. When his feet landed on the ground, they created a large pit that was several feet deep. When the Northern King appeared, an overbearing aura suddenly spread out, causing everyone who saw it to reveal a grave expression. The expression of the person who had spoken earlier suddenly changed at this moment. The words that he was about to say were forcefully stuck in his throat. Chapter 254. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is with me right now. Since you all want it so badly, if you have the ability, come and get it yourself. If you don't have the ability, please step aside. I still have things to do and I don't have time to waste with you all. Xiaoyan had a cold smile on his face, as he spoke with an indifferent tone. The appearance of the Northern King had clearly caused these half-martial emperors to involuntarily feel some fear in their hearts. Even the person who had spoken earlier had a grave expression on his face. Although he was a 7-star half-martial emperor, the pressure that the puppet before him gave him was not the slightest bit weaker than other half-martial emperors of the same level. If they were to truly fight, it would likely be very difficult for him to gain an advantage over this puppet. Damn it! Why is this puppet as troublesome as its master? Its true strength has surpassed its own cultivation. This half-martial emperor cursed in his heart. However, he felt extremely helpless in his heart. With this puppet by his side, Xiaoyan's battle strength could be said to have soared once again. It would be incomparably difficult to take him down. If Xiaoyan's strength was due to the degree of condensation of his Do Qi and the high-class Do skills that he possessed, then the Northern King's strength originated from his own body. As a member of the Dragon Clan, the strength of his physical body was naturally blessed by the heavens. Moreover, this physical body had fused with 3 members of the Dragon Clan, and was refined into a puppet by Xiaoyan. With its current strength and the lightning energy that it had obtained through luck, it would not be difficult for it to deal with a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor. Most importantly, the puppet itself did not feel pain. When it fought, it was like a desperate man risking his life. Without absolute confidence, who would dare to fight against it? Humph! Yin Xiao, do you think that with so many of us here, we would be afraid of a 6-star half-martial emperor puppet like you? Although his heart was extremely afraid of the Northern King beside Xiaoyan, that 7-star bandit still forcefully revealed a cold smile on his face. Immediately, he raised his right arm high, faced the group of bandit experts behind him, and cried out in a loud voice. Everyone! I believe that everyone present wants to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Yin Xiao's hands. However, Yin Xiao is stubborn and is unwilling to give up even in such a situation. Since this is the case, everyone should attack together. Capture Yin Xiao and take out the Void Lightning Pool invitation. After that, we will make a decision. Unfortunately, after those words left his mouth, the group of half-martial emperors rolled their eyes and revealed expressions of disdain. It was clear that Li Gan wanted to use them again. After the first time, how could they fall for it a second time? Xiaoyan couldn't help but sneer. Ha 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 ha. I say this is a trick that our predecessors have used before. You actually shamelessly used it a second time. Do you think they are stupid? Only when those words were spoken did that quasi-martial emperor realize that not a single one of the quasi-martial emperors behind him was willing to fight. They all looked at him indifferently. Their gazes seemed to be filled with mockery and ridicule. Damn it! What a bunch of cowards! Heh! Since you want to obtain the lightning invitation card in my hands so much, why don't you give it a try yourself? This. Xiaoyan's words caused the gazes of those half-martial emperors to instantly gather onto that 7-star half-martial emperor. As for that 7-star half-martial emperor, he revealed an ashen expression. He never expected that in the end he would still be the one to be implicated. Humph! Forget it. Since you all are giving up on the Void Lightning Pool invitation, this old man can only accept it on your behalf." After hesitating for a moment, that 7-star half-martial emperor finally stood out. After sneering, he looked at Xiaoyan. The corners of his eyes involuntarily glanced at the Northern King, who was standing by Xiaoyan's side. Only then did he turn to Xiaoyan and speak with a stern expression. "Since we are going to fight, let's do it in a fair manner. You and I will fight 300 rounds. If you lose, hand over the Void Lightning Pool invitation card to me. If you lose, this old man will let you leave this place safely." After those words were spoken, Xiaoyan couldn't help but snort coldly. He indifferently glanced at that 7-star half-martial emperor and sneered. This is the so-called fairness you speak of? If you win, you will get the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If I win, I will get nothing. Then what do you want? Letting you leave safely is already the most I can do. Don't push your luck." "Fine. Since it's like this, I'll let him fight with you. After all, he is also a part of my strength. If you can defeat both of us, it'll be your win." After those words were spoken, the 7-star half-martial emperor's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to be so overbearing. With the help of this puppet, he actually dared to force him to submit. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, he clearly knew how powerful the Northern King was. Thus, he didn't dare to rashly confront him. In addition, there was also Xiaoyan by his side. In his heart, he felt even more helpless. After a long while, he fiercely clenched his teeth and spoke word by word. "Fine. At most, I'll do as you say. However, you have to guarantee that when the time comes for us to fight, that puppet of yours. Don't worry. As long as no one disturbs us, it will absolutely not attack." Before the 7-star half-martial emperor finished speaking, Xiaoyan continued. Hearing those words, the 7-star half-martial emperor nodded his head in satisfaction. When he looked at Xiaoyan, his gaze contained a trace of an ice-cold mocking smile. He was confident in his heart. Although Xiaoyan wasn't easy to deal with, he had exhausted quite a bit of his strength in order to kill Li Gan earlier. If he were to fight with Xiaoyan now, he had over 70% certainty that he would be able to defeat Xiaoyan. At that time, the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would rightfully become his. Humph. Yan Xiao, although you're extremely smart, in the end, you've become a victim of your own cleverness. Although you were able to defeat the 6-star half-martial Emperor Li Gan, it is absolutely impossible for you to be a match for a 7-star half-martial emperor. This can be considered as you digging your own grave. After coldly laughing in his heart again, the 7-star half-martial emperor raised his head, looked at Xiaoyan and said with a smile, "Fine. Alright, since that's the case, then tell me, what do you want as the wager? Don't worry, as long as it's something that this old man has, I will not be stingy." As he spoke, the 7-star half-martial emperor appeared to be extremely magnanimous as he patted his chest. It was as if he was extremely confident in the things that he possessed. Seeing this, Xiaoyan also smiled. He turned his gaze and said with a smile, "Haha, since it's like this, I won't say anything more. The things that I need, you might not have them here. Thus I'll use spirit coins as the wager first." Amen. Once those words were said, the 7-star half-martial emperor immediately frowned. A displeased expression was present between his brows. "What's this? Are you looking down on this old man? This old man has walked the continent for so many years. While I don't dare to say anything else, the things that I possess are not inferior to those of some small sections. As long as you dare to say it, there is nothing that this old man cannot take out." The old man stared at Xiaoyan with a ferocious expression. The meaning within his words was self-evident. Oh. Xiaoyan also raised his eyebrows. A playful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, "In that case, do you have meteorite mysterious iron in your possession?" Once the 4 words meteorite mysterious iron were spoken, the expressions of everyone present were slightly stunned. The 7-star half-martial emperor's face was also instantly filled with shock. When he thought of the words that he had just said, his old face immediately felt as if it was on fire. After a long while, he coughed dryly twice and said, "Cough cough. Yin Xiao, don't look for trouble. What you're talking about is something that has long been extinct. How could this old man have it? Xiaoyan smiled and continued. Then the emperor-grade pill formula. Humph, this old man is not an alchemist. How could I have the emperor-grade pill formula? Yin Xiao, don't look for trouble. Haha, since it's like this, I don't have anything else that I want. Spirit coins it is. The 7-star half-martial emperor stared angrily at Xiaoyan and said helplessly. Say it. How much do you want? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the 7-star half-martial emperor. He sneered in his heart. After a long while, under the somewhat impatient gaze of the 7-star half-martial emperor, he slowly opened his mouth and said one word at a time. 100,000 spirit coins. Whoosh! When the word Xiaoyan came out, it caused everyone present to be shocked. The face of the 7-star half-martial emperor twitched violently. In his heart he wished that he could tear Xiaoyan apart. 100,000 spirit coins. In all these years, the total amount of spirit coins that he had obtained was less than 1 million. Xiaoyan actually asked for a tenth of it. How could this not cause him to be furious? Yin Xiao, you're simply asking for too much. Haha, you must be joking. As a 7-star half-martial emperor, your wealth is naturally not small. I believe that you can still take out 100,000 spirit coins. And already, in his heart, he repeatedly repeated the 2 words that Xiaoyan had said. The anger in the 7-star half-martial emperor's heart had almost reached the point where he could not restrain his anger. Under his sleeves, his fists suddenly clenched tightly. The dou qi in his body also involuntarily circulated throughout his entire body. The anger in his eyes rose. After a long while, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He deeply inhaled a mouthful of ice-cold air and held it in his chest. He fiercely nodded toward Xiaoyan and said with difficulty, Fine. 100,000 it is. 100,000 spirit coins. If I lose, I'll give it all to you. At this moment, the 7-star half-martial emperor was unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He could only continuously comfort himself in his heart. After he obtained the lightning pool invitation and entered the lightning pool invitation, he would definitely return it to Xiaoyan after he came out. Only then was he able to slightly calm down the anger in his heart. Oh, 100,000 spirit coins? Xiaoyan seemed to be somewhat baffled as he asked. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his chest, he once again nodded. He gnashed his teeth and said word by word. That's right. If I lose, you can take the 100,000 spirit coins. Heh, Xiaoyan lightly laughed. He raised his gaze and seemingly indifferently stared at the 7-star half-martial emperor's eyes. The 7-star half-martial emperor's eyes were filled with suspicion. He did not know what exactly Xiaoyan meant by this. What do you mean by this? That 7-star half-martial emperor's face darkened. His tone was somewhat sinister as he spoke. Xiaoyan once again smiled. His gaze swept past the surrounding half-martial emperors. In the end, his gaze returned to the 7-star half-martial emperor in front of him. He slowly said, I'm sorry. 100,000 spirit coins was before. Now, I want 200,000 spirit coins. Chapter 255. 200,000. At this moment, many of the half-martial emperors standing around Xiaoyan and Yin Xiao revealed extremely shocked expressions. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at Xiaoyan. None of them would have thought that he would be so overbearing. The 100,000 spirit coins that Xiaoyan said earlier was already enough to cause the fury in that half-martial emperor's heart to rise. But now, Xiaoyan actually changed the wager in an instant right in front of him. He said 200,000 spirit coins right off the bat. Even some of the half-martial emperors present would not be able to take out such a large amount of spirit coins. Moreover, it was a full 1/5 of all the spirit coins that half-martial emperor possessed. Xiaoyan was truly demanding an exorbitant price. This Yin Xiao, does he have the intention to provoke him? If that's really the case, then he's truly too daring. TSK, 200,000 spirit coins. If I had that much spirit coins, I would rather not have that lightning pool invitation. After all, as long as I have enough spirit coins, wouldn't I be able to purchase even more cultivation resources? You're mistaken. Indeed, spirit coins are able to purchase sufficient cultivation resources, and can indeed increase a cultivator's strength. However, there's a difference. The power obtained from relying on those things will not be as pure as the power obtained from the lightning pool invitation. Moreover, due to the difference in cultivation resources, the impurities that remain in a cultivator's body after refining them will also accumulate. In the end, it will still cause harm to the cultivator's body. However, the power within the lightning pool invitation is greatly different. The lightning within the lightning pool invitation is one of the most ferocious and overbearing powers in the world. After devouring it, not only will there not be any impurities left in one's body, one will also be able to condense qi and temper one's body. No matter how one looks at it, the benefits of the lightning pool invitation far surpass ordinary cultivation resources. This is the main reason why so many people fight to enter the lightning pool invitation. At this very moment, that half-martial emperor's eyes were practically spitting fire as he stared at Xiaoyan. Under his sleeves, his fists were clenched so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. His old face was extremely gloomy and the fury in his heart was self-evident. 200,000. Good. Good. What a good yin xiao. The old man cried out angrily. His somewhat hoarse voice revealed the fury in his heart. If the 100,000 spirit coins caused the fury in his heart to explode, then the 200,000 spirit coins that Xiaoyan had spoken of was sufficient to cause him to instantly explode. Yin xiao. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't even think about getting these 100,000 spirit coins. Today this old man will make you lose everything. With another angry shout, the old man's eyes turned crimson red. Fierce qi gushed out from his body in an instant. His figure moved, and a punch was thrown toward Xiaoyan. Die for this old man. With a stern cry, the old man's forward charging speed became even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived within 10 feet of Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiaoyan remained unmoved, the old man's face appeared even crazier. Boom. However, in the next instant a light flashed in front of Xiaoyan. Following the flash of a pitch-black light, the North King's sturdy body suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. It was like a small mountain had blocked Xiaoyan behind it. Without any hesitation, the North King had just stabilized his body when he suddenly clenched his fist, which was more than twice the size of an ordinary person's. He raised his head and coldly stared at the half-martial emperor in front of him. A punch that was not inferior to the half-martial emperor's in strength was suddenly thrown out. At the same time, a cold and dry voice was heard from his mouth. Don't you dare hurt my master. As his voice sounded, the North King's punch, which was filled with power, collided with the old man's punch. With a loud bang, the North King's sturdy body, which was half a body taller than the old man, could not help but tremble. He took half a step back. As for the old man, he was the one who could not help but retreat a few meters under the North King's punch. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and an invisible force vibrated behind him. Only then did he find it difficult to stabilize his body. Damn it. This damn thing is so domineering. Its strength is actually so terrifying. If I were to forcefully attack, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to fight against it. The old man's left hand held his right wrist. His slender fingertips were deeply embedded in his flesh as he forcefully stabilized his violently trembling right arm. The qi in his body quickly surged into his right arm, completely eliminating the lightning energy that was wreaking havoc within it. A long while later, the old man finally looked at the North King, who was still maintaining his punching posture. Although his face was forcefully composed, his heart was already filled with shock. Even though the North King had suddenly attacked first, the strength of that punch was extremely powerful. Just from the collision just now, the North King was definitely not an opponent that he could easily defeat. With a thought, the North King in front of Xiaoyan stood to his left. Xiaoyan's gaze stared directly at the old man, whose face was alternating between green and white. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he tilted his head and said, "Why? Are you planning to use force, because you can't take out any spirit coins?" Hearing this, the old man's face immediately became furious. He waved his sleeve and angrily said to Xiaoyan, "Yin xiao. The fact that the old me can use 100,000 spirit coins as a bet is already the greatest price. However, you do not know what is good for you and have opened your mouth wide. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is not worth this price. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. Two of his fingers randomly beckoned in the empty space in front of him. The black storage ring on his finger flashed, and a palm-sized bright silver invitation appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Void Lightning Pool invitation. It's the Void Lightning Pool invitation. He has taken it out. Following the appearance of the lightning invitation, the expressions of the surrounding half-emperors changed. They immediately began to whisper to each other. Their gazes were filled with greed and desire as they looked at the lightning invitation. I naturally know that the value of this lightning invitation is not even 200,000 spirit coins. Since you are unwilling to take out 200,000 spirit coins as a bet, please leave. I believe that other than you, there should be quite a number of people who can take out 200,000 spirit coins as a bet. You, Yin Xiao. Don't you go too far. The old man stared at the lightning invitation in Xiaoyan's hand and reprimanded angrily once again. Xiaoyan lifted his chin slightly. The corners of his mouth lifted into a mocking cold smile. His gaze swept across the surrounding half-emperors. Finally, his gaze returned to the old man in front of him, and said with a cold smile, I am going too far? It is clearly so many of you who have surrounded me, a 3-star half-emperor. Now you are saying that I am going too far. Don't you think that your words are very laughable? Yin Xiao. Although the old man was incomparably furious in his heart, he was also speechless. No matter how one put it, the scene before their eyes did indeed appear as Xiaoyan had said. However, Xiaoyan's actual actions caused all of them to be unable to do anything. Restraining each other caused none of them to be willing to take action. After all, the bird that sticks out will be shot. Moreover, there were so many people here. It was equivalent to countless spears pointing at them. As long as someone took action, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would become the target of everyone. He forcefully suppressed his impulse to take action again. After all, the Northern King beside Xiaoyan was truly not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he could be suppressed at any time. That kind of situation was not something he was willing to see. The old man once again took a deep breath. The icy cold air seemed to have calmed the anger in his chest. However, his pair of sinister eyes carried a gaze that seemed to want to devour someone as he firmly stared at Xiaoyan. The wide palms under his sleeves could not help but tremble violently. After a good while, this old man, a 7-star half-emperor expert, finally gave in completely in front of Xiaoyan, a 3-star half-emperor who seemed to be the weakest present. All right, 200,000 it is. If you continue. Don't worry, I know that this is already your bottom line. I will not increase it any further. A warm smile immediately appeared on Xiaoyan's face. However, in the old man's eyes, it was a cold and mocking smile. Chapter 256. Humph. The old man coldly stared at Xiaoyan as he snorted coldly. He extended his hand and grasped the air. A broadsword immediately appeared in his hand. He held the hilt of the broadsword, and the sharp blade was slanted towards the ground. The cold glint of the blade caused people who saw it to feel a chill in their hearts. This blade was completely ink-black in color. Its size was not inferior to Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler. The thick and heavy blade, together with the strange symbols on the blade and the edge of the blade that was overflowing with a cold glow, caused this broadsword to have an additional domineering aura. After the broadsword appeared in his hand, the old man became even more confident. He rotated the palm that was holding the hilt of the broadsword, and grabbed the hilt of the broadsword with a flip of his hand. Following the momentum, he fiercely lifted the broadsword. His elbow was pressed against the back of the broadsword, which was 3 fingers wide. He borrowed the strength from his wrist to his elbow and fiercely slashed the broadsword upwards. The blade that was filled with killing intent instantly streaked across the air toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, as the blade vibrated, an invisible blade aura instantly streaked across the air and chopped toward Xiaoyan. Using this move before the battle had even started, it could be considered as this 7-star half-martial emperor testing Xiaoyan's strength. Faced with the incoming invisible blade aura, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel amazed by this old man's methods. Without using any energy, and relying on the blade aura of the weapon itself, to be able to use the weapon to such an extent, This broadsword had likely been with this 7-star half-martial emperor for many years. Compared to the weapon, Xiao Yan's dark heavy buster sword had also been with him for several tens of years. In front of this blade aura, it was naturally not to be outdone. Ruler, come. After putting away the void lightning pool invitation, Xiao Yan's right arm suddenly crossed in front of his chest. He casually grasped at the space to his left. A ray of light suddenly flashed in the space, and the dark heavy buster sword landed in Xiao Yan's hand. Once the dark heavy buster sword entered his hand, Xiao Yan's arm suddenly exerted strength and swept the huge buster sword across the space before him. Finally, the huge buster sword circled around Xiao Yan's palm once. Then, Xiao Yan held the handle of the buster sword with both hands and firmly stabbed the buster sword into the ground before him. Boom! At the same time, a muffled thump was emitted from the empty space between Xiao Yan and the old man. Xiao Yan and the old man exchanged glances with each other. Both of their hearts were awed. As for the surrounding half-martial emperors, they began to whisper to each other as they watched the situation on the battlefield. The atmosphere of the battlefield had also become oppressive. That alone is not enough to suppress me. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and stared at the old man opposite him. His tone was calm as he slowly opened his mouth. Humph. You do have some foundation. But this old man doesn't want to rely on this to suppress you. Wouldn't that be too boring? The old man was a little surprised by Xiao Yan's ruler attack, but he did not take it to heart. After all, this was only a one-sided battle. Only by truly fighting could one truly judge the strength of both parties. As soon as his voice fell, the old man suddenly waved his arm. The broadsword left his hand and stabbed into the ground at an angle. His figure moved and he was about to rush towards Xiao Yan. Wait! Just as the 7-star half-martial emperor was about to attack, and the surrounding half-martial emperors thought that the show was about to begin, Xiao Yan spread his 5 fingers, extended his left arm and made a stop gesture towards the old man. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Everyone looked over in the blink of an eye after this loud cry sounded. That 7-star bandy old man also hurriedly stopped his body. Immediately, his face was furious as he looked at Xiao Yan. The fury in his heart, which had yet to calm down, once again rose. His mouth furiously cried out. He shouted, Yan Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to go back on your words again? At this moment, the anger in the old man's heart could no longer be suppressed. As a 7-star half-martial emperor, the strongest expert in the ancient savage city, apart from a few people, he had suffered a loss before Xiao Yan, a 3-star half-martial emperor. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't he, a 7-star half-martial emperor, become the laughingstock of all half-martial emperors in the future? How could he endure this? Yan Xiao, you've made fun of me time and time again. Do you really think that I'm made of mud? As he shouted, the old man's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he shot toward Xiao Yan. At this moment, the anger in his chest could no longer be suppressed. Right now, he must make Xiao Yan pay a painful price for his actions. No one could stop him. Ha! Yan Xiao, prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, the old man had already arrived several feet in front of Xiao Yan. With a wave of his hand, the broadsword was pulled out of the ground as if it had received an order. In an instant, it flew into the old man's hand. He raised the blade, and was about to ruthlessly chop down on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's expression changed abruptly at this moment. He did not expect that this fellow would attack as soon as he said so. He was actually unwilling to listen to what Xiao Yan had to say. Helpless, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. The Northern King's strong body suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Yan. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao, you always like to disappear. Every time you come out, you must create such a huge commotion. It is really difficult for us old fellows to not know about you. However, just as the old man was about to attack Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan was about to let the Northern King receive the attack, the space between the two of them distorted. Immediately, an old man in linen clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone. When the old man appeared, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. When the old man in linen clothes appeared, Xiao Yan's face finally revealed a relaxed smile. His gaze contained some blame as he looked at the old man in linen clothes who had just appeared. The old man in linen clothes smiled embarrassedly, but did not say anything. At the same time, the 7-star half-martial emperor's body that was charging forward abruptly stopped. With a twist of his wrist, he fiercely stabbed the broadsword in his hand into the ground in front of him. Only then did he completely stabilize his body. "Guli," he secretly said in his heart. Immediately, the 7-star half-martial emperor's heart became incomparably heavy. Guli's strength was absolutely within the top 5 in the ancient city. He had quite a deep relationship with Xiaoyan. Now that he had appeared at this moment, it was likely that he had already arrived here long ago. However, he had been observing the situation all along. Thus, he had not appeared until now. Turning around, Guli wore a smile as he looked at the 7-star half-martial emperor. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over the broadsword that the 7-star half-martial emperor had already pulled out. With a faint smile he said, "Look at this broadsword. If this old man's guess is correct, you should be that broadsword Lu Do." Hearing those words, the old man smiled in a slightly embarrassed manner. The anger in his heart immediately dispersed. He slightly bowed to Guli, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Haha, this is my old name. I have already sheathed my broadsword, and am preparing to live in seclusion in the mountains." The name of broadsword is also no longer present. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan slightly raised his brows. Only now did he know the name of this 7-star half-martial emperor. Lu Do. "Oh." Casually responding, Guli did not say anything more. To him, these things were not important. Guli's gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan. The latter smiled and nodded. He leaped forward and stood beside Guli. He looked at Lu Do and said with a smile, "Haha, fellow Lu was a little anxious just now. Now that I have already made a bet with you, how can I change it? After all, I am not a person who doesn't keep his word." Xiaoyan's words made the surrounding half-martial emperors curl their lips and remain silent. Lu Do's heart was itching to curse Xiaoyan at this moment. Keeping one's word would change the original 100,000 spirit coins to 200,000 spirit coins in an instant? Isn't this a little too boastful? Xiaoyan noticed the gazes of the surrounding people. He touched his nose with his hand somewhat embarrassedly, coughed twice, and continued, "The reason why I interrupted you just now was simply to know that I have already taken out the lightning invitation as the bet. Then, I think your 200,000 spirit coins should also." Although he had not finished speaking, everyone present cast a strange look at Xiaoyan. The corner of Lu Do's mouth twitched violently. There was an unknown anger in his heart. After such a long time, it was actually just for this? At this moment, even Guli, who was beside Xiaoyan, could not help but laugh out loud. After seeing the expression on Xiaoyan's face, he withdrew his laughter. His old face regained a solemn expression. He also did not expect that Xiaoyan would doubt the promise made by a half-martial emperor in public. Perhaps this was indeed Xiaoyan's insurance. But what was Lu Do's position with such an action? After all, he was a 7-star half-martial emperor. He valued his face even more. Xiaoyan's action was indeed somewhat inappropriate. At this moment, although Lu Do's heart was filled with fury, he was unable to do anything to Xiaoyan because Guli was by Xiaoyan's side. Hence, after a bitter sigh in his heart, he could only helplessly extend 2 of his fingers. A glow flashed between his fingers, and a crystal card with 9 different colored lines on it appeared in Lu Do's hand. This should be enough, right? When everyone saw this crystal card, their faces immediately revealed a rather surprised expression. Even Guli, who was beside Xiaoyan, cast an astonished gaze at Lu Do. 9 lines crystal card. The value of this is indeed 200,000 spirit coins. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. He looked at Guli and asked, 9 lines crystal card? What is this? Guli narrowed his old eyes and stared at Lu Do. His gaze paused on the 9 lines crystal card in Lu Do's hand. 9 lines crystal card. This is a gold card that can be used throughout the continent. Compared to ordinary gold coins, this is even more valuable. A 9 lines crystal card costs 200,000 spirit coins. Normally speaking, only some alchemists or dodi would possess such a thing. After all, this thing is too expensive and most people are reluctant to obtain it. Even I only managed to obtain one a couple of years ago for convenience. Oh, It seems that it's not bad. Xiao Yan's finger rubbed his chin. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the 9 lines crystal card in Lu Dou's hand. He secretly sneered in his heart. Then, I won't be polite. Chapter 257. Xiao Yan and Lu Dou stood 100,000 feet above the ancient savage desolate city. They were able to overlook the entire ancient savage desolate city from this spot. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily trembled when he saw the outline of the ancient savage desolate city. The ancient savage desolate city was much larger than he had imagined. No wonder so many Bandi experts were gathered here. A prosperous place must have treasures. This was a principle that many cultivators understood in their hearts. Half-step martial emperors were no exception. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and exchanged glances with Lu Dou, who was 50 kilometers away. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, appearing as though they were old friends of many years. However, everyone knew just what kind of brutality was hidden under that smile. With Lu Dou's temperament, once he attacked, he would definitely explode with all the anger he had suffered earlier. If Xiao Yan couldn't withstand it, the consequences wouldn't be hard to imagine. Compared to the size of the crowd outside, Xiao Yan had a calm expression. The corners of his mouth had always carried an indifferent smile. He would deal with whatever came his way. Not to mention, the current Xiao Yan was already able to deal with a 7-star half-step martial emperor with ease. Whether he couldn't withstand it or not depended on who it was. At this moment, the atmosphere of the battleground was exceptionally tense and pressuring. The empty space within a 10,000-foot radius of Xiao Yan and Lu Dou had been completely sealed by the combined attacks of Gu Li and a couple of other high-rank half-martial emperors. The seal would not be removed before the battle between Xiao Yan and Lu Dou ended. Moreover, the ripple that was formed due to the battle between the two would not spread outwards. This practice was the rule of the continent. When experts fought, they had to lead the battle circle into the endless void. Only in this way could they ensure that the cities in the outside world would not be destroyed. Just like the previous battles in the void, they were all carried out in the endless void. Gu Li looked at Xiao Yan with a worried expression. However, after seeing the latter's indifferent expression, Gu Li's expression couldn't help but become serious. He naturally knew Xiao Yan's strength. He was a 3-star half-step martial emperor. No one could remain calm when facing a 7-star half-step martial emperor like Lu Dou with such strength. However, Xiao Yan actually had such an indifferent expression on his face. This was truly strange. After taking a deep look at Xiao Yan, Gu Li turned his gaze back to Lu Dou. Previously, Lu Dou's appearance when he was furious was all under Gu Li's observation. Now that he was about to fight with Xiao Yan, Gu Li couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. After thinking for a while, Gu Li's muddy old eyes fixed on Lu Dou. His tone seemed indifferent, but it contained a hidden tyrannical intent. Haha, the two of you, please understand that no matter what the outcome of the battle is, you must stop when appropriate. As long as one of you admits defeat, the other party will not continue to attack. If you insist on attacking, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Hearing Gu Li's words, Lu Dou's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Gu Li's words were clearly directed at him. However, he sneered in his heart. With Gu Li present, he naturally wouldn't dare to seriously injure Xiao Yan. Moreover, his current goal was the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If he attacked too ruthlessly, it would be hard to avoid being ridiculed. With Gu Li's relationship with Xiao Yan, he might interfere. Therefore, for the sake of the Void Lightning Pool invitation, he wouldn't go too far. Xiao Yan also smiled slightly after hearing Gu Li's words. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lu Dou opposite him, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose into a playful smile. In this way, I won't be able to use my full strength. Very well, let me see how many feet I need to deal with a 7-star half-emperor. After saying those words, Xiao Yan extended his hand and beckoned. The dark heavy buster sword landed in his palm. The body of the buster sword suddenly shook, and Xiao Yan's buster sword slashed towards Lu Dou. Flaming devouring wave. Rainbow light violently shot out, covering more than half of the sky. The surrounding space also exploded at this moment. Facing Xiao Yan's attack, Lu Dou couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face. His aura wasn't inferior to Xiao Yan's. The ink-black broadsword in his hand danced and revolved. As the broadsword slashed downwards, the blade light slashed out and collided head-on with Xiao Yan's flaming devouring wave. Bang! The broadsword light and the ruler light cancelled each other out. Xiao Yan and Lu Dou simultaneously moved. The broadsword slashed through the air and collided with each other in an instant. Clang! 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 The two people's attacks were extremely grand. Every time the broadsword and the ruler collided, the heaven and earth would tremble unceasingly. Their terrifying auras still wreaked havoc in this space. In merely a short period of time, the two people had already collided several hundred times. As for the intense battle, it had only just begun. When the crowd outside saw this, they would definitely think that this was a battle between two experts of the same cultivation level. At this moment, compared to the astonishment of the crowd outside, Lu Dou was extremely shocked. He originally thought that with his strength as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he would be able to completely suppress Xiao Yan in a battle like this. However, he didn't expect that every time he collided with Xiao Yan, the power transmitted from Xiao Yan's Buster Sword was actually not the slightest bit inferior to his own. At the same time that he was shocked, he also started to have some doubts about Xiao Yan's true strength. Was Xiao Yan's strength really as it seemed on the surface? Was he only a 3-star half-martial emperor? Or could it be that he had used some sort of secret technique to conceal his strength? However, regardless of what level Xiao Yan's true cultivation level was, at the very least, the Xiao Yan before him was not someone that he could easily deal with. Fighting against Xiao Yan was also not as easy as he had imagined. At this moment, Lu Dou had truly started to become serious about Xiao Yan. If he wanted to defeat Xiao Yan, he would have to reveal his true strength. Otherwise, it would likely be extremely difficult for him to defeat Xiao Yan. Ha! With a stern shout, Lu Dou suddenly waved the broadsword in his hand. The dou qi within his body rapidly gathered. A bit of scarlet dou qi appeared on the pitch-black broadsword. Immediately after, the broadsword trembled and once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with radiance. The Buster Sword in his hand also stopped moving. You're finally going to use your true strength. I can't wait any longer. With a sneer, Xiao Yan's right hand grasped the handle of the Buster Sword. Suddenly he pulled with all his strength. His left palm stroked the body of the Buster Sword. The heavenly flame violently surged in the center of his palm. The pitch-black Buster Sword was immediately dyed with a gorgeous color. With a stern shout, the Buster Sword was placed diagonally behind his back. Slightly nodding his head, Xiao Yan raised his gaze and stared at Lu Dou. His left foot took half a step forward. His body was slightly bent. His palm tightly grasped the handle of the Buster Sword. The dou qi within his body was crazily poured into the Buster Sword as if it was free. At this moment, the gorgeous heavenly flame fiercely rose up. It was like a gorgeous flag that was fluttering in the air. For a moment, the void was strangely silent. A strange atmosphere enveloped the world. Everyone was silent. Their eyes were suffused with a dignified radiance. Their gazes were firmly fixed on Xiao Yan's Buster Sword, and the broadsword in Lu Dou's hand, who was standing opposite of Xiao Yan. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone held their breaths as they waited. Even the slightest sound of breathing was enough to be heard clearly. It was a long while later when this silence was finally broken by a somewhat hoarse, ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest emotion. This blade of the old me is created by gathering all the comprehension that I have comprehended throughout my life. I call it garrison. Garrison. It was a simple word. However, the instant it was uttered, it caused the entire place to tremble. Once a blade technique was trained to the unity of heaven and man level, it was unable to progress any further. Hence, this blade technique that Lu Dou had trained could be considered a kind of memorial to the broadsword in his hand. One could imagine the strength of this blade technique. Lu Dou was able to reach his current level because of his reputation. Even though Xiao Yan was not weak, he similarly had his own pride. The pride of being a strong person. Yin Xiao, if you are able to receive it, the old me is willing to be defeated. Chapter 258. Lu Dou's hand held the hilt of the broadsword. The broadsword's tip faced upwards as it stood in front of him. His rough palm slowly stroked the body of the blade that was as black as ink. The strange symbols seemed to have come alive as they twisted and emitted a strange glow. Suddenly, Ludo's palm suddenly drew across the incomparably sharp blade. Following the twitching of the muscles at the corner of Ludo's eyes, the essence blood that had gathered in his palm was completely swallowed by the inhuman broadsword in his hand. Immediately, the light on the broadsword shone brightly. Those strange symbols were filled with a strange scarlet energy at this moment. A bloody aura spread out. Waves of dense blood-colored fog lingered around the broadsword's body unceasingly, concealing the entire blade within the blood fog. Ludo, who had lost the essence blood, his originally rosy face had instantly become pale white. He appeared incomparably weak. However, that pair of shady old eyes still sparkled with a bright glow. When Xiaoyan saw this, his eyebrows involuntarily knit together. Clearly, this Do technique of Ludo, which was called garrison, had an extremely frightening exhaustion on the user's body. Just from the point of the blood sacrifice, the degree of ruthlessness of this blade technique had already exceeded everything. However, on the other hand, although this technique garrison had an extremely great exhaustion on the user's body and might even harm the user's essence, the strength obtained from it was also unimaginable. Although the drawbacks of this killing technique were not small, it was still a kind of trump card that could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Since I created this saber strike garrison, I've executed it a total of 4 times. Moreover, every single time, it was when I was on the verge of death and on the verge of death, turning the situation around and forcefully killing my opponent. When these words of Ludo's were spoken, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan in the arena or the group of half-emperor experts outside the arena, even Guli, all involuntarily threw a surprised gaze at Ludo. It was unexpected that this garrison was actually even more frightening than they had imagined. How could a person who was able to cause an expert like Ludo to fall into a life-and-death situation be a mediocre person? Even if that was a matter of the past, it was still unable to hide the terror of this blade technique. Being able to kill a half-emperor expert with one blade was sufficient to allow Ludo to do whatever he wanted among the half-emperor class experts. It is really unexpected that he actually has such a skill. Moreover, from the strange aura of his blade, it is likely that his words are not without reason. In this way, if they were to really fight, wouldn't it be extremely likely that even the old me would be seriously injured when faced with this blade technique? That Yin Xiao. The moment he thought of this, Guli's expression immediately changed intensely. If that was really the case, then Xiaoyan would really be in danger. Damn it! I really shouldn't have. Why have I become muddle-headed? The gap between a 3-star half-emperor and a 7-star half-emperor is extremely large. With Ludo's strength, how could Xiaoyan withstand this blade technique? At this moment, Guli's heart was filled with anxiety. He regretted actually allowing Xiaoyan to fight against Ludo. If this were to continue, then Xiaoyan would be in danger at any moment. However, it was definitely too late for him to intervene now. Thus, he could only wait. Wait for Xiaoyan to make the first move. Wait for Xiaoyan to be unable to withstand it. Then he would immediately act to save Xiaoyan. After all, Xiaoyan was the chief alchemist of his alchemist guild. He was also the champion of this year's alchemist grand meeting. Moreover, he and Qilin had a pretty good impression of Xiaoyan. It was reasonable for him to not allow anything to happen to Xiaoyan before his eyes. With a thought, he secretly raised the Do Qi within his body and circulated it to every part of his body. He was prepared to make a move at any moment to ensure that he could respond to any sudden situation in time. Haha, I didn't expect that you would use the ultimate skill of your lifetime when I've only just met you. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad in my heart. Although Xiaoyan was surprised by Ludo's words, he still smiled faintly. Xiaoyan was confident that even if Ludo's blade technique, garrison, wasn't weak, he would still be able to block it by relying on his 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. After all, when 7 human-ranked Do skills were used together and complemented each other, their might wouldn't lose to the full force attack of an 8-star half-emperor. I just didn't expect that you'd actually concealed your strength so deeply. No wonder Li Gan was defeated by you. His death wasn't due to your luck. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for being too stupid. Ludo opened his mouth once again. His words were filled with admiration for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled and didn't say anything. However, The hand that held the heavy Xian ruler in his hand tightened again. The dou qi within his body poured into the huge ruler even more wildly. Broadblade Garrison. After a long time, when the sky once again fell into silence, Lu Dou suddenly let out a violent shout. He fiercely swung the broad blade in his hand. The broad blade's hilt shot straight up into the sky. Lu Dou's body suddenly moved and rushed toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown slightly. Lu Dou had already arrived in front of him, but his broad blade had already been swung into the sky. At this moment, Lu Dou was rushing toward Xiaoyan. If he didn't respond in time, he was afraid that he would leave a big gap for Lu Dou. However, just when everyone outside the arena was feeling anxious for Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's body didn't move at all. His eyes slowly closed. An enormous spiritual strength quickly spread out and enveloped this space. At this moment, even the slightest change in this space would all fall into Xiaoyan's eyes. As expected, Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. If Lu Dou's move was used against an ordinary half-emperor, perhaps it would really be difficult to deal with him even if the opponent's strength was much higher than his. However, facing Xiaoyan, who was an alchemist, this little trick of Lu Dou's was somewhat insufficient. The next moment, in front of the stunned gazes of everyone outside of the battleground, Lu Dou's body, which was charging explosively toward Xiaoyan, suddenly turned into an illusionary shadow and swiftly disappeared into the empty space the moment they made contact. Instantly, everyone present swiftly understood that Lu Dou's figure was only an afterimage. Since that was the case, then his true body should be at /. A stern cry sounded. In the sky, the broadsword that contained a frightening dou qi suddenly appeared to be controlled by something. The broadsword that was flying upward suddenly paused in midair. Immediately, the body of the blade turned and the tip of the blade pointed downwards. It faced Xiaoyan and violently chopped down. At the same time, Lu Dou's body also appeared. His hand held the hilt of the broadsword as he came in a menacing manner. With the broadsword in front, the strong and overbearing aura caused Lu Dou to be unable to find the slightest opening. This also caused the might of the broadsword in his hand to be even more frightening. The 15th fruit was indeed worthy of being created by Lu Dou Ning throughout her life's comprehension. This kind of unassailable overbearing might really shook one's soul. However, the more it was so, the more it stirred the overflowing fighting intent in Xiaoyan's heart. They were both self-created dou skills. However, it was unknown whether Xiaoyan's 7-layer sky-breaking ruler, or this blade technique was stronger or weaker. Perhaps both of them were extremely frightening existences. Seeing that Lu Dou was getting closer and closer to him, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little solemn in his heart. After all, he had only used the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler twice. Moreover, each time it was a long-distance collision. At this moment, at such a close distance, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little worried in his heart. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This kind of situation was something that Xiaoyan would encounter sooner or later. Since this was the case, why not take this opportunity to give it a try? Outside the arena, Guli's face was solemn as she watched Xiaoyan and Lu Dou in the arena. Her brows were filled with worry. On the other side of the crowd, a few human figures wrapped in black robes also revealed a dark gaze as they stared at Xiaoyan in the arena. Chapter 259. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed an overflowing fighting spirit. He once again tightened his grip on the heavy Xian ruler, as he let out a stern cry. His right arm suddenly waved and the beautiful heavy Xian ruler danced like a long banner. The huge ruler drew across and 100,000 feet long ruler glow shot out. Immediately, the color of the sky and the earth became one. The colors of all living things were completely covered at this moment. The majestic ruler glow tore through the empty space and violently collided with the frightening blade technique, Garrison, that was coming at him head-on at lightning speed. However, in the next moment, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan in the arena or the group of half-DD experts outside the arena, all of their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was difficult to imagine that this ruler glow of Xiaoyan's that was comparable to a high human class dou technique would actually be so weak in front of the blade technique, Garrison. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Xiaoyan's ruler that was filled with power was actually forcefully broken by the Garrison. in an unstoppable manner within a couple of breaths' time after it collided with Lu Dou's blade technique. Garrison. Lu Dou coldly laughed. This garrison of his had merged with the essence blood in his body. He had exhausted his essence blood as the price in order to form this blade. How could its strength be easily compared to a high human class Dou technique? Although the blade technique, garrison, had not reached the level of a Ling class Dou technique, its strength was far from what an ordinary Ling class Dou technique could compare with. Even though this ruler glow of Xiaoyan's was a high human class Dou technique, it was similarly difficult to suppress it. Xiaoyan was naturally unwilling to be outdone. He also did not place all of his hopes on this ruler. He clearly understood that just this ruler alone was far from enough to defeat Lu Dou. Therefore, 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, the second ruler. Xiaoyan cried out sternly in his heart. He once again waved the huge ruler. As the ruler glow shot out, another majestic ruler glow that was not the slightest bit inferior to the first ruler shot out. Lu Dou coldly laughed. Xiaoyan actually dared to use this move. Everyone outside the arena also threw regretful gazes toward Xiaoyan. Gu Li's expression carried a little nervousness as he stared at the broadsword in Lu Dou's hand. His heart did not dare to relax even a little. What the hell is this kid doing? In the next moment, the magnificent ruler light was already in front of the broadsword. In just a moment, the two would collide. 3 feet. With a stern cry in his heart, Xiaoyan once again waved the giant ruler in his hand. A ruler glow shot out. Just as the broadsword and the ruler glow were about to collide, the ruler glow merged with the magnificent ruler glow at lightning speed. With the addition of the ruler glow, the might emitted by the ruler glow once again soared. 4 feet. However, before everyone's faces could reveal a surprised expression, Xiaoyan once again waved both of his hands. The enormous ruler danced and the heavenly flame soared in the air like a fire banner. The empty space also repeatedly became distorted with it. The giant ruler swung through the void, and a terrifying ruler light shot out once again. In an instant, it had merged with the previous 2 ruler lights. The already terrifying power skyrocketed once again. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately widened their mouths and were speechless. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoyan, who was still waving the huge ruler in his hand. 5 feet. After another stern cry sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart, the enormous ruler in his hand once again cut through the empty space. The heavenly flame flew and the ruler glow shot out. It followed closely behind and perfectly merged with the 3 ruler glows like a wave. Buzz. With the merging of the ruler glows, the majestic ruler glow that was formed by the merging of the 4 ruler glows became even more imposing. A terrifying heat wave swept through the void. Even with the isolation of the boundary, everyone outside the battlefield still felt an incomparably terrifying heat at this moment. At this moment, everyone outside the battlefield suddenly changed their expressions. They looked at the ruler glow as though they had seen a prehistoric giant beast. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 6 feet. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, whose expression had already become a little pale, once again let out a stern cry in his heart. He suddenly waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The brilliant heavenly flame on it had already become much dimmer. A heavy tiredness gradually surged into Xiaoyan's mind. However, Xiaoyan still did his best to wave the enormous ruler in his hand. A mighty ruler glow once again shot out. He knew that just by relying on this 4 feet, he was unable to defeat Lu Dou's blade technique. At the very most, it could only cancel out the latter. If Xiaoyan wanted to completely defeat Lu Dou, he would need to use another foot. Only by going all out would he have the opportunity to completely defeat Lu Dou. As the 5 feet merged, its power shook the heavens. The terrifying ruler glow split the entire sky. At this moment, the fierce and overbearing aura was even stronger than Lu Dou's blade technique, garrison. Lu Dou's expression finally changed at this moment. Lu Dou's grave eyes looked at Xiaoyan. A feeling of helplessness finally rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never expected that his most frightening killing move, which he was most proud of, would actually be thwarted in front of a 3-star bandit like Xiaoyan. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Dou's hand, which was tightly holding the broadsword, could not help but release it with great difficulty. Without Lu Dou's support, the The broadsword could not withstand the storm caused by the explosion for even a moment. It was swept away and ruthlessly stabbed into the ground below. The remaining power of the majestic ruler glow bombarded Lu Dou's chest in the next moment. Receiving such a terrifying attack head-on, Lu Dou was seriously injured on the spot. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of Xiao Yan's 7th foot would be if he were to use it at the same time. Outside the arena, everyone's eyes revealed shock as they stared at Xiao Yan in the arena. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. That blade strike, which was capable of contending against an 8-star half-martial emperor, was actually defeated in an instant by Xiao Yan's 5-foot attack. It was so much so that it was defeated without the slightest leeway. After this battle, Yan Zhao's name would once again resound in the ancient savage city, fighting against a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor, and killing a 6-star half-martial emperor before the battle. With such a battle record, Xiao Yan, who possessed the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, could absolutely be called a legend in battle. A legend in battle. At this moment, the only words that the people outside of the battlefield could think of to describe Xiao Yan's battle were those 4 words. The dou qi within Gu Li's body was gradually withdrawn back into the vortex. On the other side, the few black-cloaked people also took a deep look at Xiao Yan before quietly leaving. At this point, the battle could be considered to have come to an end. Needless to say, Xiao Yan was naturally the final victor. Although he had won, Xiao Yan's entire body was exhausted. The dou qi within his body was completely exhausted. In the previous situation, even if he wanted to use the 7th foot, it was completely impossible. His gaze slowly swept across the half-martial emperors outside of the battlefield, who still had fiery gazes in their eyes. Xiao Yan knew in his heart that although he was not weak, they would not leave the matter at that. From a certain point of view, the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation had even surpassed the importance they placed on their own lives. Of course, this could not be denied that there were no opponents with similar strength among these people. Those people would feel a kind of wolf-like greed toward Xiao Yan's strength. Perhaps, under the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation, the unrestrained battle was also the reason why they had come here. Cough cough. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to snatch the Void Lightning Pool invitation from my hands? Xiao Yan's gaze once again swept across the crowd outside of the battlefield as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At this moment, his body was already unusually empty. The reason why he had forcefully endured and still spoke at this moment was to make these people in front of him feel fear towards him. From there they would know the difficulty and retreat. Only in this way could Xiao Yan reduce some unnecessary trouble. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at each other. However, no one was willing to step forward. After witnessing Xiao Yan's strength, there was already hardly anyone present who dared to have any other thoughts about Xiao Yan. After all, they did not have the support of a powerful dou qi like Lu Dou. If that ruler from earlier had landed on any one of them, it was likely that they would have difficulty escaping death. At this moment, it was only natural that they would avoid it if they could. Although there was no change on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this, his heart had finally become much more relaxed. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he was currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Excessive fighting would only increase the speed of his breakthrough. This was not good news for Xiao Yan, who was currently doing his best to suppress the dou qi within his body. Brat, the old me wants your Void Lightning Pool invitation. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling relaxed in his heart, a faint elderly voice was once again transmitted over. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to instantly change. The person who had spoken was actually a 7-star half-martial emperor. Chapter 260. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over. At this moment, a tall and sturdy old man wearing a cyan gown was slowly walking out from the crowd. Beside him, there was another old man wearing the same clothes as him. That old man was also slowly walking forward. When Xiao Yan saw the faces of these 2 old men, he was immediately startled in his heart. These 2 people's appearances were actually exactly the same. It was as if one of them was a copy of the other. This caused one to feel extremely astonished. When the crowd noticed these 2 old men, they immediately revealed expressions of shock. They had also never expected that these 2 old men would actually fight for the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Xiao Yan's hand. Lin Feng, Lin Yu. Never would I have imagined that it would actually be them. After the battle ended, the spatial seal was also removed. When the two old men appeared, Gu Li's body flashed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. He was vigilantly watching the two people before him. Hearing Gu Li's words, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He cast a puzzled gaze at Gu Li. Although the dou qi in his body was exhausted, he had already taken a medicinal pellet earlier. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt a lot more relaxed. Seeing this, Gu Li involuntarily frowned and sighed softly. After thinking for a moment, he sighed softly and slowly said, "These two people, one is called Lin Feng and the other is called Lin Yu. Their attributes are also the same as their names. One is the wind attribute, and the other is the water attribute." After saying these words, Gu Li turned his gaze around and once again looked at the two old men. His old eyes narrowed. Xiao Yan also stared at the two old men. He nodded slightly. After that, Gu Li continued to speak. These two people, Lin Feng is the older one and Lin Yu is the second. Their strengths are also different. This is something that you have already discovered. Lin Feng's strength is the same as that Lu Dou from earlier. He is a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor. As for Lin Yu, he is an initial-stage 7-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan nodded again. With his soul strength, he had already sensed this basic situation when the two had first appeared. If it were only those two individuals, then it would be one thing, as they would not be enough to cause others to pay too much attention to them. However, most importantly, ever since the two of them started cultivating, regardless of what sort of opponent they encountered, they have always fought together. Furthermore, the two of them possess attributes that complement one another. Thus, when they are working together, ordinary mid-stage 8-star half-martial emperors will not be able to do anything to them. It is precisely because of this that their reputation is even greater than Lu Dou's. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded again. These twins were indeed strong opponents. When they joined forces, the strength they could unleash was even more terrifying. For example, the gold-silver elders that Xiao Yan had encountered in the Black Corner region were also in this situation. Back then, the gold-silver elders had relied on the tacit understanding between the two of them to fight Su Qian, who was a 3-star Douzong, with their strength at the peak of the Dou Huang class. From this, it was not difficult to imagine just how frightening Lin Feng and Lin Yu would be if they were to work together. When Xiao Yan shot his gaze toward Lin Feng and Lin Yu, the two elders also turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan at the same time. Xiao Yan and Lin Feng's eyes met. However, they felt as though they were being pointed at by two invisible sharp swords. Immediately, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened. A surprised expression flashed deep within his eyes. The two elders in front of him were even more frightening than he had imagined. This degree of tacit understanding far surpassed that of the gold-silver elders back then. May I know if the two of you are information? Gu Li beside you should have already told you, right? Xiao Yan's words had just left his mouth when the old man who had spoken earlier interrupted Xiao Yan. He had just spat out half a sentence when the other old man opened his mouth to speak. The order in which the two spoke, the tone in the middle, and even the timbre of their voices were completely the same. It was as though they were the same person. Just by listening to their voices, it was impossible to tell that these words had come from the mouths of the two of them. The perfect cooperation caused Xiao Yan to feel even more solemn toward Lin Feng and Lin Yu in his heart. This was merely a casual conversation. If they were to really be on the battlefield, with the tacit understanding between the two of them, they would be able to easily finish off an 8-star half-D. At this moment, when he thought about it again, the words that had been emitted from the mouth of the old man earlier were likely said by these two at the same time. Let's not talk too much. Our objective. You are already very clear. It was another strange way of speaking. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a chill. Don't tell me that the two of you want to take action now? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The hand that was holding the dark heavy buster sword once again exerted strength. However, his breathing had become somewhat hurried. The current Xiao Yan was indeed a bit too weak. Beside him, Gu Li took a step forward and half-blocked Xiao Yan behind himself. Compared to Xiao Yan, he was even more clear about the strength of the two people before him. Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not do anything toward Gu Li. Their blade-like gazes paused slightly on Gu Li's body. Even when facing an 8-star half-D, they were still confident in being able to defeat them. After that, they looked toward Xiaoyan. Their strange way of speaking caused one's heart to feel a chill. These two people were truly like the same person. That sort of method. We disdain to use it. We will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, we will wait for you here. That is merely your wishful thinking. What if I refuse to accept your challenge? Xiaoyan frowned. These two people seemed to have absolute confidence in their own strength. However, Xiaoyan did not wish to cause any more trouble. That was not something that he wanted to see. As the champion of the alchemist competition, you are also the strongest member of the younger generation in the ancient city. You do not have the right to refuse. I refuse to accept your challenge. Xiaoyan decisively sneered and interrupted the words that they had yet to finish speaking. These words held no attraction to him. It was merely a false reputation. It did not matter if he had it or not. Sure enough, after Xiaoyan said those words, the two old men were clearly startled. In their hearts, their sister-in-law was astonished. Xiaoyan looked at them. Even the changes in their expressions were exactly the same. As for the surrounding half-D emperors, they also cast astonished gazes toward Xiaoyan. Fame and fortune were things that the majority of experts were unwilling to give up. Sometimes they even cared more about fame and fortune than their lives. However, the Xiaoyan before them was a person who cared more about reality. Qinzhong. He also has the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If you refuse to accept our challenge, then we will go and find him. The result will be the same. You're threatening me. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned cold. Gu Li's expression also turned cold. He knew that Xiaoyan and Qinzhong's relationship was not ordinary. Xiaoyan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. You can choose to accept our challenge. This time, the leading old man spoke alone. As for the other old man, he directly extended his hand toward Xiaoyan. In his hand was a letter of challenge. A fury had already risen in Xiaoyan's heart. His expression had become as dark and solemn as water. The thing that he was least afraid of was threats, because he would not accept any threats. The thing that he hated the most was none other than those who threatened him. Gu Li frowned and looked at Xiaoyan. He was not sure if Xiaoyan would accept the challenge. However, he did not want Xiaoyan to accept the challenge. Now that the Void Lightning Pool was about to open, regardless of whether Xiaoyan was injured or lost the Void Lightning Pool invitation, Xiaoyan would lose the opportunity to enter the Void Lightning Pool. Xiaoyan could not let his emotions affect his decisions at this time. All right. I accept your challenge. 3 days later, I will be here and fight with you. Swoosh, the sound of wind breaking rang out. Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and caught the letter of challenge. The strong wind blew Xiaoyan's hair. This could be considered the first battle between the two of them. Xiaoyan accepted the challenge in front of everyone. Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not want to stay any longer. The two of them turned around and were about to leave. Wait, Xiaoyan coldly shouted. Lin Feng and Lin Yu raised their eyebrows at the same time. Their gazes landed on Xiaoyan at the same time. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Wager. Lin Feng's indifferent voice drifted out. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Xiaoyan. This fellow actually dares to think about their wager. Could it be that he still hopes to win against them? Compared to him, Lin Feng and Lin Yu threw a surprised gaze toward Xiaoyan. The two old men exchanged glances with each other before they immediately opened their mouths and spoke at the same time. Void Lightning Pool Invitation. Chapter 261. Void Lightning Pool Invitation. When these words reached the ears of the crowd, they were momentarily stunned. They did not expect that these two fellows would actually be willing to use the Void Lightning Pool Invitation as a wager. However, in the blink of an eye, the crowd swiftly regained their senses. Given Lin Feng and Lin Yu's strength, they naturally did not think much of Xiaoyan. The reason they used the Void Lightning Pool invitation as a wager was so that Xiaoyan would be able to accept the challenge on time. They believed that Lin Feng and Lin Yu also had absolute confidence in defeating Xiaoyan. Otherwise, they would not have purposely used the Void Lightning Pool invitation to attract Xiaoyan. With regards to this point, Xiaoyan was naturally aware. Given his shrewdness, such a low-level method could not be hidden from him. Of course, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not expect to use such a method to make Xiaoyan lose himself in his greed. Huh? Xiaoyan laughed coldly. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his tone. He lifted his gaze and looked at Lin Yu opposite him. At this moment, he was holding a bright silver void lightning pool invitation between his two fingers. An extremely obscure glint flashed across the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. The two people before him had already touched his reverse scale. If possible, he would definitely not show any mercy when they were on the battlefield. On the opposite side, Lin Feng and Lin Yu frowned slightly. They once again looked at each other. A trace of doubt flashed across the depths of their eyes. Their instincts told them that Xiaoyan was not as simple as he seemed. However, when the two of them once again looked at Xiaoyan, the latter revealed a satisfied smile. The strangeness from the previous moment was long gone. From the looks of it, he was rather satisfied with this wager. Haha. The two of you are really generous. However, this is also good. At least this will make things fairer. Lin Feng and Lin Yu remained silent, and did not pay any more attention to this. Two pairs of dark eyes stared deeply at Xiaoyan. Then, under the various gazes of the crowd, they slowly disappeared above the void. Lin Feng and Lin Yu's departure caused the half-step martial emperors to whisper to each other again. They didn't expect Xiaoyan to cause such a huge commotion in the ancient Desolation City after disappearing for half a month. It seemed that the ancient Desolation City was going to be lively again before the opening of the Void Lightning Pool. When Lin Feng and Lin Yu's auras completely disappeared, Xiaoyan's body couldn't help but soften. Seeing this, Guli hurriedly supported him, frowning as she looked at Xiaoyan, her heart filled with worry. Yin Xiao, aren't you being a little too impulsive by doing this? Guli sighed helplessly. She glanced at the group of half-step martial emperors who were gradually leaving. It wouldn't take long for the news of Xiaoyan's battle with Lin Feng and Lin Yu to spread throughout the wildlands. Xiaoyan forced himself to remain calm and shook his head gently. After resting for a while, he opened his mouth and said, I also didn't want to cause such a huge commotion before the opening of the Void Lightning Pool. However, they have already come and even used my friends to threaten me. This is something that I can't tolerate. But, 3 days later, do you really have the confidence to deal with them? You have already seen their strength. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoyan shook his head once again. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Guli saying, They have already come. I think that this will make them even more wary of me. At that time, I might be able to avoid some trouble. Guli was shocked. The they that Xiaoyan was referring to was naturally Xiaoyan's group. That's right. Previously, he was focused on the battle in the battlefield and neglected the people outside of the battle circle. In that case, didn't they see the ruler technique that Xiaoyan had used with their own eyes? Let's hope so. They are already very wary of you. Now that they have seen your extraordinary strength, they will probably restrain themselves. Xiaoyan's face was pale as he nodded slightly. This was the result that he wanted to see the most. After all, if the Union Pavilion wasn't there to restrain them, they would most likely attack. Although Xiaoyan wasn't afraid of them, Yan Bing was a huge hidden danger. Therefore, he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan still hadn't forgotten about Lu Dou. He landed on the ground and saw that the severely injured Lu Dou was lying flat in a huge pit. Lu Dou's face was pale and his body was covered in blood. He didn't expect that Xiaoyan would be so terrifying. The Dou skill that he had created with his lifetime of comprehension was actually defeated by a mere 3-star half-step martial emperor. It wasn't that Xiaoyan was too strong. It was that his ruler technique had already surpassed the ordinary high human rank Dou skill. Otherwise, Xiaoyan wouldn't be able to run amok among the half-step martial emperors. With Xiaoyan's current means, only a genuine 8-star half-step martial emperor expert could defeat him. Moreover, an 8-star half-step martial emperor who could fight with Xiaoyan was definitely an extremely rare existence in the boorish desolate land. The sound of footsteps gradually approached. Lu Dou turned his head with some difficulty and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Guli was supporting Xiaoyan, and the two of them were slowly walking toward him. You won. At this moment, Lu Dou no longer had the imposing manner that he had at the beginning. His serious injuries had also awakened him from his greed. The one who had overestimated himself wasn't Xiao Yan, but him. 9-pattern crystal card. Xiao Yan also opened his mouth with some difficulty. Gu Li curled her lips slightly when she saw this. She muttered in her heart. After seriously injuring Xiao Yan, he didn't even say a word of comfort. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked for the 9-pattern crystal card. Who could say that Xiao Yan wasn't greedy? Lu Dou immediately felt helpless when he heard these words. His bloody finger trembled slightly, and the 9-pattern crystal card instantly shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He placed his hand into his storage ring. Only then did he flick his finger. An ray of light shot into Lu Dou's hand. Lu Dou's heart couldn't help but tremble when he felt the terrifying energy contained within the medicinal pill in his hand. An Emperor tier medicinal pill. Gu Li was also slightly shocked in her heart. There was an additional trace of admiration in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Yan. Lu Dou also cast a grateful gaze toward Xiao Yan at this moment. As a half-step martial emperor expert who traveled the continent, he was naturally extremely clear about the value of an Emperor tier medicinal pill. Xiao Yan was able to give this medicinal pill to him. It was enough to see how steady Xiao Yan's character was. Many thanks. If there is a chance, this old man will definitely repay you. I am the one who injured you. This can be considered as a kind of compensation to you. There is no need to thank me. Xiao Yan shook his head. He softly said a few words to Lu Dou before leaving with Gu Li. Lu Dou looked at Xiao Yan's departing figure. He closed his hand and tightly held the Emperor tier medicinal pill in his hand. It was a long time later before he suddenly swallowed it. The great battle in the sky above the savage ancient city dissipated. In merely a moment, the entire savage ancient city was once again bustling with activity. Many experts who had personally witnessed the scene of the great battle were also bragging about the huge scene they had seen in the taverns on the streets. From time to time, there would be people who would interrupt and correct some of the content of the great battle they had seen. While the people in the city were busy because of Xiao Yan, MOD and the others were sitting in a remote courtyard in the city. I didn't expect Yan Xiao to be so monstrous. He forcefully crossed the gap of 4 stars and defeated that fellow Lu Dou. If this person is not eliminated, he will definitely become a great threat in the future. Old Freak whose gaze swept across the 3 people in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 3 people lightly nodded their heads. Xiao Yan had truly given them too many surprises. If they couldn't eliminate Xiao Yan, he would definitely become a great enemy in the future. The 7-star half-martial emperor called Zhang Hao's gaze slightly narrowed. From the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed today, he was already able to face a mid-8-star half-martial emperor without fear. Against him, there was no need to say anything more. Humph. Judging from that brat's aura, he has clearly reached the peak of the late 3-star half-martial emperor realm. This time, he entered the lightning pool with the intention of breaking through to the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. Yan Bing's tone was indifferent. Her gaze was fixed on Old Freak who as she continued to speak. What do you think we should do to kill him? Old Freak who was immediately at a loss for words. He was also aware of this point. This way, even if Yan Bing and Zhang Hao both broke through, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to do anything to Xiao Yan. Haha. Seeing the gloomy expressions of the 3 people in front of him, MOD, who was sitting on the right side of Yan Bing, suddenly let out an indifferent laugh. He successfully attracted the gazes of the 3 people to himself. Yan Bing's old eyes narrowed as she stared at MOD. Old Freak who also had an expression of suspicion as he looked at MOD. Even at this time, MOD was still able to laugh. If you have something to say it quickly, Yan Bing said indifferently. Her ice-cold words revealed the impatience in her heart. MOD smiled. His figure slowly stood up from the table. He pretended to be mysterious as he walked around the 3 people. With his back facing Yan Bing, his pair of sinister old eyes slowly narrowed into a thin line. After a while he slowly opened his mouth. Everyone, have you heard of the Desolate Duo? Chapter 262. When these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 people present immediately hardened. Their mouths opened slightly, and a surprised expression swiftly surged into their eyes. MOD slowly turned around and looked at the expressions on the faces of the three people in front of him. He smiled with satisfaction in his heart. His gaze shifted to Yanbing and said with a smile, "Elder Yanbing, given your experience, you should know more about these two tyrants than the old me." Yanbing's expression once again hardened. A deep solemnness involuntarily surged into her heart when she thought of those two people. Beside her, old demon Huan Zhonghao also looked at Yanbing, appearing to be waiting for her to speak. A moment later, Yanbing finally raised her gaze and looked at MOD. She hesitated for a moment before speaking in an indifferent tone. The two tyrants of the wasteland are also known as the northern and southern Zun of the wasteland. Old demon Huan Zhonghao nodded slightly when they heard this. They knew a little about this. After all, the reputation of those two people in the wasteland was too great. Anyone who saw them would definitely recognize them. The reason why they are called the northern and southern Zun is because one of them lives in seclusion in the southern part of the wasteland city, while the other lives in the northern part of the city. Yanbing involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she mentioned the southern part of the city. The face of the one in the northern part of the city revealed a deep fear. There is no need to say more about the one in the southern part of the city. All of you should know that he is Old Luo. Although they already knew in their hearts, the bodies of Old Demon Hu and the other two involuntarily trembled when Old Luo was mentioned. The deterrence of Old Luo had caused them, who were usually high-class bandits, to lose the glory of being bandit in front of everyone. The one in the northern part of the city. Yanbing paused before she finished speaking. Her eyes narrowed as she stared intently at the empty space in front of her. An invisible pressure caused the empty space to become distorted, after which, it suddenly exploded with a deep bang. Muhan, people call him Musher. He is a rank 3 formation master whose spiritual strength has stepped into the unity stage. His strength has also stepped into the advanced 9-star bandit class. He is only one step away from breaking through to the Dodi class. I think that all of you should be extremely clear about this. After a long while, Yanbing finally spoke in a deep and cold voice. However, it was not difficult to tell that Yanbing was deeply afraid of Muhan from her words. Haha, that's right. The person I want to talk about is the rank 3 array master who lives in the northern part of the ancient city, Muhan. As soon as Yanbing finished speaking, MOD immediately took over and went straight to the point. Yanbing and the other two's expressions changed again when they heard this. They did not expect MOD to be so bold as to set his sights on this person. Did he really think that this person would think highly of his status as a rank 2 alchemist? MOD seemed to be aware of this. His gaze swept past old monster Huan Zhonghao, who were similarly in disbelief. Finally, his gaze landed on Yanbing. The hand under his sleeve trembled slightly, and a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in MOD's hand. After showing the jade bottle to Yanbing, MOD opened his mouth and said with an evil smile, "Elder Yanbing, do you still remember Fong Sun and Wang Qi?" Yanbing was startled. Immediately after, she nodded with a gloomy face. The reason why she helped MOD attack Xiaoyan was because Fong Sun and Wang Qi were members of their Sea Cloud Palace, and also her subordinates. Since the two of them had died at the hands of Xiaoyan, she naturally had to find him to settle the debt. However, immediately after, the expression on Yanbing's face changed abruptly. According to MOD's words, could it be that? Haha, I believe that Elder Yanbing has already thought of it. Muhan had a disciple who was extremely doted on by him. His name was Wu Mahui. As for him, he also died at the hands of that Yin Xiao. Hiss. Without needing to think too much, Yanbing and the other two immediately knew that Wu Mahui's death was most definitely related to MOD. It was extremely possible that Wu Mahui had been bewitched by MOD, and thus ended up encountering Yin Xiao. At this moment, even Yanbing, who was a peak late-stage half-martial emperor, could not help but feel fearful of the 3-star half-martial emperor, MOD. Truly, a great man must be ruthless. This guy actually dared to scheme against anyone. Did he really think that Muhan was so easy to exploit? Yanbing narrowed her old eyes. Her gaze landed on the jade bottle in MOD's hand. What is this? Could it be that you want to use this to make Muhan attack Yin Xiao? MOD lightly smiled, lightly nodded and said, "Huh, that's enough. Contained within this bottle is a strand of Wu Mahui's aura. As long as Mu Han sees this, he will naturally believe it. Hearing this, Yan Bing and the other two felt a chill in their hearts once again. In order to deal with Xiao Yan, MOD had thought of all aspects. In this way, as long as Mu Han attacked, no matter how many tricks Yan Xiao had, they would still be useless before the powerful strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Are you not afraid that once you tell Mu Han about Wu Mahui's death, he will kill you first? You should know that he dotes on this disciple very much. However, he died in Yan Zhao's hands because of you. How can he let you off so easily? At this time, even old demon who had been sitting silently by the side, could not help but speak coldly to MOD. He could not let MOD die just like that. After all, old demon who was different from Yan Bing. The latter was mainly helping MOD because of Fong Sun and Wang Qi. However, he was purely doing it for the medicinal pills in MOD's hands. If he was killed by Mu Han at this time, who would he ask for his reward? MOD once again smiled when he heard this. He had already expected this. With his scheming, he would definitely not throw away his life for Yan Xiao. Haha, old brother who really cares about me. Relax, as long as Xiao Yan does not die, Teacher Mu will not attack me. The three of them involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they heard this. They exchanged glances with each other. However, they did not understand why MOD was keeping them in suspense. Aha. Next, I hope that the three of you can follow me to the north of the city. At that time, Yan Zhao's death will be a matter of certainty. Ha 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 ha. Time flew by. When Xiao Yan had fully recovered on the third day of the 3-day deadline, a black mass of people had already gathered in the sky above the ancient savage city. Needless to say, these people were all here to watch the big battle between Xiao Yan, Lin Feng and Lin Yu. As the most dazzling new star in the ancient savage city for the past 100 years, Xiao Yan's attention had already surpassed the entire wasteland. Now that he was going to fight with Lin Feng and Lin Yu, these two veteran experts who had been famous for a long time, it naturally caused a sensation in the entire wasteland. At this moment, not only were there the half-emperors who had come to watch 3 days ago, but there were also various local factions in the ancient savage city. Among them, the Alchemist Association and the Union Pavilion were, as expected, among them. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were surrounded by countless people in the sky, were already impatient from waiting. They were wondering if Xiao Yan would be timid and not come to accept the challenge at the crucial moment. The two of them swept their gazes around. Their sinister old eyes immediately stared at Gu Li Qi Lin, an elder Xian from the Union Pavilion. Seeing these three people, Lin Feng and Lin Yu once again frowned. Since these two factions had already appeared, how could Xiao Yan not come? Brat, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of the two of us. In the big battle later, I will definitely make you lose all your face. Lin Feng and Lin Yu laughed coldly in their hearts at the same time. Haha, I'm sorry to have made everyone wait for so long. After the big battle 3 days ago, some of the injuries in my body have yet to fully recover. That's why I'm a little late. Please forgive me. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's clear and heroic laughter suddenly resounded in this world. From his tone, it was as if he didn't care about this big battle at all. Chapter 263. While Xiao Yan was preparing to fight with Lin Feng and Lin Yu, on the other side, a plan targeting Xiao Yan was also secretly carried out. In the north of the ancient wilderness city, outside a magnificent manor, several figures were slowly approaching from afar. These people were MOD and his companions. Looking at the huge manor that was getting closer and closer, MOD and his companions could not help but feel a sense of shock in their hearts. The size of this manor probably took up a third of the entire northern part of the city. When MOD and his companions came within 1,000 feet of the manor, they could clearly see that there was a huge square in front of the manor. At this moment, many people had gathered in the square. In the center of the square, there was an extremely mysterious formation. Every time someone in the crowd paid enough spirit coins to a haughty man, they would step into the formation. After a while, the formation would flash with a golden light, and the person who had entered the formation would disappear. On the other hand, MOD and the other three did not find it strange at all. Although this kind of teleportation formation was rare, With their knowledge, they were not curious about it at all. In a short while, the group had arrived at the entrance of the manor. When they looked up, they saw the two big golden words, Mu Zhuang, engraved on the plaque above the door. Stop. Who are you? What business do you have in my Mu Zhuang? Just as they arrived at the entrance, two armed guards coldly shouted at the four of them with a domineering expression. Even though MOD and the others were quite famous in this ancient wilderness city, and many people had seen them before, the two guards in front of them had never met them before. They had only heard of their names. Therefore, when four strangers appeared in front of the Mu Zhuang, as the guards, they naturally had to stick to their duties. Furthermore, usually, all those who came to pay a visit to Master Mu would have a modest expression. Yet, these people had calm expressions. This made them even more certain that these people were definitely not here to pay a visit to Master Mu. Haha, MOD, who usually could not tolerate the scolding of the two guards, showed a faint smile in an unusual manner this time. He raised his head to look at the plaque on the door and said with a smile, Master Mu, MOD has brought a few friends to visit you. These subordinates of yours are a little overbearing. MOD's words had yet to fade when the expressions of the two guards at the door changed drastically as they looked at MOD's group. No matter what, they did not expect that the four people in front of them, who looked ordinary, were actually MOD's group, who had recently fought with Yan Xiao in the ancient savage city. It's not up to you to decide how my people are like. Come in. Someone will bring you to see me. Just as the two guards were secretly shocked, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly resounded throughout the area, causing quite a number of people on the square not far away to turn their gazes over. When the crowd saw that the people who were about to enter the Mu Manor were actually MOD's group, a strange look flashed across their eyes. Some of the people who were about to use the teleportation array to leave also stopped in their tracks. In the end, they did not step into the array. After a short while, MOD's group of four stood at the center of an extremely luxurious and imposing hall. In front of them was an old man in robes, whose back was facing the four of them. The old man was standing indifferently. It was not difficult to guess that this was Master Mu. Why have you come looking for me? The hoarse voice was once again emitted. MOD's group of four felt the entire hall tremble slightly. Yan Bing's face was grave as she stared at the human figure in front of her. Her heart did not dare to relax even a little. Ugh. Master Mu's words were exchanged with a regretful sigh from MOD. A bitter expression was also revealed on his face. This expression caused one's heart to ache. Even Yan Bing and the rest beside him could not help but be secretly surprised in their hearts. The speed at which he got into character was a little too fast. Master Mu, who had his back facing them, could not help but frown at this moment. He was not related to MOD. Why did they come here to cry? If you have something to say, say it. If not, please leave. Don't disturb me. Master Mu. Men, send the guests out. Before MOD could finish speaking, Master Mu was already impatient. He waved his sleeve and coldly shouted. At the same time, a few guards who were waiting outside the hall hurriedly jogged into the hall. They stood on both sides of MOD's group of four, and extended their hands to gesture for them to leave, indicating for them to leave. MOD also did not expect that Mu Shi's temper would be so fiery, to the point that he would drive someone away without even saying a single word. The three people beside him also saw that the situation was bad. No matter what, Yan Bing was an 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest among the four of them. At a time like this, she would naturally be the first to stand out. However, just as Yan Bing could not help but speak, MOD's eyes rolled. He extended his hand to stop Yan Bing. Without batting an eyelid, he gave the latter a look. Then he raised his hand and gently waved it behind him. His tone became heavy once again. All right. Since Master Mu is unwilling to listen to me, then let's leave as well. There's no need to disturb his cultivation. After MOD finished speaking, the few of them did not say anything else and walked out of the hall. When Yan Bing looked at MOD, she could not help but reveal a smile of understanding. When the few of them reached the entrance of the hall, MOD once again sighed and said, Unfortunately, Wumahui's boom. Before MOD could finish speaking, Master Mu, who was in the hall, suddenly exploded. A frightening pressure instantly swept out. Under this frightening pressure, the few guards were only able to endure for a few seconds before they exploded into a mist of blood. As for MOD's group of 4, other than Yen Bing and Old Monster who, Zhang Hao and MOD were directly pressed to the ground by this pressure, this was especially so for MOD. His entire old face instantly turned red and 2 lines of blood flowed out from his ears. What did you say? What happened to Mo Hui? Uncontrollable rage filled the hall, and hoarse roars reverberated like thunder. MOD's flushed face did not reveal any fear because of the pressure on his body. Instead, he revealed an extremely satisfied and sinister smile, like a demon. Boom. In the sky, Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he received a palm strike from Lin Yu. Before he could stop his body, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out from behind him. In an instant, Lin Yu had already arrived behind Xiao Yan. He suddenly waved his right palm and ruthlessly attacked Xiao Yan's back. Feeling the frightening aura rapidly approaching behind him, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. At this time, it was already too late to turn around and counterattack. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan's feet moved and instantly executed the sky extinction step. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's figure appeared 100 feet away. Bastard! Are you a loach? What kind of expert are you to be hiding? With a stern shout, Lin Feng and Lin Yu angrily roared at Xiao Yan with gloomy expressions. Since the start of the battle, Xiao Yan had only clashed with Lin Feng a few times. Every time Xiao Yan was repelled and Lin Yu was about to attack, Xiao Yan would use the sky extinction step to dodge. Therefore, although it seemed like 3 people were fighting at this moment, in reality, only Xiao Yan and Lin Feng had truly attacked. Heh! When Xiao Yan heard the 2 of them speaking in unison, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. What? It's fine for you 2 7-star half-emperors to bully me, a 3-star half-emperor, but you actually don't allow me to dodge? Could it be that I have to stand there and let you hit me? Chapter 264. Once Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the crowd of experts outside immediately turned their gazes towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Everyone whispered to each other. The words that were emitted were filled with ridicule and sneers towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu. As 7-star half-emperors and brothers, they actually said such laughable words to a 3-star half-emperor. Are they sure that they are not here to play around? Ha! They can't even touch Yen Zhao's body, and they still want to snatch his void lightning pool invitation. Aren't they daydreaming? Hearing the waves of ridicule and sneers from the surrounding crowd, Lin Feng and Lin Yu's faces alternated between green and white. They had never imagined that Xiao Yan's speed would actually be so frightening. Their original plan of suppressing him with strength was completely useless today. They had always thought that the reason why Xiao Yan was so powerful was merely because of his frightening ruler Do skill. As long as he did not have the time to use it, regardless of how powerful his Do skill was, it would ultimately be useless. One of the important reasons why they knew so little about Xiao Yan's strength was because they had only arrived at the ancient city of Wildlands 3 days ago. What a good Yin Xiao. His mouth is really sharp. Since that is the case, the 2 of us want to see exactly how fast your speed is. Lin Feng and Lin Yu cried out sternly at the same time. Following which, the 2 of them looked at each other, and their bodies suddenly shook. Waves that filled the sky and a piercingly cold wind immediately swept across the area. Xiao Yan's gaze hardened slightly when he saw this. He frowned slightly and muttered in his heart. Domain Ha? However, at this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu once again cried out. Fierce cold wind. Extreme water chill. Following the 2 cries, the piercingly cold wind actually became even more violent at this moment. It was so cold that it pierced one's bones. The waves that had already swept across the entire empty space merged with the cold wind and complemented each other. In a short moment, the entire empty space had already been covered by ice. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he sensed the powerful pressure that had suddenly surged around him. The extremely cold domain caused the empty space to become extremely viscous. Within this domain, Xiao Yan's overall strength would definitely be suppressed. Merged domain seems pretty good. Since that is the case, I can only attack quickly and finish you off first. Xiao Yan's gaze stared at Lin Feng opposite him. An ice-cold murderous intent flashed deep within his eyes. At this moment, Gu Li and the others outside the domain saw that Lin Feng and Lin Yu had actually unleashed the domain. In their hearts, they knew how powerful that domain was. Gu Li's face involuntarily revealed a worried expression. Once Xiao speed, Xiao would be subjected to a storm like a storm. Swoosh! With the support of the domain, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were even more confident that they would be able to finish off Xiao Yan within 100 moves. Following the sound of rushing wind, Lin Feng's figure suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His right palm suddenly smashed violently towards Xiao Yan's head. Humph! Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Xiao Yan sneered. Escape? I have never thought of escaping. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Before he could understand what Xiao Yan had said, the latter's tiger body suddenly shook. The dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. He used the Vajra glass body as he wished. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he turned his hand and punched out. Octane blast. The might of this punch was incomparably overbearing. A terrifying force crazily poured out at this moment. The might of this punch had actually forcefully overshadowed the Tian class Do skill, and was approaching the human class Do skill. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The golden giant body that Xiao Yan had transformed into suddenly shook. A terrifying huge force was emitted. Lin Feng's body shook slightly, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Doqi swiftly gathered in his palm. His right arm shook and Doqi gushed out. Both of them retreated 100 steps. Seeing this familiar scene once again, Xiao Yan sneered. He moved his feet, and was about to use the sky extinction step. Unfortunately, the same result as before did not happen to Xiao Yan. He had just used the sky extinction step when the space behind Xiao Yan became distorted. Following which, a shriveled palm firmly imprinted itself on Xiao Yan's back. Bang! Following a muffled sound, the King Kong glass body disappeared. Xiao Yan's body was forcefully sent flying 1,000 miles away. A large mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth with a poochie sound. Even though he had suffered a heavy blow, Xiao Yan still swiftly stabilized his mind. Although the attack just now was filled with power, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan had the King Kong glass body and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline to protect him. Therefore, it did not cause him to be seriously injured. However, Xiao Yan's body had just stabilized when Lin Feng's body came toward him. Lin Feng's face carried a cold smile. His palm once again smashed toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame in his body instantly swept out. Flame domain activate. As the heavenly flame swept out, the expression of Lin Feng, who was charging toward Xiao Yan, instantly changed. His body, which was charging forward, forcefully paused in midair. Following which, his right foot suddenly stomped on the air. His body did not move forward, but instead moved back rapidly by 1,000 miles. Bastard! No wonder I felt that this brat's aura was not right that day. It turns out that he has the heavenly flame protecting him. However, from the looks of it, it should only be a seed flame. Lin Feng and Lin Yu stared at the heavenly flame that swept out with a solemn expression. Even though it was only a seed flame, it was still an extremely terrifying existence to them. The two brothers looked at each other and nodded gently. Their gazes once again turned toward Xiao Yan. Suddenly, a ruthless look surged in their eyes. Ice wind! Wanli! As the violent roar sounded, Lin Feng and Lin Yu raised their palms in front of their chests at the same time. Their fingertips touched each other lightly and numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. At the same time, the fusion domain, which was formed by the fusion of their domains, suddenly moved at this moment. Above the ice, a chilly wind swept out and formed a huge invisible tornado. It forcefully blocked the continuously spreading heavenly flame. However, looking at the slightly strained expression on Lin Feng's face, it seemed that he had spent a lot of effort in order to block Xiao Yan's flame domain. Ha! Just as Xiao Yan sneered, Lin Yu, who was on the other side, suddenly let out a stern cry. With a wave of his large sleeve, the ice immediately melted and once again turned into turbulent waves. Together with the biting cold chilly wind, it completely suppressed Xiao Yan's heavenly flame in a short period of time. After doing all this, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not stop at all. Their hands moved simultaneously, and the wind domain swiftly attacked Xiao Yan. The water domain followed closely behind. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. The two domains had already completely surrounded him. It was already impossible for him to dodge. At this moment, even the sky extinction step would not be of any use. Damn it, these two fellows are really freaks. It's fine if they look exactly the same, but why are their domains so terrifying? They can even merge. My flame domain is not a match for them. This is really... Just as Xiao Yan was furiously cursing Lin Feng and Lin Yu in his heart, the two domains had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The wind domain completely surrounded Xiao Yan. Although he wanted to, wind was originally an invisible object. How could it be so easy to break through it? It was simply impossible to break through it with ordinary brute force. Moreover, this was a 7-star half-martial emperor's domain. As the two domains grew closer and closer, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an astonished expression. The water beneath his feet had already turned into ice once again. They were clearly preparing to freeze Xiao Yan.